try to delay it.
I'm on there to cut it off.
Yeah. Oh gosh, that's pain.
Hello everybody. Sorry, it's I had some stuff going on, but we're back. Or we're not back, but we're here. And we're going to get going here. Not quite sure why the resolution looks so low. That might be on their end. But yeah, let's just get right into it. It's the guard versus TSM. I'm actually very surprised so far. TSM actually has an advantage so far against the guard. I have not seen these first few rounds. I was out doing stuff. Otherwise, I would have been here streaming. But we do see that TSM is beating the guard 5-2, which of course everybody is expecting the guard to 2-0 everyone here except for maybe M80, but TSM looks like they're doing pretty good. I mean, econ-wise, they've got a pretty solid econ. You can tell they've won a few rounds in a row. But it also looks like the guard has a pretty solid econ. I mean, they're able to full buy this round, but if they do lose this round again, like they have the past few rounds, they may not be able to continue. Give me a second here. I'm trying to figure out this why the resolution is so low. Let me try refreshing. Oh, I do think it's on there, and then okay. So anyways, it does look like it's going to be a C push. Now, during this break, just because of the break time and what was happening, we do have Lotus into the mix now, what can be in pro play. Right off the bat, we see Corey take out Valen with a grenade, and then Trent gets 2 picks, and that's going to give the guard an edge here in round 8. Player count's now going to be 4-3. Oh, but 7 able to get 2 kills, and then Nature getting one as well is going to make it a 1v3 now. Very, very nice play there from TSM to just get the numbers back in their favor. TSM actually pushing back, it looks like, more towards their spawn, making sure nobody's flanking. Obviously, they don't know exactly where everyone is, but they do have that Killjoy set up. They do seem to have some idea that is going over. Walking back now. Might just have to save here. I mean, it's difficult in a 1v3 situation. They did just full buy, and so it may be the smarter move to save as the spike. There's detonation. Net does go for that save, which he will be able to pull off. But that's another round to TSM. It's 2-6 in game 1. Very, very surprising so far. Like I said, the guard is a team that is a force to be reckoned with. At least that's what most people thought they were going to be. But it does seem that that TSM is gaining this edge so far. 2-6. Maybe that break, those 2 weeks off, is what the guard just did. Maybe the guard just did not use those 2 weeks off very well, and now we're looking at a situation where the guard is worse for the wear. I mean, we're looking at a team like TSM who has not been favored really to do the best in this tournament, doing pretty well right now. We do see an exchange there where we get Valen and GMD traded off. Both of the Omens traded off there. We see Net taking out 7 and Nature taking out Net. Some more trades. So it's going to remain a 3v3 as TSM is able to push onto site. And they're going to get that spike down, and now they just have to play post-plant. They do have Viper alive. Maybe got some Molly lineups. They also have Raze with that grenade, and then, of course, Breach to sort of keep them off-site. Kenpeki able to take out Jonah. Tex taking out Kenpeki. Again, lots of trades. TSM getting pretty forced off of the spike here, and they're going for that defuse, and he's going to be able to... No, he's not going to be able to hold it. Nature's able to take out Trent just a few close seconds before that defuse is given. And that's going to give another round to TSM. TSM with a very strong eco, very strong momentum here. And I mean, I'd be very surprised if TSM could beat out, or if TSM, I mean, going into this matchup, I was looking at it earlier today, and I was like, man, the two games today are not going to be the most interesting games because I feel like it's going to be pretty clear cut who's going to win. The guard on TSM, the guard is almost certainly going to beat TSM. We saw a very strong play from disguised against the guard in that first game, and I really expected. Quite frankly, that to be one of the better performances that we saw against the guard. But I mean, TSM is winning. TSM is winning in this half, 2-7. I mean, that's not the closest thing. We could still see the guard win a few more rounds here and take control. Net able to get that pick on 7, and then Trent able to get 2 more kills, and Net taking out Kid Becky's going to finish that off. A flawless round there from the guard. Maybe they heard what I was saying. They want to take back the control. We'll see. We'll see if the guard. I mean, like I said, the guard is favored to win here. It should also be stated, very, very clearly that maybe the guard's poor performance is simply due to the fact that they don't have anybody working for them right now. The guard is completely out of business. The only people left are the coach and the players. So this is sort of like their last game, and maybe just with all of that happening, the guard just did not get the time they needed to do scrims, to warm up, to keep up that practice. And I mean, that could be the product of what we're seeing right here is the guard's slow fall. Um, as we did expect them to do very, very well, but then of course the guard laid off more than 90% of its employees, and now we could be seeing the fact that the guard just has not been able to get that practice and that quality time in with each other over the course of these past 2 weeks, just simply because nobody's been there to sort of tell them what to do and like, hey, here's what we need to be doing. Obviously, the coach and the players are still there, but it's not looking great for them behind the scenes, and that could be affecting their gameplay here today in the game. And we could be seeing the result of that. We're seeing quite a few pickoffs here. We've got a 3v2 right now in favor of TSM, but obviously they are attacking and they have not been able to get the spike down. We do have Net putting that turret up close in B main. Turret is seen and destroyed. They now know that TSM is likely on B. And TSM off of that is actually going to rotate to A, where Trent is waiting. I mean, it's a very close 3v2, but obviously they can only, they're not both going to hold one site. So it's going to be tough here. Net needs to rotate all the way over to A. We do get that ult from Trent. That spike's going to start going down with just a few seconds left. Trent taking out Corey and Kenpecky, and now it's a 2v1 situation, and Trent's going to take out 7, and that's going to give the guard another round. TSM has already secured the advantage going into the next half, but they would like to widen that, and the guard's not letting them. The guard wants to close that gap as much as possible and make it as easy for them to come back. We're looking at 4-7. I mean, could TSM get one more round under their belt, or are we going to be looking in this 12th round at the guard getting a 5-7? I mean, that's a very easy split to come back from. And I mean, we'll see how they play. But like I said, the guard, maybe over the course of the past 2 weeks, they just have not gotten the practice and the time playing that they needed because they didn't know what was happening with their jobs and with their careers here at the guard. Of course, the guard is still playing. I don't know exactly what's going to happen with the guard moving forward in challengers as a whole, and obviously we did see Breakthrough get bought by Mogul and Moist Esports today, or yesterday was the announcement. So we are seeing teams and players being bought mid-season, so we may see that again here with the guard, but as it stands, the guard maybe just doesn't know what they're doing and what's happening behind the scenes, and that definitely seems like it's affecting their gameplay, as we just saw TSM already taking out 2 of the guard's players here in round 12, trying to widen that gap. Trent able to take out Corey, though. A 3v4, we've seen a very strong performance from Trent. And we'll see now in this 3v4 what we could be looking at. I mean, we do see... Oh, Jonah able to take out 7, and then Tex with the showstopper is going to take out Kenpecky, and now it's a 3v2. The guard has the advantage in this round. GMD going to take out Tex. Nature going to take out Jonah, who's defusing, and Nature also going to take out Trent, and that's going to give TSM another round, 4-8. We've got a 4-round advantage for TSM moving into this next half. That's a pretty big advantage. I mean, this is really, really big for TSM. I mean, like I said, these past few. I mean, throughout the entire start of this, I mean, the guard was invited to this competition. Everyone sort of expected a very dominant performance, and we're seeing TSM able to beat them. And it definitely seems like maybe the guards' employee changes, management switches behind the scenes is affecting their gameplay because everybody expected them to be the number one team. Maybe M80 could beat them, maybe, but everybody sort of expected a very dominant performance from the guard, and we're not seeing that. TSM is now going to. I mean, they have the advantage going into this next half. We'll see. It is a little bit of an attack-sided map, so we'll see if maybe that is why the guard is losing this half, and we'll see if they can come back from that. We've got TSM on defense now, and the guard attacking, and it looks like they're going to be going for a B push. We see the guard um, we see the guard coming in here. They haven't switched the colors at the top. Sorry, that was what was confusing me. We do see the guard coming in through A here. It looks like maybe we could be looking at an A push. Is that what we're going to be seeing? We'll see. I mean, they may just no. It looks like they're going to be going for that plant. 7 trying to get that flank through tree is not going to be able to get it. Jonah taking out 7. Kenpeki taking out Jonah in response though. Tex with the Bullbot is going to take out Kenpeki, and Nature going to take out Tex. Lots of trades. It's a 3v3. The spike still isn't down. Valen finally feeling safe enough to plant. Is anybody going to try and stop him? He's ready for them trying to stop him, but Nature's still able to take out Valen. And now it's a 2v3. It's difficult for the guard. They don't have the spike anymore. Their position's pretty down. Net and Trent gonna have to push through this. Corey able to take out Net and also Trent. And that double kill is going to win the guard, or sorry, TSM that first, sorry, the colors switch. Colors finally switch. But yeah, that is going to give TSM that first win. And like I've always said repetitively, after that first win, you should always, after that pistol round, you should always force and get another round. And that's what we keep seeing happen, and that's what should be happening. So hopefully this should mean another, or at least hopefully for TSM, this should mean another round for them. The guard is not looking too great right now. I mean, a lot of their players just like it seems positionally like TSM might just have a little bit of an edge, and we just see the guard not able to hit their shots sometimes, a few whiffs, and this just isn't the pro play that we would like to see from these top teams, and it's a little bit disappointing. Because you do sort of expect a better performance from the guard, especially considering everybody's expecting them to be that top team, or at least at the very least top 2. And we see TSM just dominating so far. I mean, they won that pistol round. Like I said, maybe it was just they needed that player switch, but TSM was still able to get that first pistol round, or sorry, that side switch. And now we do see the guard able to get picks there, but mostly trades. Now it's a 2v3. The guard not looking too good right now. Corey was able to take out Net, giving them that advantage. Tech's actually going to be pushing up through top here. And going to take out Corey. Sees one of the other players, but that's going to be a good pick for Tex here. And we do see 7 through drop. Maybe going to be able to push in and get an unexpected kill. Is able to take out Tex, and that's going to be a 3k. And now it's down to Trent as 7 starts that defuse. Trying to shoot at it. See if they can't get them off the spike. And GMD through that smoke is going to take out Trent, who is firing through the smoke. And that's going to be that second round to TSM. Like I said, off of that first pistol round, you should secure another round. That's going to be a big round. Now, you do want most of your players to stay alive from that. I mean, you'd prefer a flawless round, but the guard did force there and did a lot of eco damage to TSM. So now TSM does sort of have to decide how they want to play this, if they're going to force or just save. Obviously, those 2 who stayed alive are just going to keep their guns from the previous round and maintain a pretty stable econ, but the other players aren't looking too great, and it looks like they're just going to force the guard, who did force last round, to try and win back some of that, to try and win back some of those, to try and win back that round, is now in a worse off position, because they did force and then lost. This is a so far a very big upset. I mean, the guard losing, even just that first half. You know, you could think maybe they just needed to switch halves. Was a little bit of a shocker, and now they're still losing. Now that they are on attacking, you'd think maybe on attacking they'd be able to take it back. Maybe it's a T-sided map, and they just needed to be on that attacking side. But I mean, TSM able to do a pretty good defense here, and GMD gonna get that early pick on Trent. Net taking out Corey though. GMD is getting hit by every blind and concuss, just trying to get away, and they do, and it's going to be an even trade. Both teams have a 4v4 situation going on. We do see Jonah trying to push in here, get that initiation going on. It's a 3v4, and I mean, GMD is going to get a 4K there. Kenpeki being the only other player in TSM to get that kill, and it's going to be 4 players left alive for TSM in that win. They need 2 more to win this first game, a pretty big upset. I mean, the guard just like I said, it seems like the stuff going on behind the scenes is impacting their performance in the game, and maybe they just didn't get all the practices that they needed to get through in these past 2 weeks. Didn't get to do all the scrims that they wanted to do. Just couldn't find the time with everything going on, and it seems to be affecting them. I mean, I thought maybe obviously the stuff went on behind the scenes, and a lot of the guard got laid off. Maybe the players are still left, the coach is still left. I mean, they should still have a pretty good season, but it looks like it may be impacting their gameplay. Not knowing what's happening with their jobs may actually be negatively impacting the guard's performance, and that is sort of what we're looking at here. It's 4-11 right now. That's not good for the guard, and TSM has won every single round so far in this second half. We'll see if the guard on attacking can finally get around. They're doing pretty good damage to TSM, pretty decent damage. Trent able to cash in on that, taking out 7. All of the other players, all of TSM is hurt except for GMD. So we'll see if the guard can take advantage of that. Corey just peeking out, Jiggle peeking, seeing if he can get a good pick there. But the guard is not pushing. They're staying still, hoping to get a little pick. TSM not peeking though. TSM is just holding those angles, waiting for the guard to push them, which they're not. No players moving, and it's on the attacking side to push, and they're not. They're sort of just waiting, hoping to get a pick. TSM playing very smart, not letting themselves get picked off. And we do see the guard pushing through that connector to B, that B link, and they're going through. They're going to be able to blind Nature. They don't know Nature's there, but they do concuss and blind Nature. So hopefully, maybe they can get that pick there. Nature's very low on health already, so maybe hopefully for TSM they can get this kill here. Or sorry, for the guard, they can get this kill here. And they are able to. Valen pushing through that, clearing that. Nature's going to get taken out. And like I said, TSM does have a little bit of damage done to them. Corey and Kenpeki are a little bit low. Not too bad, just some of their shield is broken. And then, of course, GMD is still at full health. Whereas only 3 of the guard's players are low. And, of course, it is a 5v3 situation. The guard is up very good right now. Kenpeki does see Jonah running through. Jonah's going to turn around and take out Kenpeki. It's now a 5v2. It's going to be very difficult for TSM here. They may just wish to save. And it looks like that's what they're doing, playing for picks. And Corey and GMD are both going to get picks. GMD's going to get 2. Corey's going to get 1. Trent trying to push and get another pick. Able to get both of them. That's going to be really good for the guard. Not going to let TSM save at all. Trying to hurt their econ as much as possible. It's going to work out here. TSM's going to have to full buy. None of them are going to be able to save here. And we do see not all of them have full shield, and not all of them have all their abilities. So that's definitely something to think about. They don't have that heal from Sky now, just simply because they could not afford it. So it's going to be a little bit more difficult for TSM, and the guard finally getting their footing here in the second half on attacking. We'll see if that's the boost they needed to win at least 7 more rounds to secure that overtime and 8 to win. We'll see if they can do that, or if TSM can get to that 12th round, secure an overtime at the very least, and then look for pushing for that 13th round. We do see a very forceful push here from the guard, but 7's still going to be able to get that pick on Valen and net before he dies. A 2-for-1 special is going to be very good for TSM here. 7 doing a very good amount of damage here is going to make it a 3v5 situation. Sorry, a 3v4 situation. They're going to be up a player. It's going to be a little bit easier for TSM to retake, even though the guard did have that Viper ult. Trent is inside of that Viper ult. TSM now has to figure out how they're going to attack this, and Jonah's able to pick up Nature, but Corey there to trade him off, and the guard can't afford trade. They need to be gaining back that player advantage in this 2v3 situation. When they're down a player, Kenpecky's going to be able to take out Tex, and it's just Trent in the Viper ult. Gonna have to try and spray through, but Trent only able to take out Corey. GMD going to take out Trent, and that's going to be that 12th round that TSM wanted to at the very least, secure this overtime. And with the way it's looking in this 5-12 position, I don't think the guard can win 7 rounds in a row. I think we're looking at a TSM win right here in this round. I mean, just with the way TSM has been performing, very, very surprisingly, they're doing very, very well against the guard. They haven't taken a single timeout. The guard taking their second timeout here. Like I said, I do think it is that stuff that's happening in the background of what's going on with the guard, with their staffing changes, and by that I mean laying off most of their staff. I think a lot of the members of the guard didn't know if they were going to actually be playing and continuing, because they didn't know if they would still have jobs or if they were just going to be laid off. And because of that uncertainty, I feel like maybe they just didn't get that practice that they needed. They didn't get those scrims in. They didn't get that team practice that they needed. And you do see TSM playing very, very well here positionally against the guard. A lot of similar KDs. I mean, we've got 17-10 for Nature, and then 17-14 for Trent. 15-12 for Net, and then 15-10 for GMD. But then you start to get a little bit of a difference here. Corey with the 14-14, Jonah with the 11-14, Tex with the 10-14, Kenpeki with the 12-10. And then Valen having a very, very poor performance here with a 3-14. We honestly may be looking at Valen being the reason the guard's losing this. I mean, he's just not playing as well as he could. He's on controller. He shouldn't be playing the best of the team. And it's a little bit disappointing to see Tex as the duelist in that second to bottom frag. But we also do see that on the TSM team, both controllers are in that top frag position. And we also see their duelists not performing the best. So neither team's duelists are doing the best that they possibly could be. And the guard having a very, very poor game right now. It's just not going the best that it could. And we do see Valen suffering a little bit. Yeah, and maybe if the Valen can pick it back up and try and get towards moving towards that positive KD. And getting those kills back, maybe he can move forward. Jonah able to get a pick on GMD is going to immediately give the guard that player advantage as they push into C here. And they're pushing in here. We don't have any ults from the guard to try and give them this positional advantage. And we do see Nature taking out Valen, and then they're gonna move into that Killjoy lockdown is going to force the guard off of the site. Jonah just got to hold it, see if he can get any people pushing out, while the rest of the guard goes ahead and rotates over towards A. It's a 4v4 situation. The guard, Jonah is looking for those picks, pushing slowly through C here, seeing if he can catch any stragglers, and he's going to slowly rotate through that defender spawn towards that A position. Trent able to take out 7, and then Kenpeki going to get Tex, who's going up the rope. Not very good positionally for Tex. And TSM able to catch him off guard, but Trent there to catch Kenpeki off guard, and then Jonah with that flank is going to take out Corey. Nature, though, taking out Jonah, preventing him from pushing. It's a 2v1 situation. TSM is now down a player. It went from a 4v4 to now a 2v1. Not great for Nature, but also in Nature's favor is he has more health than both of those players combined. He's definitely in a good position. Net with only 1 HP. Pushing through his smoke here. The turret's not going to get activated. They're not entirely sure where they could be. Nature doesn't know where the other players are, and Trent's going to take out Nature from tree. I mean, Nature just didn't know where to look there. He thought people were where they weren't because he didn't see people. And the guard was able to just catch him lacking. Very, very nice round from the guard. They need to win 6 in a row if they want to get to that overtime position. TSM has secured at the very least that overtime. And we could be looking at the guard losing a game here. A very, very devastating game here. Again, like I said, I do think that what's happening behind the scenes is impacting the guard's performance. And just especially Valen. It looks like Valen just he's not been able to play his best. He's not been able to to really help his team get this advantage. Whereas all of the members of TSM are playing pretty well. I mean, they're all maintaining that pretty high kill to death ratio. Um, Obviously, none of them neither team is completely positive. Um, but you wouldn't expect that in pro play. What you would expect is maybe Valen not only having I think 3 or 4 kills. You'd expect probably more from him, and it's a little bit disappointing that he doesn't have more than that. And I think that's what's hindering the guard's performance right now. And it does look like we're going to have an A push, and the guard's able to get on site. TSM playing far back. Nature taking a little bit of damage here. This is a save round for them. They're light buying. So, they're not expecting to win this round. But it would be nice to do some damage to the guard's econ. Their econ is already pretty hurt, and winning that last round was definitely a little bit of a good boost for their econ. And TSM now just thinking, okay, we have room to save, so we're going to do it. Valen taking out Kenpeki, Tex taking out GMD, Valen also taking out 7. He's starting to get those kills back, maybe evening the tide. Nature taking out Valen, Net taking out Corey, and Jonah taking out Nature is going to give the guard another round, a round that they do need. Like I said, they need as much of a boost here. We saw Valen get more kills this round than we've seen him for the. I think he almost doubled his kills. Like I said, I think Valen may be dragging the guard behind. He's now got 5 kills instead of 3, so that's pretty good for Valen. Throughout the entirety of this game, he's only gotten 5 kills. He's definitely sort of starting to hinder the TSM's performance. He's usually one of those top frag players, and so it's a little bit weird to see him on this sort of lower position. We see TSM immediately ulting that B mid area. The guard is going to have to play off here. It looks like they're going to be going towards C. We get that net lockdown out is going to sort of start to force TSM off of that. I don't think they're going to challenge that. 7 is watching that entrance. He does get smoked off, though, by Valence. That's good for him. Kenpeki, though, able to take out Trent with that flank. Corey able to take out Valen. Jonah able to get a pick on Corey. So trading off Corey there, but it's now a 3v4. Not looking great for the guard. And we do see the guard coming in into B. It looks like just sort of pushing, watching that. They're not going to catch anybody. Nature is there, but will Nature push that? I don't think so. He knows that they're there. He definitely heard them, and he's going to use that Viper's Pit. Gonna get Flash, and Jonah's going to take advantage of that, taking out Nature. It's now a 3v3. They've evened it. Tex able to take out 7, but Kenpeki trading that off. Kenpeki also able to take out Jonah. It's now a 1v2 situation as Kenpeki is even the tide with that 3k. Can he get that 4k? Can he take out Net here? He does get blinded, and Net does reveal his position. Kenpeki's going to take out Net, and that's going to give TSM the win for this first game. Now, the guard, I'll give it to them. They had a pretty good attacking round. I mean, they were able to make up some of that ground, but they just did not win nearly enough rounds in that first half. I mean, I think it was 4-8 moving into that second half. Just not a great situation. I'm not going to lie. I mean, if we look at the standings, I'll go ahead and pull it up here. Let me go to this. If we go to the standings, let me go to the website. Go to standings. I will also just quickly mention, because it is sort of topical. In Group A, Breakthrough did get purchased by Moist Moguls Esports, and so there's no more Breakthrough. Yeah, so that's just something to note. They're still playing today against Turtle Troop, but they have switched names and ownership. We'll see if that affects their gameplay at all. I mean, they're still probably going to be one of those top 3 teams. I don't expect anything different. What I did want to look at here is you do see that the guard is 2-0. And maybe that could change. I mean, again, everybody's expecting the guard to be this, in this top spot position. That's not what we've seen. We just saw that the guard lost a round to TSM. I mean, hopefully Valen can get back into his groove and get back that round, but definitely not looking good for him. We'll go ahead and take a look at this clip that we have.
Viper's Pit goes down. Trent looking to challenge, finds the first. Doesn't expect a second applaud, but still finds the kill. Trent, are you kidding? One more in the corner! Trent, 1v3! Inside of the green haze and the guard all.
Very, very nice clip there. From Trent, who played he played very, very excellently for the guard. I'll give him that, but he did not have he wasn't able to carry his team to victory. I will also once again, like I do every time, go over the way that this tournament works.
And 6 teams have been directly invited to form the Challengers.
So, in Challenger Split 1, the way that it works is there's 6 teams that made it through a tournament. There's 6 teams that qualified. Sorry, give me 1 second. And then there's 6 teams. So yeah, there's 6 teams that qualified through a tournament, and then there's 6 teams that were just invited because they're already established names. The Guard was one of those teams. The Guard was one of those teams. Those players were put in a round robin type style. So there's 2 groups. There's Group A and Group B. The Group A people play against people in the Group A in the Group A. Group B people play against people in Group B. Pretty straightforward. Pretty simple. They're competing for points. You get points basically by winning your matchup. It's best 2 of 3 for those matchups. You get more points depending on how well you win against somebody, and you lose more points depending on how badly you're beaten by somebody. And then the top 8 teams from that get to go to this mid-season invitational, which will be taking place starting next month. The mid-season invitational is pretty much the top 8 teams just playing for even more points. Then everybody's back in Split 2 playing for, you guessed it, more points. And then the top 8 teams from that, just like the top 8 teams got to go to this invitational, the top 8 teams from this get to go to the playoffs. Now, if the bottom 4 teams, if you're in the bottom 4 teams, you're out. You don't have a chance. No more chances for you. And then these 8 teams are basically playing in a bracket-style tournament, so there will be a last chance bracket. So if you get out in that first round where it's where there's 8 teams, the 4 teams that get out there will play against each other in a lower bracket, and then the rest of the teams play up here. The top 2 teams from that move on to the Ascension Tournament, which is a big tournament. Basically, the winner of that gets to go to Tier 1, which is the big boys of Valorant Esports. The winner of that is like the best team in the world for this season. So, but like I said, everybody sort of expected the Guard to get to this position. And I honestly do think that is still what's going to happen. I'm not expecting them to just get, rolled over. I honestly may even expect a win here in this second game, and then a third. I do expect a decider to happen. I do expect the Guard to win this. I do think Valor's just not having a great game. But I do expect him to take it back here. Sorry, my voice is all over the place right now. But I do expect him to take it back here. And again, like I said, Breakthrough did get purchased by Moist Moguls. So they do have a Valorant team. They've been competing in Rocket League previously, as well as Smash. And it looks like they're getting into the Valorant game. They decided to just buy Breakthrough, who was already through that tournament. So yeah, so some new ownership there. I do believe the coach is the same. I believe the players are the same. So it's nothing different as far as that goes. It's just that the ownership is different and the branding is different. So yeah, it's not Breakthrough anymore. It's Moist Moguls. And they are playing against Turtle Troop today. As far as my predictions for that, my predictions going into this matchup between TSM and the Guard, I was anticipating a win for the Guard, a 2-0 victory. Now I'm looking at probably a 2-1 victory. I still expect them to win. Despite that poor performance from them, I do think they are still one of those top 2 teams in the tournament, and I do expect them to win here. What we are looking at, though, next is Turtle Troops against Moist Mogul. based on Moist Mogul's performance in these past few weeks. In their past 2 games, I do expect them to beat Turtle Troop here. Turtle Troop is the bottom team in the Group A. And so I do expect Moist Mogul to beat out Turtle Troop here. So yeah, that's pretty much it. My dog's probably gonna start barking right now, so I apologize. Maybe not actually. He's doesn't look like he is. Initiating, please stand by. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I do, again, like I've mentioned already, I do definitely want to talk about the fact that the guard did lay off most of their employees. I think that is something we have to talk about, and I do think it relates to the poor performance we've seen from the guard so far. I do think the fact that most of the guard was being laid off was a big factor in the reason the guard did have a little bit of a poor performance today, because I think there was a scary time for the players and the coach where they didn't know if they were actually going to continue playing in this season, and I think that uncertainty of maybe we may not even continue playing gave them enough of a down, like a down mood and mental of like, maybe this isn't, maybe we're not going to continue in this season. And I think that sort of mindset and that sort of doomer mindset is actually contributing here to this poor performance from the guard. um I mean, I'd be surprised if that wasn't the reason, if it was just simply that Valor's playing poorly. I do think that's part of it, but I also think the main part is a lot of unexpected stuff happened in the past 2 weeks. Unexpected for not just the players, but the employees of the guard. And so, yeah, they're definitely not, they were not expecting things to go the way that they have gone. And now they sort of need to just power through it, power through this season, knowing that the team of the guard probably does not have a future. What the Whoa. Was that on my end? Okay, no, it wasn't on my end. Okay, that was weird. Um yeah, I do think I guess while we are in this sort of downtime, we can most certainly talk about um the obvious fact, which is that esports is sort of on a downward trend right now. And I think the reasoning is because a lot of the big investors in a lot of these big esports companies are are like sports owners, or just, people who think they could make, venture capitalists thinking that it might be profitable. And I think a lot of these sports owners who own stadiums or other teams who are playing like baseball, football, whatever, I think those owners think esports will be profitable in the same way that regular sports is. But I honestly don't think that's true. Because at the end of the day, the reason regular sports is so profitable is because people get charged to watch those sports in person. Nobody's being charged to watch this live stream. I'm doing this for free. Everybody's watching this for free. The people who profit the most from this is Knights Arena, who get to take sponsors to essentially earn money here. Um, in any case, we'll go ahead and move on from that and go ahead and take a listen at what these broadcasters have to say.
I'm going to give out Dust's personal email for that comment. You guys can say everything you want.
Cat
just
facts.
hammer
I'm a
him.
huge fan of
Exactly.
that.
Sign him up for all of the subscription services.
You can test how good my spam blocker is. We don't know. So it bats pretty well for me. Some get through, but it does pretty good. You know what else did pretty good? TSM's attacking side on this map.
That's what I was
Nice.
going to talk about. If you actually look, you talk about things getting through. It was TSM getting through the defense that the guard was putting up. It was a particularly brutal defensive half for the guard. Coming into today as well, they only lost one pistol across the first 2 weeks. They lose both here on the opening map. But really, their defensive side is brutal, and you can see what we're talking about there. The amount of post plants that TSM had. It seemed like the guard just could not stop TSM from getting site control shift.
And it's not just that they couldn't stop from getting site control. It was how good TSM were at making small sites feel large. A lot of different cool crossfire setups. We kind of mostly saw that with Nature playing alongside Seven. That one key round where it's like, oh, surely the guard get the retake here. No, not the case. This random crossfire situation comes out, and TSM's completely take the guard off guard. I hate to bring up the easy wordplay there, but the fact of the matter is that, you know, it starts first and foremost with how TSM were getting into sight, and you look to Kanpeki, I think, as far as how successful TSM were in those first stretches of offensive rounds. I mean, Kanpeki was like 8-2 with 6 assists at one point through like 4 rounds. And if you're getting that much participation out of a brand new initiator, you have to know that things are really gelling nicely. And then as soon as that started to fail, it was players like Nature who really stepped up to really lock down those post plants. So it was multifaceted. It was at least 2 dimensions large, and TSM's offense.
And I do want to talk about before the screen disappears. Valen went 5-17. That is not great. I mean, the final score was like 13-7, 13-8, which is about 25 rounds, and he only got 5 kills. That is pretty abhorrent. I would say like I'm disappointed in him, but I honestly just think a lot of stuff went badly that game, and a lot of stuff just did not go the way that it should have. So I'm not actually disappointed in Valen. I think he needs to regroup his mental and sort of get back on the horse. I think he just had a pretty poor performance. He slipped up a little bit. He didn't know where to play positionally. He wasn't using his util properly. He wasn't peeking at the right time. He was just getting picked off. He wasn't hitting his shots. These are things that could be pretty easily solved with just like a quick little mental reset. Gets himself back in the groove. I don't want to like just slam on him, say everything he did wrong. Let's go ahead and look at these maps. So we did see Split and Fracture were banned. TSM picked Lotus, and the Guard picked Pearl. We've seen a lot of Pearl maps, and I honestly do think the Guard can win this round, this game, and move us to that decider, which will be on Ascent. Another very nice map. And another map we've seen a lot is Ascent and Pearl are the 2 maps we've seen a lot. Lotus is of course the new map here. No, I believe there was only 1 game in this Challengers season that was played on Bind. Bind is no longer an option. Split is of course an option now. We're getting to that new ranked queue. The first 2 weeks we did not have that. Those were removed. Bind and Split and Lotus were removed from ranked play just while Lotus was being introduced, and then when Lotus did come out, they ranked changed it so that way Bind was removed, and so is Breeze. So now those 2 maps are not options, whereas now Lotus and Split are options. Split was not an option before. So we may see new map play, and we already have. We saw this game on Lotus. But so far, I don't think for the rest of this matchup. For the rest of this matchup is Pearl and then Ascent. I do think we're going to see that decider. We'll go ahead and take a look here and at the player picks on Pearl. We see Nature on Fade, Valen on Astra, GMD on Astra, Jonah on KO, Corey on Jet, Trent on Sova, Net and Seven both on Killjoy, Tex on Jet, and Kanpeki on KO. Sorry. The only differences here are in one of the initiators, which the difference here is the Guard picked Sova, and TSM picked Nature. TSM picked Fade, not Nature. So yes, we will see a little bit of a differing play here. But unlike Ascent, where everybody's going to have a Sova on their team, Pearl does have sort of that freedom and lineups for both Fade and Sova to play very, very well. So we'll see what happens here. We are looking hopefully for the guard. I mean, Valen can get back in it on this Astra and start playing better. And hopefully even up and even up that score in a 1-1 situation. We're now looking into the round start. Both teams, of course, full buying or buying as much as they can, as we usually see. And I'd be surprised if the guard did lose this game, or even this matchup. Like I said, I still expect them to win this matchup. I think they definitely had a poor game last game, but I do think they can come back from it. I do think TSM got very, very lucky, and I think the guard just didn't play as well as they could have, and I do expect that guard to win this game. But I I thought TSM was gonna, or sorry, I thought the guard was gonna win the last game, and they didn't. So we could be seeing we could see something I'm not expecting. We never know. So, anyways, we're looking at the guard push onto B on attacking. Valen already getting that spike down, and TSM just waiting for their team. They're all going to push together. We do see maybe Kenpeki's looking at that flank. I mean, he's holding that mid, just making sure nobody's in that mid position. We see Net actually going back more towards their spawn to watch any stragglers from mid. But nobody's pushing through mid. We've got 4 through that mid link, and then we've got GMD coming in through CT. GMD able to take out Valen, Corey able to take out Trent, Tex able to get a double kill on 7 and Corey, and then GMD able to trade that off and take out Tex. It's going to give TSM a 1-player advantage. It doesn't matter, though. Net coming through that link is going to take out GMD. Nature taking out Jonah. Net taking out Kenpeki. Is there time? There is just barely 0.03 time for that defuse from Nature. Almost every player dead that round, excluding Nature. A very, very nice round from both teams, but the guard just not able to play defense for long enough. I mean, we saw that half from Kenpeki, and that's all that they needed. They needed that spike to get to the half defusal, and it was there. So, of course, now TSM is going to force, and we should see another round from them here. Is the guard going to have a good attacking round? We'll have to see. I mean, they did not have the best attacking round last game. TSM had a very great attacking round. But, of course, Lotus, usually both teams on attacking round have better, or on attacking half, usually have better halves. But we'll see here. The guard pushing slowly through B again. We did see 7 firing with a Marshall there. I don't think they saw anybody. It was more of like a warning shot. And it looks like 7 with the Bulldog is going to be peeking out. Tex able to take out 7 though. Nature taking out Tex though. And it's a trade, a 4v4 situation. Trent taking out Kenpeki and Corey taking out Trent is going to make it a 3v3 situation. Some mid play there, but TSM is going to back off and move more towards rotating towards B. Net is still at middle. GMD able to take out Jonah, and Nature able to take out Valen, and it's now a 3v1 situation for Net. Net coming through that mid link. Doesn't really know where Corey is. Corey's going to be able to use their smoke to push out there, take a Net. 3 players left alive, and none left alive for the guard. They're going to be able to defuse, and that's going to be 2-0. Moving in so far. I mean, TSM forced, and it was worth it. The guard decided to save, and it was worth it. They did lose, so it was a good choice to save. Again, TSM did lose 2 of their players, so they're not in the best position econ-wise. They're going to have to save pretty heavily here, whereas the guard, because they saved, should win this round. They do have better guns. It's going to be a gun diff, and if the guard can play better this game than last game, they should be able to take another round. We see actually 3 of TSM pushing pretty aggressively through that A main, which the guard backs off of. They were there. They read them pretty well, TSM did, and now the guard's going to back up off of that and rotate more towards that B side where we have that Killjoy and Astra setup, which could be devastating if they do end up pushing through it. Without taking it out, we get that Sentry in through that mid link as well to watch any rotation through mid. Which it looks like Jonah and Trent might be doing. The guard slowly pushing. They're waiting for those players to push through mid. And we just see Trent actually rotating back through that B main while Jonah waits in mid. And it looks like the guard is actually going to back up off of that and move towards A after seeing that Astra setup. Jonah is going to... Sorry, let me turn the sound on just a little bit. Yeah, the guard... actually, it looks like a lot of them are still staying B. We get that Sova drone out more towards that A side, and we see the guard pushing up through B main now. A little bit of a bait, but the Killjoy util is still there, and it's going to do a little bit of good work keeping the guard off, which is crucial. I mean, they've got 10 seconds left, and they need to plant. There's no setup there, though, and they're going to be able to get that plant down. Jonah taking out 7, Corey taking out Valen, 4v4 situation now, and the spike is down for the guard. They just have to play post-plant. They can play post-plant long. They don't have to push up. Tex is pushed up, though. He's in the hall. Will he be able to use that position to get a pick, or is he just going to get picked off himself? He is. Nature going to take out Tex, but Net going to take out GMD. Nature going to fire back and take out Net. And we're going to see Nature ult here, down long. It's not going to hit Trent, though. It might have. Jonah taking out Nature. And Corey. Trent going to take out Kenpeki, and that's going to give them that round. Very, very nice from the guard. They just needed to play long, and they did. The 2 players from the guard that were pushed up did die, so the guard just decided to play back, and it worked out. It's now a 2-1 the score. TSM does have a little bit of econ here. They were able to light by. So they did lose a little bit of econ, but they also still had a pretty stable econ, especially from those players that did survive that second round. Moving into round 4, and it looks like the guards looking at that A push. They did back off last time from A after a very aggressive 3-player push up A main from TSM. The guard did back off of that, and they don't have that many players here this time. And it looks like we're seeing the guard. Are they going to commit to this A? It looks like they're backing up a little bit. TSM, who did push out pretty aggressively down B main, is now going to be rotating back towards A. Over towards A. And the guard is going to be pushing up here. And it looks like they're going to commit. There is a little bit of Astra setup there. It's going to maybe keep them off. We do see that Killjoy lockdown go down, and Tex is pushing in through mid. They're not expecting it, and the Tex is going to be able to take out Kenpeki. That's going to be an early player advantage in a 4v5 now for TSM. It's going to be difficult. 7 and Nature pushing through that connector, and Valen and Tex are going to take them out. GMD taking out Tex, though, for a little bit of a trade, but it's a 2v4 situation. It's not going to be great for TSM. It's very, very difficult for them now. The spike is planted now, and all that the guard has to do is watch it from main. We do see Valen pushing through connector, is going to be able to get a pick on GMD, but not expecting Corey to be where Corey is going to be able to take out Valen. Corey's just going to save now. He did full buy, and it'd be nice to be able to save the gun and the shield, as he still has full shield, so be very, very good econ for Corey here. It's already going to be devastating to TSM to lose that round on that force buy, and so it's not going to be great for them, and Corey's going to get away with that save. It looks like Valen's going to take out 7. Sorry. I'm tired. Anyways, a very, very good round from the guard. TSM won those first 2 rounds, and the guard definitely does not want to repeat of the last game where they sort of got devastated by TSM both on attacking and defense. They definitely want to gain that advantage back, win this game, and go to that decider, because quite frankly, they're one of the forces to be reckoned with. The fact that they lost that first game at all is big and devastating to the guard. And we now see the guard pushing up through to that B main. Where TSM isn't. TSM is actually looking more towards mid and A, and they only have a Killjoy sentry over on B, so we do see the guard pushing in. We get that Astra util starting to go down, but it's a little bit late. The guard's already pushed into sight. TSM, who played very, very far back, is now going to have to come back together and play retake. And we get that Astra ult down from Valor, and now they just have to play it. They just have to play around that Astra ult, hold angles. We do see Tex with that shorty. He's just going to hold it. He does get spotted by the fade, but still able to take him out with the help of Jonah. Corey able to get a pick with their knives, but Jonah having a 3K is going to make it a 1v4 quickly with Corey. Corey's in a very bad position right now, not able to get that kill on Jonah, and Jonah jumping, and that right click is going to take out Corey, finish him off. He's going to give the guard another round. It's now 2-3. The guard getting that advantage that they just did not have last game. Valen definitely seems to be playing better. I keep calling him Valor for some reason. Valen definitely seems to be playing better now that he is, I don't know, maybe he was just able to recoup, and that better play from Valen, and the team as a whole for the guard is going to definitely be very, very helpful here. TSM, who's just not playing great. 7 and Kentucky both have 0 kills still, going into this 6th round, so it's not great for them. They definitely are still in a very, very winnable position. This is their first full buy round in a little while, so hopefully they can win off of this round, hopefully for TSM. And we see the guard. The guard is pushing through B. We saw that Sova drone go down. Kentucky announces that he has that Corey announces that he has that operator by shooting that drone. Will that scare the guard enough to back up? It doesn't look like it. 3 of them still pushing through main. While 2 of them actually push through mid. 7's ready for it though. Will Net be able to take him out? He will, but Kentucky's going to take out Net, and Kentucky's also going to take out Jonah's ultimate. Both of those mid lurkers are going to be taken out. Tech's able to take out Corey though. It's an op versus an op, and Tex just proves himself to be better. Trent takes out Kenbecky, and it's now a 2v4 situation. Can they get the res off on Jonah? No, they're just going to let him die. So now it's a 2v3 situation. And Nature's going to push through this mid link, but Tex is waiting. Tex is holding it. Waiting for Net. Oh, he's not able to get that kill, and now it's just Tex in hall, going to have to defend himself. Oh, and Fade with the pull. He's going to be able to keep him off. Tex pushing up, trying to find them, see where they are. We get that ping off. Oh, and catches Nature trying to run away. GMD is not going to push this. There's no time on that spike, and he's just going to save the operator. A very, very nice round for the guard with 3 players still left alive. It's going to be good for them. It's now 2-4, and that was a big full buy from TSM, and it didn't pay off. A really big investment that's just not going to get returned. So now the guard, who has a very stable econ, is going to be just continuing to buy, continuing to dominate here, it looks like, in this half. And they definitely do not want a repeat of last game, where they just did not perform that well. They're definitely trying to prove themselves to be better than that. And we're definitely seeing that. The guard pushing here through a main, it looks like, where there's only 1 player. The rest of TSM trying to get that read off and go B, but guess what? Nobody's there. None of the guard is there pushing through B or even mid. And the entirety of the guard is now droning and going through A, and TSM's not ready for it. GMD is going to have to back off here and wait for his team, while the rest of TSM pushes here through that A. Are they going to go for that 4-man flank? They're hoping maybe they'll rotate back, but they're not. No, it's a full pushing to A, and GMD is the only player there. Tech's going to take GMD out, and now 4v5. TSM's going to have to play retake here against a very strong post plant here. They've got Sova, they've got Killjoy, they've got KO even can help out for the guard on this post plant from main. They do have Tex pushed up with that Phantom, and is Tex just going to get picked off, or is he going to be able to take somebody out? I mean, they throw that Killjoy Molly back there to try and ward off anybody that's back there, but it misses. Tex going to be able to get a 4K off of that. Corey finally shutting down Tex with that operator, and now he's just going to back up. I mean, it's a 1v3 situation. All he has is an op. He's going to run away. Net actually pushing through that defender side of spawn to try and deny that save of the op. Are we going to see it denied? No, it looks like Net's just going to hold in that spawn. Not going to get too greedy against an op and decides to back off. The guard has been able to consistently save... Sorry, TSM has been able to consistently save their operator. And we do see that again here. This is definitely going to be difficult for TSM. I mean, they're down 2-5. We're actually sort of starting to see what happened to the guard last game. reverse the roles and start having TSM where TSM is not having a great defense here, and the guard is having a great defense. They're winning quite a few of these rounds here. TSM deciding not to try and go for that 4-man push down main. Trying not to get those reads. The guard actually pushing a little bit through A, a little bit through mid, and a little bit into B. Getting a little bit of everything just to see where it's strong, and we're going to see that spike go through mid. And they're ready for it. Oh, there was a flash, but Kenpecky's not able to get a pick off that 7 there, though, to take out Jonah and Valen, while Nature takes out Tex. Net able to take out 7, who's coming through that link, and now it's a 3v2. Very, very good for TSM here. We've got 2 in mid and 1 on A, and guess what? TSM has the spike. It's going to be difficult. The guard definitely has to come in now and try and get that back through link. They don't know where people are. They don't know if anybody's in connector. They don't know who's in mid, who's watching mid, and TSM's actually backed off a little bit from the spike. They're not really holding any nice angles or anything crazy like that. We see Net actually holding that door. Here's some footsteps, but isn't going to see anybody. Nature's going to see Net first before Net can see him, and Nature's going to get that kill. Trent now going to have to push this and try and get that spike. Able to wallbang Nature and get that spike, making sure to check connector, but JMD is just going to push out as Trent is running back. Trent thought he was safe going through that link, but he's not. It's going to get taken out by GMD. TSM finally able to get maybe a little bit of a foothold here. 3-5 now is the score. Maybe TSM is starting to get this foothold back in a 3v5 situation. I say maybe with a very strong emphasis on the word, because we did see the guard win 4-8, 4 out of 12 of the rounds going to the next half, and then they lost. So TSM maybe getting a little bit of their foothold back, but also maybe not. We've got 3-5 to score. Their econ's now a little bit stronger than it was before. The guard still with a very, very strong econ. We're just going to see both teams continuing to fall by. We see that op shot from Corey down mid, trying to scare them off, but the guard's already pushed in through V link, and they're looking down link. Corey's right there in connector. Tag's gonna see him first with that op and take him out. And now that's an early pick for the guard. It's gonna be a 4v5. No more op for TSM, but 7 able to take out Trent and Kenpecky able to take out Net. And off of that, we're gonna see that Killjoy lockdown go down. Tex and Valor now. Valen, not Valor, coming in through that B long, and they're gonna look down towards B to see if they can maybe see any players peeking, but TSM is not peeking. In fact, they actually think the guard is in mid, and who can blame them? They were mid just a few minutes ago, and TSM actually pushed more into A, but we see that knife go off on B, and off of that, TSM's gonna start trying to rotate more back towards B. We're seeing that spike go down now. And we're going to see, we're going to see it go down for long, and the guard's actually going to push through mid. It looks like going through that link to just try and see if they can find anybody. That Fatal is missed on all of them. Not the best Fatal for TSM there. It is a 4v3 situation. TSM is up a player, so it shouldn't be too difficult for them. Tex does have that operator, though. TSM's now going to start defusing. GMD guarding that defuse. Tex going to take out 7. GMD taking out Tex in response. It's now a 3v1, but that spike's diffused. It's now just down to Jonah to try and get some picks, but GMD is going to pick off Jonah. TSM starting to get their foothold back. It's now a 4v5, sorry, a 4-5 score situation. TSM in a little bit of a better situation. They definitely want to prevent, at the very least, prevent the guard from having any advantage going to the next half, and at the very most, get themselves an advantage, or maybe even tie it up, try and keep it even. We did see TSM have a very, very good attacking half last game against the guard, so maybe they can try and get that, get that repeat when they're on attacking. And we do see the guard actually going for a full A push, it looks like, but we do see a lot of util go down. Is that util going to scare the guard off? No, it looks like they're still pushing in, and we see that Killjoy lockdown go down. It's going to try and force them off. We see the KO knife come out. My voice is cracking. We're going to see TSM now backing off. The guard is pushing in off of that Killjoy ult. We do see that Astra ult go down as well, which is going to almost force TSM off. We do see 7 taking out Jonah and GMD getting 2 picks. Net going to take out 7, but one of those picks from GMD is going to take out and I mean, just some really nice kills from TSM overall is going to garner them another win, and it's going to tie it up. 5-5 is the score, and the Guard now looking at a pretty poor econ. I mean, not all of them can full buy. It's a difficult situation. They're going to have to just buy for next, and light buy here. And the Guard, it looks like, are taking a timeout. They were on top, and then they started losing. TSM was just able to find it within themselves to tie it back up. And so now off of that 3-round win streak, because here's the thing, TSM won the first 2 rounds, and then the Guard had a very nice 5-round win streak, and now TSM is winning again. They've got 2 rounds. Can this timeout help the Guard win a few more rounds? You know, get that advantage, at least 2 more wins, so that way they can have at the very least a 2-round advantage going into the next half. Or is this timeout going to be in vain? Is TSM just going to be able to take advantage of the fact that the Guard has not been playing well today, and secure another win? We'll see. I mean, yeah, we'll have to see. The score is 5-5. It's tied. The Guard a little bit scared that their win streak got broken with a 2-round win streak from TSM. Will TSM be able to continue some momentum here? I mean, the Guard, for the first time since that win streak started, is having a little bit of a poor econ, and TSM now having a pretty decent econ is going to be able to play well, at least for this next round and maybe the next few rounds. You see the Guard now playing a little bit of default, just playing for picks, it looks like, you know, pushing in a little bit. TSM with the read has 4 down in B main, and 1 watching that mid link. Nobody on A except for a few of Killjoy's, of Astra's util. TSM actually read it very, very well. That drone's going to come out of main. TSM's going to stay there while the Guard backs up. Now TSM sort of definitely gets that vibe that they're backing up. The spike is still B side. I do think the Guard is trying to bait out that rotate from TSM, but it's not working. 3 out of the 5 are still watching that main. And we do see it paying off as Nature gets 3 kills. Dex only managing to get 1. GMD gonna get a kill, and Nature gonna get that 4K there. No ace there for Nature, as it's stolen by GMD, but still a very, very nice round for TSM there. He's gonna secure them, at the very least, a tied game going to the next half. But with the way the Guard's econ looks in this final 12th round, we actually could be looking at TSM having an advantage. TSM can full buy, the Guard cannot in this last round. We see Vandals and Light Shield, Bulldog and Light Shield, even a Marshall and Full Shield. Just some weird buys here for the Guard. Their econ's not looking great in this last round. Can they secure another round and at the very least tie it up going to the next half? Or are they going to have a disadvantage going to this next half? I mean, the Guard did not have a very good first game. TSM just trying to get another win here. Trying to just 2-0 the Guard would be huge for everybody in Group B, because everybody sort of expects the Guard to dominate Group B, and they're just not having a very good round. As I speak, Jonah takes out Corey. Kenpeki is able to get 2 picks, but Net finally trades off Kenpeki. 7 takes out Net, and Tex takes out 7. Is going to make it a 2v2. Lots of trades between either team. GMD with the flank, he's going to be able to take out Tex. And now it's a 2v1 situation. Trent just holding that spike. Nature, as Fade, is just going to try and get some vision. I mean, GMD just was not ready for Trent to push out there. A little bit of a difficult position, but Nature's just going to take out Trent. That's going to be a good round. Where's the audio gone? What? There's no audio. Yeah, okay. It's not just me. Okay. Don't know where the audio went. A little bit of some technical difficulties, it looks like, for Knights Arena there. But yeah, a very, very good first half for TSM. I'm honestly, I'm very surprised so far in TSM's performance and especially the guard's performance. Everybody sort of expected the guard to win this round. I mean, this game. No, sorry, this matchup even. But it's looking like TSM is moving closer and closer towards that 2-0 victory. The guard is now on defense, and we see TSM going through B. But it looks like they're going to back off. 3 of them going through mid with the spike. Spike on Campeki. We do see a little bit of that Killjoy setup in B-Link and Art. So hopefully for the guard, they're able to sort of predict where TSM is going. 7 able to come through Link, and that Killjoy turret is going to go off. Now they know Jonah's going to push them and able to get 2 picks on GMD and 7. Still not spiked down, but they did kill 2 out of the 3 players that were pushing through mid. It's now a difficult position. We do still have 2 of TSM pushing through long. Nature able to finally take out Jonah, and it's now a 3v4. Still a good position for the guard. Tex able to take out Corey. He's not going to make it a 2v5. Difficult position. Kenpeki now has now going to try and get that spike down. Trying to bait the guard out. Kenpeki is going to take out Valen and Tex. Very, very nice in a 1v2 situation now. He flashes himself in that 1v2 situation. And not able to take out Net. Net, who has a Sheriff. A little bit of a gun diff there. Kenpeki is going to get taken out, and that's going to give it another round. A round to the guard, trying to bridge that 2-round gap that they had going into this second half. The guard trying to get that back, go into that tight position. Off of that first round, like I always say, they should get another round. Just full buy, force, get guns here, and then try and win that second round of this half, and secure yourself another round. Tie it up, very, very nice. That's definitely what the guard wants, but and it looks like TSM may just allow that. They're going for that save, so that way they can buy that third round of the half. And we do see TSM now pushing in through main. Yeah, they're coming in, but Fallon trying to hold them off with that Spectre is actually going to work. It looks like TSM is playing back a little bit. We get that KO knife off, which is going to detect 3 of them. 3 of them, and TSM's going to be a little bit scared of that, it looks like, and they're going to start pushing towards B. The guard almost expecting that a little bit. We do see Kenpeki moving more towards that B side. Okay, it looks like TSM is now over at B. Sorry about that. TSM is now over at B and is now going to be pushing down main, where only Corey is. Sorry, not Corey. Where only Tex is waiting. Is Tex going to be able to get a pick here? Maybe 2. While his team starts to rotate, he is off of that flash. Is going to be able to take out 7 and Nature. Corey going to take out Tex. Jonah going to get 2 picks as well. And now it's a 1v4 situation for GMD, who is all the way on A. All he has is a Sheriff. I mean, it is a save round, so he's just gonna try and get a few picks, damage the econ of the guard on this 1v4 situation. Sees that turret, and it looks like he's letting himself get killed by it. GMD able to take out Net though. Gonna kill that turret, pick up a Spectre, and Jonah's ready for GMD to come through. He's just walking down. He knows he doesn't have time. Jonah's gonna take out GMD. Able to get a pick there, and a little bit of a hurt to the guard's econ, but for the most part, the guard's still pretty up good there. Especially off of those first 2 rounds. TSM, who did save, is now going to be able to full buy. Hopefully, for them, they can now win this round where the guard isn't able to full buy, just simply because they did force that second round. You would expect maybe TSM can use their econ position now to get another win. We'll see. Score is 7-7. The guard was able to tie it up, but we'll see if TSM on this offense can just take it back. We see a very aggressive push from the guard there. We see Tex pushing almost all the way up, but doesn't see any of TSM. TSM, who is now backing up, rotating towards that B, and the guard ready for it. We do see Jonah and Valen coming over towards B, expecting that push. Nobody's peeking. Nobody's going to be able to see them coming down long. Just yet. We do see that Astra smoke go off, and now we're seeing Corey come through into their own smoke. It's going to push Hall. able to take out Jonah, while 7 takes out Tex. Corey also going to be able to take out Valen. Now it's a 5v2 situation. TSM very, very up good here. Corey, with only 3 health remaining, though, is going to be a very, very easy pick. They are accompanied by GMT, though, who will be there to trade off if Corey does get taken out. We see Net come through that mid link, who is going to be taken out by Nature. Trent also taken out by Nature, and that's going to be a flawless run for TSM. As soon as they were able to full buy, they were able to get those guns, and that's very, very good for their econ. They got those guns, and none of them died, which means that they're going to be able to keep those guns. And it looks like a little bit of a technical difficulty.
Yeah.
Still pretty significant firepower.
Yeah, Cord has caught such a sick time.
Okay, there we go. We're back. Alright, and they got the audio back, it looks like, so that's nice. Anyways, the score 8-7, TSM was able to get that round advantage back. The guard, though, that was also sort of a save round for them, so they do have some money now. Not able to full buy, but definitely able to buy a little bit. Will that little bit be enough to give the guard back this advantage? TSM was supposed to win that round, and they did, so their econ's very, very nice. They got a flawless round even, which is even better for their econ, so TSM definitely has a very solid econ now. They're going to be able to buy, they were able to keep their guns from last round, so they didn't have to buy this round, and they'll be able to buy next round whether or not they win this. So TSM definitely has a very stable econ now. We're starting to see that momentum and those rounds that can carry through. Corey looking for an early pick there with the spike going down, but isn't able to. It's still a 5v5 situation. The guard's going to smoke off TSM from that long position. Trent able to take out Corey, but we do see that Killjoy setup go off, which is going to force the guard off. It's now 4v5. A little bit of some blinds. It flashes here. Trades going off, but 7 able to get 2 picks, making it a 2v1. Trent all alone, gonna have to get this diffuse off. Able to get a head temp with the Phantom, but GMD just gonna fire back and take out Trent. A lot of damage done to TSM, but like I said, they're gonna be able to buy here because they had a very stable econ. They had some momentum. So they're gonna be able to buy here, and they're gonna do it. And now they're gonna have an even more stable econ going into these next few rounds. We do see 7 with enough money to buy somebody else as well as GMT. Obviously, they don't need to, but that just goes to show how stable their econ is. So now we're moving on, and TSM still has a very stable econ. That was a big buy round from the guard that they needed to win, and they weren't able to. So now TSM has a lot more momentum, and the guard has no momentum, and they need to pick it back up. They won those first 2 rounds. You know, they wanted to keep that momentum, but TSM just won the rounds they were supposed to win. The guard did not win the rounds they were supposed to win, and here they are. And now TSM is up 9-7, and we could be looking at a 2-0 victory for TSM, which would not be good for the guard, who is supposed to be having a very dominant performance throughout the entirety of this season. And like I said in the last game, it looks like the stuff going on behind the scenes is affecting the guard during those games. And we see TSM completely pushing through mid, except for GMD. Ooh, Valen with that flank is going to be able to get a good pick on Nature. Very, very nice early pick. Is going to make it a 4v5 situation in this save round for the guard. The best they can hope for is doing a little bit of econ damage, which they were able to do. Tex. Ooh, and Net just in that position trying to get a pick, but Zevin's able to take out Net. We do see Tex and Valen coming in through Art. Are they going to be able to get a pick? No, Corey's going to take out Tex while 7 takes out Valen. It's a very good teamwork. Jonah's going to be able to take out Corey, though, in May, and 7 now from Art going to try and hold that with Kenpeki, and Kenpeki able to take out Trent. Some very good, successful play from there. GMD is going to be able to take out Jonah, who is pushing through CT, and that's going to be another round to GSM. The guard's econ now a little bit better. That was a save round for them, so now they have money to buy. Sorry, my throat is dying. So now they do have money to buy. Yeah, so the guard now has money to buy. Will they be able to win more rounds on this buy round? Off of this buy round? We'll see. Hopefully they can win this round. This is the round they need to win to stabilize their econ, try and get some more momentum back. But TSM, you know, they have a pretty stable econ. I mean, even if the guard wins this round, it's still a pretty uphill battle off of this pretty massive win streak here from TSM. I think it was a 3-round win streak from TSM. It's been a 3-round win streak. After those first 2 rounds that the guard won, their econ just wasn't there to continue winning. TSM gets some util usage from the guard off in A main, and they're backing up. They're looking at mid. I'm trying to see if there's any flankers that they can pick off, but there aren't any. 2 out of the 5 TSM players are still in that A main. The guard knows this. We still don't see anybody in mid that's going to be able to stop them. We do see Net in art to possibly stop anybody who's pushing through there, as well as Valen. We get that attacker Killjoy lockdown go off. Is going to force Net further up into art. Able to get a pick on Corey, but it's just traded off. So no meaningful kills done there. So it's a 4v4. Still an even player count. Time is ticking though. TSM does have to get on site. The guard knows this. They know where they are, so the guard's just going to try and play defense as best as they can. We see Nature pushing on, and with the spike, it's going to get that plant down. We start seeing those shock darts come out to try and get Nature off, but Nature's not going to die. He's going to take some damage. He's now only at 15 health, but not going to be picked off there, and now the guard has to play retake. We do have got 2 in main and 2 in art playing pretty decent retake. We get that flash going off. And now it's difficult. They just don't know where to play. Tech's able to take out Nature, though. Big pick. Valen able to take out Kenpeki. Both of the art players taken out, and that diffuse is now at half. Spike is at half diffused. GMD is taking out Tex, while 7 takes out Valen. They're just going to hold Spike, but Jonah's able to take out GMD and 7 there, and then win the guard around finally. Like I said, that was the full buy round, and that was the round that they needed to win, and it worked out for them. They definitely would have liked a flawless round. That would have been even better for them, but at the end of the day, it wasn't, and they're just gonna have to move forward with that. And TSM, who's had a very stable econ since they lost those first 2 rounds, they've managed to stabilize their econ and have had a very good econ moving forward. We do see Kenpeki not able to full buy, but for the most part, TSM still has a very stable econ. They do definitely want to win this round now, and it looks like they're just going to go B to try and win that round. They did lose on A, so maybe they can win on B. The guard sort of knows this, though, and they've got 3 on B, so it's a very heavy, it's going to be a heavy push here that TSM needs to pull off. Corey trying to get Tex, but Tex going to get Corey. It's a battle of the ops, and Tex wins that, and now it's going to be a 4v5 situation. TSM now down player is going to be tough. They do have 7 in mid, as well as GMD in a main, who are both waiting for that spike to come through, which it is. It's going through mid. We do have the Killjoy util in art for net, so they're gonna know when they're coming through, and that alarm bot's now gonna go off. The swarm is going to get destroyed, and TSM is now going to be pushing into A. They've got 2 A main, 2 coming through art, 1 with the spike, which they're going to. Nature and 7 trying to get those picks, trying to force them off. We're going to see that Astro wall come down, and we see the Sova ult come out. Not going to be able to take out Nature off of that plant. Only able to dink Nature once. So Nature is definitely down. Ooh, 7 just in a bad position as Net takes out 7. The guard now coming through art. Where GMD is actually pushed back through art. It looks like the guard knows this, and they're going to push GMD, which is definitely a bad decision. And GMD is going to sacrifice themselves, but they're able to take out the lockdown. Nature going to take out Valen. Jonah going to take out Nature. Kenpeki's going to take out Jonah. Lots of trades. It's Tex and Kenpeki, but again, the guard was just up people there, so their trades are not good for TSM there, and the guard's going to get another round. Is this the momentum they need to take back this game, take back control, and get to that decider? We'll see. I mean, maybe TSM is just going to find their footing again and get back on the horse and start riding, but it does look like TSM is down a little bit here. Their econ is now in a little bit of trouble, whereas the guard has started to gain some of that econ back, stabilize it as much as they stabilize it again. And the score is now 10-9. It's a difficult position, certainly for TSM, and it's also still a very difficult position for the guard, which is a little bit better for the guard here. TSM not with the money to full buy, and we see actually Corey going for the ult usage, and we see some light shields with Vandals. Corey able to use his ult to get a pick. Tech's gonna take out Konbeki, while at the same time Nature takes out Valen. And so now it's a 4v3. Looking pretty good here for TSM on a little bit of a light buy, not able to full buy. And we do see B has been cleared, so they're going to be able to get spiked down, and they're going to be able to play long. We get that Killjoy setup going. We've got a strong post plant from TSM here with that Astra and the Killjoy. And we do see pushing through Heaven there from, through Heaven there from Net. 7 going to take out Tex, but Net going to take out 7. Trades is not what the guard wants as they're down a player, so now it's a 3v2 situation. Trent gonna find Corey and able to take him out. And now it's a 2v2. The guard has definitely evened it out, but GMD ready for Ned. Trent knows where both Nature and GMD are and doesn't know where to look as GMD is able to take out Trent. It's gonna give TSM another round. They're starting to get their footing back. They needed to win this round, and they did. It's good for their econ, as most of them get to keep their guns. And those that did not have enough money to buy, or at least can buy each other, TSM now in a good position once again. Score 9-11. Sorry, not 9-11. Score 11-9 in favor of TSM right now. Very, very good for TSM. They just need 2 rounds, and they secure this matchup win again. Which would be a very, very big upset against the guard, who is supposed to be one of those top players. I mean, it's sort of like how we saw M80 just lose surprisingly. It looks like we might see the guard lose surprisingly. Like I keep saying, I do think the stuff happening behind the scenes with the guard is affecting their playing, and I think we're seeing that. They don't know if they should be going all in with their practice, because they don't know if they're going to be able to play the whole season, and I think that sort of mindset is what's leading them to this loss here, as TSM may be able to pick up a 2-0 victory on the guard. They're 2 rounds away from it. The guard needs to start getting their foot back. I mean, they did. They won that round, and maybe it was the push they needed, but TSM was just able to get another round. Can the guard, after that timeout, their second timeout, are they going to be able to turn it into another... are they going to be able to turn it into a win and try and get to that decider? They're just not having the best game right now. I mean, we do see Valen once again struggling to get high in the kills. Now, we did see last game he's performing way, way worse than he is this game. So he's definitely doing better, but still not as good as he could be. And as the guard, it definitely wants their players to be playing. You do see TSM now mostly it looks like a little bit of a split push, trying to play for picks. Anybody that's pushing out, we see TSM with the spike. Looking like they're going to be pushing through mid. We got Konbeki waiting to flash out mid in case anybody's looking, but doesn't flash out. And it's okay, because nobody's there. It doesn't have to waste the util, and they're going to be pushing through art, where we do have the Killjoy alarm bot waiting for them. This is a little bit of a light buy from the guard. It's not a safe round. They did force, but it is a light buy. And we see that ult go off from Konbeki. And off of that, it looks like the guard's just going to back up. I mean, Konbeki is now going to be very, very powerful. He's got that combat stim. And it's going to be a little bit more difficult for the guard to push on. So they're just going to wait to play retake, which is probably the safest. It's still going to be a very, very strong post play here from TSM. The guard now having to push in slowly. We've got 2 going through connector. Net able to take out Nature. Konbeki going to take out Net. Tech's going to take out Konbeki. Lots of trades, but not in favor of TSM. The guard now going to be up a player on this forced light buy, and now the guard's just in a bad. Now the guard is in a good position. TSM in a bad position. Gonna have to push the guard as they start defusing. Lots of trades going through. Tech's getting quite a few kills, but trades is not what TSM wants. GMD is going to get a 3K, but Tex is going to get a 4K. That defuse is going to go off. It's 11-10. That timeout definitely helped the guard. They got a round. That's what they need. But are we going to start seeing rounds traded? Is it going to be TSM, the guard, TSM, the guard? If that's the case, if this pattern continues, the guard will lose. They definitely want to be up 1 more round. They want to win this round. That was a forced buy there, and it didn't really pay off for them. They lost quite a few of their players. Obviously, the guard did take that win off of those trades, which TSM could not afford those trades. TSM's econ is not there, but neither is the guard, so it's going to be a battle of who can play better with lower econ and very few ults. We do have Tex with the ult, with his ult available, and we see GMT with the Astra ult available, and we see Corey pushing in very, very quickly. TSM just going to push very, very fast, hard, and strong, and they're going to be able to get on site. We do see that fade util, which is going to allow Corey to know where Trent is, take him out. Nature's going to take out Valen, a very early lead there for TSM in a 5v3 now. It's going to be difficult for the guard to push back. We see that ult go down from TSM to deny vision there in the defense-sided spawn. Tex coming through with that jet ult is actually going to take a little bit of damage. GMD is going to take out Tex through smoke. Kenpeck is going to take out Net. GMD is going to take out Jonah, and it's going to be a flawless round for TSM. A very nice flawless round indeed. Lots of good guns for TSM now, who again forced by that round. Both teams forced by, and it had to work out for one of them, and it wasn't the guard. TSM now needs one more round to secure a 2-0 victory against the guard. In Group B, everybody thought the guard was going to be the team to be reckoned with, the force to be reckoned with that was going to be the #1 spot the whole time. But we're looking at the guard maybe losing 2-0. I mean, that's going to be a huge loss for the guard, and it's going to shake things up a little bit, restructure the order, give teams that were lower in the ranking for Team B a little bit more of a chance. We see Jonah jiggle peeking there, trying to get some vision, able to get that knife out, which is, I think, destroyed. But that is going to be enough to give the guard vision, enough vision to know where to go. The TSM is now pushing down B. They want to push hard and fast, just like they did on A, but they may not be able to do that here. We see the guard just, I mean, they're taking damage. I mean, we see Tex now down to 3 health. That shooting through smoke nearly killed Tex, and if I were TSM, knowing the position that the guard was in, I would just push on, but obviously they don't know that, so they may just decide to back off, and it looks like that might be what they're doing. 7 watching that flank in case there's anybody lurking for the rotate. TSM definitely thinking about possibly rotating with 45 seconds left. They're going to have to decide something, and the guard's kind of pushing out here. They're watching TSM for sure. I mean, they're definitely starting to consider the possibility that the guard might be rotating. Obviously, they see that the Astra util go down, but they don't know if that's a bait or not. Now we're starting to see TSM fighting back, and they're pushing in now. They're saying, nope, we're still here. Tex with only 3 health, able to take out Nature. That's a really, really good pick, and now it's a 4v5 situation. 7 just going to finish off Tex, so it's now 4v4. TSM definitely down health, though. Jonah going to take advantage of that, taking out GMD and Kenpecky, while Trent takes out 7. Valen taking out Corey, a very, very nice win for the guard. 4 players for the guard still left alive. They're all going to be able to get guns. Very nice for the guards. Econ, and it's now the last round. No matter what, TSM wins, that's a 2-0 victory. The guard wins, we go to overtime. Very, very close game so far. Last game was very, very good. It was a very close game as well, but TSM did come out on top. And when I say close, I don't actually mean that. The guard lost pretty badly, considering the fact that it is the guard. And so it was a little bit disappointing for the guard. But now we're seeing a very close second game. The guard wants to go to that decider on Ascent. They think they can probably win that for sure. And we see a very, very aggressive push out there from Tex, but it doesn't pay off. GMD is going to take out Tex, and that's going to be an early pick for TSM. The guard doesn't know how to. They need to restructure. I mean, they definitely did not want to be in that position where they are losing. Where they're losing there. The guard wants to push for that overtime, but losing that player very early on, it's not going to be good for the guard. Now in a 5v4 situation, it's very, very difficult for the guard. We see TSM rotating over to B. They got a pick on A and decided, nope, we're just going to rotate back towards B. We do see GMD sort of waiting in that A to see if he can catch any lurkers, which Trent is there, but Trent's not going to push out that aggressively. GMD is actually going to push into A as TSM rotates back towards A. They're sort of switching it up here. The guard actually rotated over to B, thinking that's where they were going to go, and they would have been right, except that TSM decided to rotate back. Trent just jiggle peeking, seeing if he can make contact, which he does. Shots are fired. Trent doesn't take any damage though, and he's just going to play back. And that's all the guard can do right now. They may just have to let them get on site. We get that ult down from 7. A very nice ult is going to allow them to get on site. We do see that ult come out from Trent, though, a big ult as he is able to take out Nature and even the player count in a 4v4 situation. TSM has to get that spike down. That ult definitely forced them back a little bit. Valen's going to be able to take out 7. Valen with a 4K is going to take out Corey and GMD and Kenbecky. Wow. A very, very nice round there from Valen. We saw a very poor performance from the last game, but that performance right there with that 4K is going to be the round that saves them and gets them to their overtime. Econ's not in the picture anymore. Everybody can full buy, and now it's just going to be who can play best on either side. And quite frankly, I think it could go either way. I think one of the big reasons that the Guard did lose so many rounds so far is just they could not get a foothold with their Econ. And now that the Econ's not an issue, I think there's a good chance the Guard just takes this win. Of course, we do switch sides here. The Guard's on attacking. They didn't have the best attacking. TSM was able to have the advantage going into this, so maybe TSM will just win this defense. I mean, TSM won defense in this game already, so maybe they can win defense again. TSM definitely wants to secure a 2-0 victory here. The Guard wants to go to that decider. It's a very uphill battle for them, but definitely a battle that is possible for them to win. Already we've seen a very big upset with TSM already winning one game. The Guard just wants to shut them down and make it a 2-1 victory. I said it before this second game started. I do think we could see a 2-1 victory, but TSM definitely wants to deny that. And we're seeing a very, very close game here. A game that will decide if we're going to the decider. And we see the Guard coming in here. Sovich running down B. TSM with 3 on B definitely knows that there could be something going on B. The Guard grabs a orb from Trent. Trent grabbing that orb, and they may just back off. We do see Valen with the spike actually pushing up towards B and maybe securing that. While we see Net and Jonah pushing into Art, we see that knife go off. TSM thinking, wait, are they actually on A? We just saw those Astra smokes go down on B. Could we be looking at a push into A? Did we misuse our util? And the Guard definitely doing what they wanted to. TSM starting to rotate more towards that mid to A and pushing back. But TSM actually staying pretty stationary as far as where they're pushing, and we see that Sova Dart go down onto B. Ooh, Nature ready for Jonah, and Net taking out Nature, GMD taking out Tex, Valen taking out GMD, Kenbecky finishing off Net. It's a 3v2 now. TSM on defense is going to have the upper hand. Spike is down. Oh, Kenbecky's going to be able to take out Valen, and now it's just down to Trent in Hall. TSM knows where he is. Oh, able to take out 7, but Corey's just going to take out Trent, and now they're going to be able to defuse the spike. And that's going to be that round to TSM. TSM needs one more round. Could this be that round? I mean, the Guard definitely won more on their defense than TSM. So what I'm saying is, the Guard won their defense, lost their attacking, and that's what we may be seeing here. They lost their attacking. Are they going to win their defense? We'll have to see. I mean, TSM definitely wants to win here. The Guard using their second timeout here. Finishing off their timeouts. Definitely want to get themselves back in it. TSM have yet to use a timeout in this entire matchup, and they're still performing the way that they have been. We do see Tex actually performing better than GMD, but then you look down the list, and overall the Guard is performing worse than TSM. It's just the 2 top frags the Guard beats TSM on. We are seeing Valen and Trent not having that good of a game. Trent had a very, very good game last game, and if he'd continued to have a good game, I think this game could have gone differently. This second game could have had could have gone a little bit differently, where the Guard did come out on top, but TSM is still dominating the Guard, and we do see a 13-12 right now. Obviously, they're not dominating, but after the dominating performance they had last game, it's hard not to say that they're dominating, even though it is tied up, just simply because TSM is playing better than the Guard overall in the past 2 games. So we'll see what the Guard has up to offer on this defense. They've got Astra and Killjoy locking down A, while 3 of the 5 of them are over on B. TSM pushing through mid, and it looks like they're going to be going to Art with 4 of them. We've got that Killjoy alarm bot in Art. We see that Fade Dog come out. The guard sees this, and we do see Jonah rotating now towards A. The alarm bot goes off, and the guard definitely knows that it's an A push. They do still have 2 on B, though, making sure not to let any lurkers get through. Valen going to be able to get a pick on Corey. That's a very, very nice pick. It is a 3v5 right now for the guard on A, but now it's a 3v4. And the guard now getting their last 2 players over towards A. The guard was able to lock it down pretty well, getting that pick, but the spike is still going down. Oh, GMD ready for that push from Ned, but Trent able to get GMD through that smoke. And it's still a player advantage here for the guard. 7 coming in through Art. And we see TSM taking pretty good control, and we actually see Nature with an incredible flank, and he's not able to. He misses. He whiffs on Valen. He's a little bit too nervous. Able to get Trent though, but the guard knows where he is. He's not able to get as good of a flank as he wanted. The guard may just be able to defuse. Oh, and he's able to defuse it. He's just able to stick it. Nobody's able to shoot him. They can't find him. The spike is not where they thought it was. I mean, the guard was just able to stick it and defuse it. Very, very nice round from the guard. It's going to keep it even. This is a very, very close game. 2 teams that are fighting very, very well. I mean, honestly, I think it could still go either way. We could see the guard continuing to dominate defense. TSM continuing to dominate their defense as well. I mean, both teams have been playing a very, very good defense. And both teams didn't really win their offense. I mean, it's been very even. TSM, of course, winning overall after that first half. They were up 7-5, and then the guard was able to tie it up. So it's been very, very close. Corey coming in through here, just jiggle peeking, see if you can get a pick, maybe make some contact. But the guard's actually playing pretty passively. They're not playing too aggressively yet. And they're actually going to be, it looks like they're going to be pushing in now. We get that Sova drone going out, which is going to tag Corey. Corey's going to back up off of that. Does not just want to get shot through smokes. The guard's still definitely looking at B, but also have a few players more towards that A side and mid. Now those players are actually going to go with the rest through B man, and it looks like we're going to have a 5-player mid push, or sorry, 5-player B push. None through mid. We actually have 3 of TSM not on B side, and actually more towards that A side, but they are starting to play back and get ready for that rotate onto B. So the guard definitely has the advantage if they just want to rush in, which is what they're doing. It looks like just pushing through those smokes, getting that spike down, which is what they're doing. Tex now looking at that CT, is able to get some damage done, but not able to get a pick. Oh man, Kentucky was ready there, waiting for Jonah to peek out, which he was. Tex was able to trade it off. Man, so many trades right now, and it's a 3v3. No good kills on out that will change the tides. Oh, and the guard's just gonna take out TSM. TSM was trying to stick it, exactly what the guard did to them last game, but it did not pay off. The guard now has the advantage. The guard now has the advantage going into this round. Previously, TSM had the advantage, so TSM needs to win this round. The guard needs to win this round. Both teams need to win this round if they want to win. But yeah, no. The guard is in definitely a better position here. Like I said, both teams have been better on their defense. TSM slipped up, let the guard win on their offense, and so now the guard just needs to play good on their defense, as they have been this game. As TSM looks like they're looking at a mid to B, is what they might be looking at. We see that Astro Util go off in that B link, as they actually are looking into connector and pushing through B link. We've got 3 of them going through B link, where Jonah actually is, and he might get taken out. No, just quite. He does get wallbanged, headshotted. And is able to actually get his molly down to sort of ward them off. Tex misses his shot with the op, not able to get connect. GMD able to take out Jono. So far, very good for TSM. The round that needs to be good. We are seeing a very long game here so far. Nature going to take out Tex. They push that op, and Tex not going to be able to get a kill with that op. TSM now in a 5v3 situation. No, it's going to be a 4v3. Kentucky going to trade off Trent there. It's a 4v2. Now and of course the guard does not want trades here. It's a 2v4 right now for them. It's going to be very, very difficult. Both are in that CT side. Net coming through bottom. Well, The other is on top. Seven able to take out Valen, who was on top, and Kentucky taking out Net, who was on bottom. Now it's going to tie it right back up. We're going into another 2 rounds here. Definitely both teams are starting to, you can tell they're starting to get a little bit tired. This is a very, very long game here. I mean, the guard definitely had a disadvantage. Sorry, the guard did have a disadvantage going into the second half. And now they've managed to sort of bridge that gap, and now it's a tied game, 14-14. Still could be anybody's game. Truly, it could be anybody's game. I mean, we saw the guard win the game they were supposed to, but then TSM just won the game they were supposed to. And then previously we saw TSM win the game they were supposed to, and then the guard just won the game they were supposed to. I mean, both teams are winning when it matters for them to win. So now it's just difficult. Like I said, both teams usually play better on their defense, or both teams have played better on their defense this game. Obviously, that was not shown to be true the previous 2 rounds, but we'll see here as TSM is now back on defense. We'll see we'll see how their defense goes, and it looks like the guard is going to be pushing through A. They're sort of waiting, hoping somebody will peek out, but nobody's going to peek out. Everybody playing back. The guard waiting for maybe somebody who's trying to catch a lurk, something, but nobody's there. I mean, all that TSM has on A is actually Seven, who has played back on A with a lot of Killjoy util up on A. So it's a little bit difficult here for the guard to push in because they don't have really much information on who is there. We see that Killjoy util go down, trying to force them off. We see Killjoy util from both sides. There's swarms trying to force TSM back, while TSM uses the swarms to force the guard off of those plants, and now Jonah's getting that plant down. It's a retake now, still a 5v5, no early picks. Tex is going to approach Corey here. Is Corey ready for Tex to be here? It doesn't look like it. Tex is ready for Corey, though, and is going to take him out. And now it's a 4v5 for TSM. This is looking good for the guard here on the offense, like I said. Oh, and Jonah's going to take out GMD. Valen going to take out Nature. Jonah going to take out 7 as well. And that ult from Jonah's going to go up. Using that combat stim, Jonah's going to be able to take out Kenbecky, and a flawless run for the guard. Flawless runs don't matter. This is overtime. Econ does not matter. So now TSM is going to have to win their offense. Like I said, both teams usually play better on their defense, but I mean, maybe the guard will slip up on their defense, just like TSM slipped up on their defense. The guard is looking for this win here, but you should remember, TSM needs this win to get a 2-0 victory. The guard needs this win to then secure another game. So it's a very, very close game here. We've got the guard against TSM, 14-15. TSM looking like an A push. They do detect the Sova. They do detect Trent there on A. And Trent is just jiggle peeking, which he likes to do. Corey gonna punish that jiggle peek, taking out Trent, and an early pick for TSM is gonna be very, very good there. Switching guns with GMD. GMD now has the operator. And Corey picks up that Phantom. And are they gonna push into A off of that? It looks like they might. They do have 7 watching mid, which nobody's pushing out yet. It looks like Jonah might be wanting to push out through mid. TSM now just sort of holding. The guard push out. You can actually see Texas very heavily pushed out into B. And we see that knife go out, and off of that knife, they're going to entry. Corey looking through that. Isn't able to get that pick on dugout. Net's going to take out GMD. Valen's going to take out Corey. Nature's going to be able to trade both of them off, but Nature's going to get taken out by Jonah. 7 going to take out Jonah. There are lots of trades, which the guard cannot afford. Now down a player, or sorry, still down a player after that first pick. It's a 2v1 now. And all Tex has is an operator with no shield. It's going to be difficult. Tex now pushing slowly towards A. TSM just needs to hold them off. It just needs to fight this off. It's going to be a difficult fight for sure. But TSM definitely in a good position. The guard also in a decent position. I say as the alarm bot goes off. And Tex is just taken out in that cross by Campeki. And it's going to tie it back up. We're seeing another round here in overtime. Another 2 rounds here in overtime. This is a pretty long game. This is, I think this is the longest we've seen so far. We're looking, you know, the win here would have to be a 17-15 win. That's a really, really long win here. One of the longest I've seen in esports. So you know, it's definitely an interesting game for sure. The guard looking like a B push. They have been doing decent on their offense and then lacking on their defense. Whereas during the game before overtime, the way the game was going before overtime, they were doing better on defense. So they've switched up what they're doing better on. As is TSM, they were doing better on defense, and better on offense. But then now they're doing better on offense than on defense. So we'll see if one of them can just start doing better on both, start doing it on both, better than the other team on both. And we'll see TSM playing a little bit back. They know the guard might be there, but they're not entirely sure. Corey does have that operator. Actually, no, he doesn't. Sorry, he has a Vandal. That's my mistake. Corey's going to be able to take out Valen. 7 takes out Tex. 7 takes out Jonah. Net takes out 7. Net takes out Kentucky. Trent takes out Corey. Lots of trades. It's going to make it a 2v2, but the guard is actually lower on health. Net with 11 health, but doesn't matter. Trent's going to be able to take out GMD. GMD not going to be able to do any damage to Trent. Nature going to be able to take out Net. The guard's going to take that round, and another offense goes to the guard here in this overtime. I mean, this is just... I mean, could we be saying the same thing again? Are we going to see another win from TSM here on offense, where both teams are now doing better than the other team on offense? I mean, we'll see. We'll see. Can TSM secure another round? And like I said, it is important to remember that even if the guard wins here, they still have to play a whole nother game. TSM is looking for that 2-0. The guard is just looking for the chance to go to a decider right now. So it's a very, very tough fight for both teams. Both teams have a lot to fight for, but the guard has a much more uphill battle full of a lot more struggle ahead of them if they do win this. Which I honestly think they might. Like I keep saying, I think the guard is going to win this game, but like TSM is playing a lot better than I could have ever expected. The guard is playing a lot worse than I could have ever expected. So it's both teams are performing in ways I was not expecting here. And could we see the guard 2-0 loss? Maybe. 7 able to get a nice pick on Jonah there, though, is going to make it a 5v4. A good chance here for TSM to win. Now that they have the player advantage, they just need to play better as a team. And we do see them actually rotating towards each other. 7 coming back towards main. And is actually going to go mid. Joined. It looks like GMD is going to join them. And we actually have that line that angle being held by Trent, just looking down a main, waiting for that pick, waiting for that head tap to come through, but he gets smoked off. And that's going to give TSM what they need off of those smokes to push in. Corey going to be able to take out Net. It's now a 5v3. The guard in a very bad position right now. It's going to be difficult. TSM able to get that spike plant. Trent waiting for Kenpecky to come out, and he's ready for it. He's able to get that kill. Oh, but Corey and Nature both going to be able to trade Valen and Trent off, and now it's a 3v1. The guard's still down 2 players, and now in a very, very bad position. It's just going to have to tap the spike, try and get a good pick here. Able to take out Corey. Doesn't know that another player is Art, and I think he actually assumes both are main, which is the wrong assumption. GMD, who is still Art. Tex pushing out pretty aggressively. And now he's starting to think maybe GMD is Art, which he is, but Tex not able to react fast enough. Round 32 ends, and we're going to stay in this overtime now. Now, if a team wants to win, it's going to be 18-16. This is the longest game we've had so far in Challengers. As we move into this 33rd round, that is so many rounds. I don't even know what to say at this point. I mean, both teams are performing both better and like they're performing equally as good as each other. And I mean, obviously that's why they're tied this late into the game. But they're just like the players who need to perform are performing. The players who don't need to perform are also performing from both teams. It's just some incredible play from both teams. And we do see the guard pushing through a main here, and GMD hoping to get a pick on the guard as they push up. Isn't able to. Tech's just going to get a pick on GMD, and that's their smoke down. Jonah going to be able to push through Art and take out Nature. But 7 actually going to be able to take out both Jonah and Valen is going to actually even the player count back up. It's now a 3v3 situation. The spike is down. The guard is just going to play main, it looks like, while TSM has to play retake and push that main situation where we have a very nice Killjoy setup as well as what would have been an Astra setup. Obviously, they don't have that anymore, but they do have that Killjoy setup. They also have the shock darts from Trent to help them secure round. Corey pushing very aggressively with that smoke. 7 able to get a pick on Tex. Net going to take out Corey. Konpeki going to take out Net. TSM is going to take out Trent. That's going to be a 4K for 7, and that is actually going to secure that round for TSM. Okay, all right, a difference here. Could TSM now secure this attacking? I mean, what we've seen is the guard wins the attacking, wins that first round, and then TSM wins the second round on their attacking. But we just saw that the guard lost their attacking, so now the guard needs to win this the guard needs to win this defense. You know, so TSM wins their defense. Now they need to win their defense. Seems pretty straightforward, but the guard, I mean, it's weird because before overtime, both teams were doing better on defense, but we've seen in this overtime that both teams do better on offense. So I honestly don't know what to say. I think there's a good chance the guard takes this defense. We do see a little bit of an aggressive play there as Trent pushes up with that drone and does spot one, but gets shot before he can ping it. And no trades are done. No picks are given. We do get Net with that Killjoy util. Is actually going to do a little bit of damage to 7, but it's not meaningful damage. 7 definitely could still take on Net. We could be seeing a Killjoy face-off there in mid. But it does look like 7's backing off to help with that push into B. While the guard actually still assumes that TSM is pushing into A, maybe. We see most of them actually looking into that A, while TSM is pushing up here. Down B long. The guard is sort of ready for it, though. They're playing pretty aggressively. There are some pings going off. And Valen's actually taken a huge hit here, but both the Valen and Drone are able to get kills. 7 and Nature are going to trade them off, though. A Net is there. Going to get taken out by Corey. It's a 3v2 now. TSM is up a player. Could this be the 2-0 victory TSM wants? We'll see. The guard, now Heaven is going to text with the op is Heaven. Trent is CT. Is going to face off against Corey. Trent going to be able to take out Corey. The spike still isn't down. TSM still needs to get that spike down. The guard is in a very good position. They can just play back. Nature's now going to try and get that spike down. We see that shock dart come out. It's going to do half of that health there. The player count is now even. It's a 2v2. Tex only has an operator. 7 going to catch Trent lacking. Trent going to take out Nature with the shock dart, though. All Tex has is an operator. He's going to push through CT. He has to play retake. In a 1v1, Tex is down on health, but he has an operator, so he just... And 7's going to be able to take out Tex from that position there, where Tex is just not expecting him, and that's going to be that game to TSM after a very long overtime. TSM takes that win in a very, very nice matchup. Very exciting game. Wow, that second game was very, very close. And I do want to talk really quickly. The guard lost. The guard lost 2-0. Sorry, 0-2. Over 2 in a matchup against TSM. I mean, if we look at the standings at where we're currently at, it's I mean, in Group B, the guard was number 1. TSM was number 4. Off of that win, we actually are going to see TSM coming up here, and the guard dropping down below M80 down here. Which is very, very shocking. Now M80 is the top dog. Now M80 is the team to beat. Because at the end of the day, like everybody expected the guard to be a very formidable opponent that nobody could beat. That even M80 may not be able to beat. But it looks like the guard may be fumbling. Like I said, I do think the stuff going on behind the scenes has affected their play. And they lost to TSM in a 2-0. I mean, yes, that second game was very, very close, but they did lose. They did lose it. And it looks like they lost pretty badly. So yeah, not a very good position there for TSM. Or sorry, for the guard. Now their standing is going to be very, very low. I do want to hear what these announcers have to say while I drink water because my throat hurts from talking for so long. And yeah,
was that teams were really having to get their all into it to find the victory to cross the finish line. I mean, it was a very good game of Valorant.
And the thing about it is, the hero that steps up for TSM in the 2 rounds that matter most is the player that I was looking at in the first place, saying, is he going to live up to this TSM mantra of being an excellent org, being an excellent team? He gets literally 7 of those last 10 kills to make sure TSM can finally put to rest this very tough guard team. I mean, that's just, it really goes to show that this TSM squad really has been in a position to really kind of kill all doubt.
You know, looking at the series in general, though, this was not a game that I think anyone expected TSM to be coming out on top of. I think everyone came in today expecting the Guard to find a big win. The fact that TSM wins is surprising enough, but the fact that they win 2-0 is even more surprising. Now, obviously, the 2-0 can have a little asterisk because they basically played part of a third map here with the way that this went
Sure.
so deep in the rounds. But still, I don't think anyone had TSM picked as a 2-0 victor today.
No, certainly not, and certainly not the way that they did it. It came from the attacking side, and it came from being very successful in their executes and their post plans, which is kind of incredible considering they have a brand new IGL, a brand new 5th, they're pivoting some roles, there's 2 new maps coming to the pool at the same time of all that. There's so much chaos when you have that many moving parts and you're trying to figure things out. You would think Guard has the advantage there because all they have had to do these last 2 weeks is focus on the new maps and maybe refortify some mistakes on some of the other maps as well if they wanted to. Whereas TSM's having to trial players, change things up role-wise, maybe change up their style, you know, also deal with the 2 new maps, but instead they turn that into a strength. They kind of turn Lotus into like a little bit of a wild card up their sleeve that they can pull out and be successful on to help win the series. I mean, it's impressive from TSM what they're able to come up with in just 2 weeks.
You know, this really makes things interesting in this group.
Oh, yeah.
Because coming into today, we're looking at the standings and we're like, oh, you know, the Guard and M80, that final match in the group stage isn't even going to matter because by then both teams will have qualified. Well, hold on. TSM finding a win here actually really mixes things up. I know it's just one game, but the way that this kind of adds some confusion to the mix, they're now 1 win away from guaranteeing that they make it into the midseason face-off. Because if they can beat OR Esports next week, that puts them in a tiebreaker at worst scenario with Mad Lions, which they have the head-to-head there, and they would have put OR Esports into an unwinnable position. So at worst, they're coming out as, what, a third or fourth seed? But right now, they're actually the number 2 seed in the group, so they're in a very good position here.
Let's thread the needle. We talked about it at the top of the show. It was a heavy-sided top 2 in this group. We asked the question, who was going to step up and even want to be a part of the conversation for 3rd or 4th? Bach, we just got our answer. TSM, I mean, it wasn't just the fact that they looked good today. They looked good against a Guard team that did not play badly. I mean, this was not a misperformance from the Guard. I thought they played just about to how we expected them to. In a large majority of the rounds that they had good setups, looking like they executed
I actually
nicely.
disagree here.
It's just
I disagree. I think Valen very much so underperformed in that first game. It was actually like genuinely disappointing for the Guard to see that performance from Valen, and I think I would disagree that both teams that the Guard performed as we expected them to. I think the Guard performed worse than we expected them to. I do think TSM absolutely performed better than was expected, but I do think the Guard definitely performed worse than was expected as well. I mean, I'm not saying that, like, I can't believe Valen performed badly on a controller and, like, he should have been top frag. Like, that's not what I'm saying, but I also, like, he definitely should have gotten more kills than he did. He should have, I think he wasn't using his util as well as he could have on Omen, on Lotus. And it could just be because, you know, it's a new map, and so there was a little bit of an upset. But I genuinely do think that was not what was expected there from the Guard.
/ eBay. I was literally on eBay right before this looking at gaming laptop.
All right, and it looks like he's doing an Android. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, oh man, I'm beyond excited. Now, this next match, I would even call a little bit of a show match. Obviously not a show match, but similar to when Disguised plays. This is one of those games that will probably have more more viewership than any of the other games, and that is Moist Moguls. Previously was Breakthrough, has rebranded, and other new ownership is now Moist Moguls Esports, is against Turtle Troop. Now, again, just like I thought the Guard was going to defeat TSM here, I do expect Moist Moguls to defeat Turtle Troop here. Let's be real. We can actually go ahead and look at Group A standings. If we look at where Moist Moguls is, they mistyped it. I think that's I think that's funny for sure. But we look at where Moist Moguls is, 3rd seed, and we look at where Turtle Troop is, bottom seed. So I'm not expecting yeah, I'm not expecting an upset here. I do think Turtle Troop will lose. Moist Moguls, formerly Breakthrough, is a very, very tough team. They're one of the better teams here, I think, in Group A, and so I definitely expect a good performance. If we look at their, do they have the previous games? Yeah, they did lose to G2 Esports. They did win their first matchup, and then they lost their second one to G2. But you know, G2 is proving themselves to be one of the better teams. They did pretty well against G2. It went 2-1. So I would say Moist Moguls is definitely fighting with Shopify for this number 2 spot. And we'll definitely see them trying to show themselves. Yeah, no, we're not going to lose to the bottom seed, especially now under the new ownership, new branding. They've got a new sort of new a lot more pressure on them now, but I do think that pressure may motivate them to actually perform better. Let's go ahead and take a look at any clips for this half. I'm actually very excited for this game. I do think it'll be interesting now just to see. We do. I'm actually gonna pull these up for afterwards. We'll go ahead and take a look at what Moist Critical and Ludwig are. Actually, what I'm thinking is what I want to do. Where he said he was gonna be live, right? Is he not? He's not live yet, I guess. To be fair, it's not supposed to go until 7, but that's we all know that's a lie. Or 6, yeah, 6. But you know, it'll probably start around. Actually, you know what? It probably will start around there, probably like 5:45. But oh man, I mean, that was just an incredible game. I gotta say, like, even though it was a 2-0 defeat, it definitely didn't feel like a 2-0 defeat. It felt like the Guard had a very nice second game. And then that overtime went so long. I don't think I've ever witnessed a game in overtime go that long ever. Competitive or esports. So yeah, that was a long match, you could say. Definitely we're gonna see records set, I think. So yeah, I'm honestly I do want to actually hear what he has to say, because obviously his team is up next.
Yeah, I do remember these. Wow, those, I forgot those existed.
Yeah.
Risa, Bruh, Maze, Panther,
They're talking about
Lopez,
baseball cards.
Lyrical, Panther.
To be fair, my dad has a lot of baseball cards. There's actually this game. This is off topic from I'll actually change my title. Moist. Well, how does it look in there? I do want to take a look at these clips, but first I want to change the Turtle Troop. Turtle Troop versus Moist Mogul Esports. It's a long title. What the fuck? Alright. Let's go ahead and take a look at these clips from this game. Both teams, again, played very, very well. So, this is from that first game. This is also from that first game, but I don't think I saw
Kenpecky able to trade off one, clearing corners, gets a second. Now the Guard with numbers and a good read on where this whole defensive retake is coming from. Kenpecky able to trade off one, clearing corners, gets a second. Now it's just down the net. Do they expect that they have Gomond off the flank? He's not in a position to watch this. Kenpecky's just going to delay for as long as humanly possible. The defuse is going to be held, and Net will have no chance to get back to his TSM Net.
Nice.
Land as well. Valen gets one, but no.
This is
Kills
that second
in
game.
favor of the Guard. Corey gets one elimination, resets the knives, but is very, very weak. And Jonah P is teeing off. That'll be enough for Corey likely to be out of the picture. Anything else? No. Jonah gets 4 in the round, and the Guard now
Lots of 4Ks.
Have any control of middle, so they still have to force the issue here at B, and it's going to be to their detriment as Nature breaks through for the hat
Oh yeah, I
trick.
remember this. GMG like
Just-
took
you
a
can't
took
clear
a
out pillar with a
ace.
Sova flat out. You can get all the
Could have been an ace. GMG
halfway.
took it.
You have to challenge this for TSM. Command able to take off one and take down a second. Back and forth we go. Come on. Last one left. Not getting at the transfer. Time. Gonna be tight. Has Tex done it? Yes, he has. 1.9 on the clock. Starts in. TSM have to hold this from in the interior. And 7 completely whiffs. And the guard. Oh, they tee off. 4 kills straight for Valen, who sits to admire his work. And we're going extra innings.
All right, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go get food. And yeah, I'll be back like I'll be back before the next game starts. Okay, so we're back. Yeah. Bye. I'm back. Sorry, I was eating dinner. So the game should be starting soon. We should be looking at the game start pretty soon here. This is gonna be an interesting game. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think it's going to be like some big like upset like we just saw with the guard. But I do think it'll be fun to watch, especially with we've got not a new team but a new rebranded team, the Moist Mogul Esports team, formerly known as Breakthrough. We can go ahead and take a look at their standings. They were third seed. They still are third seed. I don't know. I said were like they when they were Breakthrough, they got to third seed. They rebranded over the past 2 weeks. They were purchased, rebranded, and here we are now. Moist Moguls is the third seed, going up against Turtle Troop, the bottom. The number 6 Turtle Troop has proven themselves to not be the greatest team. They've had definitely a bad season so far. Breakthrough, now known as Moist Mogul, which there's a typo here. Breakthrough is, Moist Mogul is a pretty decent team. Their one loss is against G2 Esports, who is of course the number 1. So it's not like it's the number 1 in their group. So it's not like a big I can't believe they lost. But Moist Moguls is also proven themselves to just be a decent team overall. The game they did win, I'm trying to remember. I think it was against Oxygen. I believe it was against Oxygen. I could be wrong about that. But yeah, it was a good game. And now they're going up against Turtle Troop. It should be a pretty simple, quick victory for Moist Mogul. I'm not going to lie here. I think it'll be pretty simple and quick. I'm gonna keep saying that over and over and over again, that it's gonna be simple and quick. I'm going to go ahead and pull up this, not because I want to hear what he has to say right now, but so that way before and after we can go ahead and take a look. I also have Charlie's here, so we can go ahead and take a look at what they have to say about their teams, their team. It's both of theirs winning, just like I did with Disguised. We take a look at Disguised Toast's reaction to their victories. For those of you wondering, Disguised is playing not tomorrow, on Wednesday, I believe. Yeah, so they're playing against OR. I'll get into all of these predictions. Actually, right now, I'll go ahead and tell you who I think is going to win this week, and then we can go ahead and take a look into next week as well, a little bit. But yeah, just wanted to see. Doesn't look like we're starting up yet. I do think it'll start at around 6 o'clock. Like it said, usually it starts a little bit before or even sometimes after, but we got lucky here. So as far as my predictions, for this previous game we just saw, I thought the guard was going to win, possibly 2-0, or after we saw them start to lose, I was expecting a 2-1 victory for the guard. TSM outperformed what I was expecting, and the guard underperformed what I was expecting, and they lost 2-0. They haven't updated it here yet. They usually take like a day or two. But yeah, so the guard did lose that. Now we're looking at this game, which like I said, Moist Mogul I do believe will win. They are a very, very good team, especially compared to Turtle Troop, who I think will stay the bottom of the barrel for Group A, unfortunately. I just don't think they are that strong of a team. They definitely have good players, and I think they have a good coach, but their chemistry and their positional playing is not great. Who knows? Maybe over the course of the past 2 weeks, they've done some serious inward thinking, rethought themselves and the way that they're going to play, and they're going to outperform, and we're going to have a really exciting matchup. And I do think it will be an exciting matchup, not because it's going to be good play from both teams, or like it's going to be unexpected play from Turtle Troop, but because it's a content creator owned esports arc. I think it's always interesting to see them play and see if like the fan favorite, so to speak, which, let's be honest, I think Moist Mogul and Disguised are the introductions to a lot of people to Valorant esports, because let's be honest, a lot of people play Valorant and don't watch the esports. aspect of it, and so I think seeing Disguised is playing, Moist Mogul is playing. Like I know I watch the people that own these orgs. I think it'll make it a lot more interesting. I think fans will be a lot more engaged. I think it'll be a lot more fun to sort of see how they play. Yeah, I do expect Mogul, Moist Mogul to take the dub here. And yeah, as far as tomorrow, Oxygen versus G2, I do think G2 will beat Oxygen. We saw a very strong performance from Oxygen against Shopify Rebellion. Or not Shopify Rebellion, who am I thinking about? Yeah, Shopify Rebellion, right? If I'm correct here. Yes. So we did see a very nice performance from Oxygen against Shopify Rebellion. Last time, everybody expected Shopify to sort of be number 2, and Oxygen beat them. So I think this game will be interesting. But I at the end of the day, I sort of do think G2 will win. G2 is proving to be probably the number 1 in Group A. I mean, they are currently number 1. I think definitely number 1 in Group A could go to any of the teams, but I am sort of favoring G2 to Oxygen here. FaZe at Shopify. I think Shopify will win. I think FaZe Clan is a very, very good has a very, very good team, but I do think Shopify is just a little bit better. Their team is very, very good. Like I said, they were favored to almost be like fighting for that number 1 spot against G2 until that loss to Oxygen. But that loss to Oxygen was very unexpected. I still expect Shopify to play very, very well here. Especially against a team like FaZe Clan, which is a good team, don't get me wrong, but just not, I don't think they're better than Shopify. Moving on to Wednesday, go ahead and make sure the game isn't starting. Moving into Wednesday, I do think Disguised at OR, it's going to be a Disguised win. We can go ahead and take a look at the standings here. In Group B, Disguised is higher than OR. They've got 1 more win than OR. And I do think they will beat OR. Unfortunately, just in this first round robin style, Disguised and Moist Esports, Moist Mogul will not be playing each other, which I think would be a very, very fun game to watch. They may in the invitationals if they both make it there, and they may also in the split 2 if they both make it there. But I'm not anticipating that win here. What I will say though is I do think, I do think Disguise will beat OR on Wednesday, and I also think M80 will beat Mad Lion. Disguise did beat Mad Lion, and Mad Lion is a very, very strong team. They really are. Mad Lion is a strong team, but Disguise beat them, and M80 I do think is better than Disguised. M80 is, to a lot of people, there to challenge the Guard's lead. But the fact that the Guard lost today may make M80 the best team in Group B. Maybe the scariest team in Group B. And honestly, I do expect them to be the scariest team in Group B. Just based on what we've seen from the Guard's performance, I think M80 will dominate Group B, and so I do expect them to beat Mad Lion here, especially since Disguise did beat Mad Lion. Disguise is a very, very good team, but M80 I think is a better team. Moving into 2 weeks from now, so looking at week 4. Here at TSM at OR, I think that will go to TSM. I mean, we just saw TSM beat the Guard, who was supposed to be this like impenetrable fortress. So against a team like OR, I do think TSM will win. OR and Turtle Troop, I feel like are 2 teams that are just respectively are going to get shit on in their groups. Which I do think is what's going to happen here. Yeah, so that's that. M80 will probably be Disguised. M80 is a very powerful team. So is Disguised, but I mean, there's a chance Disguised wins. I do think this will be a close matchup, especially seeing the way Disguised played against Mad Lion in such a dominating performance. I do expect a pretty close game here, but I do think M80 will take it. Moving forward, the Guard should beat Mad Lion. It shouldn't even be close. They should have beat TSM, but they didn't. So, I'm looking at the Guard now, and I'm thinking it could go any direction. But yeah. So I'm expecting it to go really any direction. Yeah. So that's that. Looks like we're getting back into it. So I'll go ahead and hurry up with these. So I do think the guard's going to beat Madeline. I think G2 is obviously going to beat Turtle Troop. I think FaZe is going to be Oxygen. No, I think Oxygen's going to beat FaZe. And then I think Moist. No, I think Shopify. This one's going to be a close one. This one will be really fun. I think this one will be really close. In any case, let's go ahead and take a look at what the broadcasters are saying.
I felt like looking at the roster on paper and then also in practice that there were things that were really not working out. Unfortunately, I think for a player like Harmful in particular, yeah, there were some moments for him, but it never really felt like his duelist play was really assisting the squad in kind of opening up convincingly towards either these early executes on the offense or in particular trying to re-break in. So you add Mummy into the mix, who brings a lot of that firepower, and then also kind of you see it Tig on the other side as the other player I haven't mentioned yet.
Bro, it's like bringing Mummy back from the sarcophagus, though, dude, because this guy hasn't really been around top-level Valorant for quite a long time. I mean, you kind of go all the way back to when he was playing for New York Fury, kind of in the middle of last year, was the last time he was, like, consistently playing high-level Valorant. I mean, he played on, like, a mixed team for a recent Knights Gauntlet, but outside of that, he wasn't really a part of the picture for a while. And obviously, Tig comes into the team, having played with the Nation during the qualifiers, and is a former Shopify Rebellion Luminosity guy. Mostly playing controllers and has a pass to Sova. So I'm interested to see like how the roles are going to change in this team with these two new players. Just because like they have some agent crossover at different points in time in their histories, you know what I mean? And Mummy is a guy though that was a strong individual player back in his Envy days. I mean, he was one of the primary he was like that guy that broke the mold of like what a sniper should be because he was like playing Omen with operators instead of everyone playing Jet. Yeah, it was really wild stuff. So it's cool to see him back. I mean, I guess that's kind of what I'm getting at. And certainly this team needed some type of stem shot because they were struggling big time throughout their opening 2 weeks of play.
I've been following Mummy's career for a very long time. One of the first international events I ever casted, he was playing. It was his first international event, so I've known him for a long time. And I feel like this is a common storyline arc where he like really reaches a new peak, and then I don't know what it is, but disappears for a while, comes back. It's the resurgence. Don't call it a comeback, I guess, but he's now jumping into a roster. I don't know what his role is going to look like. Obviously, I assume he's going to op. That's what he's always done. He's always been an op player, whether it was playing CS or playing now Valorant. But I don't know how they're going to slot him in and how they're going to juggle things around because I feel like there is potentially some role overlap here.
I think that's a really strong point. And hey, the great thing about it is we're going to learn here in a moment to see if it is just a one-for-one swap out for who's now gone versus who's replacing. But I kind of want to hit back on a point that you were just mentioning, like, this resurgence idea, like that's why Challengers is here, right? Like we had so many squads that were just unsigned, no orgs, put themselves together as a group of 5. All of them had seen VCT in some form or were close to qualifying. This is why this league exists. Prove that you have a chance to still be in the mix as maybe a top contender in North America. So I think this is kind of not necessarily like a last chance. I don't want to set that up for Mummy, but it definitely does lead him to be in a position to kind of go into a squad, show that he could still hang individually, and maybe he's going to have some influence as a player to say, this is the role
I will say, I
feel
think
best
Breakthrough
in right
was one of those teams that was like there to be one of those teams that was just like, hey, we're a group of people. We don't have an org backing us, but I think we have what it takes to be a good team. And then they got here, and now they've made it. I mean, they're getting paid to be here now, and we're seeing them as Moist Mogul. It's going to be a very, very interesting game to just see how these players play, and you know if they can prove themselves to be that team that's going to be here, and to cement themselves.
From this team across, I think, the first 2 weeks, I was sometimes impressed, but not at the same time. Like, I feel like consistency here, Dust, is definitely leaving a lot to be desired, because I do think this team has a lot of potential, but they struggled in their game against Oxygen. They pick up 2 14-12 wins, you know, and then they come out and they actually do pretty decent against G2. There's a chance for them to even potentially close that game out. They just couldn't quite claw it through as they picked up a win on the first map. So I do wonder if this team can actually rise to the occasion now that they have a little bit more back behind them instead of just being a bunch of, we'll call them unemployed players. Now that they have a bit of conglomeration backing them up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, I mean, this is a team that had to hit the ground running pretty quickly, right?
Yeah, it's true. We're entering Valorant, time to get wet. I would like to say, though, that, like, I think, I mean, let's take a look at just let's think about the guard. Okay, they've had a team of people backing them. They've had money backing them. Okay, and now we're looking back at them now that that's gone. Now that they're still getting paid, yes, but the people backing them, actually I don't even know if they're getting paid. The people backing them are gone. I mean, all the team that they had before is gone, and we just saw them play poorer than we were expecting, and they lost to TSM, right? So now let's see if Breakthrough, which didn't have a salary, they weren't owned by anybody. They were just here to play. Let's see if they, as this sort of up and coming team, now that they do have that backing, let's see if they'll excel. We'll see. The guard doesn't have that backing, and they dropped down a little bit in the ranking, and we'll see now that Breakthrough has that backing if they'll rise up in the space. Yeah.
Of those teams kind of have that problem to a certain degree, as the rosters have seen a lot of changes recently, and that's going to affect one thing in particular. That's map pool. We'll take a look at the maps, see where the series is going to be heading, because I don't necessarily expect crazy maps.
Okay,
Like,
so it's
yeah,
going to
okay,
be a fracture
there's a
pick
little
control
bit
troop.
more. We
They
do see
did
Mogul
lose that,
stand
if
out, but
I'm
Split ends
correct.
up as the
So
decider, so
we'll
there
see.
is a
Actually,
potential
yeah,
world
I think so.
where we can
And then we
see
have
for the first time in a
Moist
while here in
Mogul
Challengers.
picking
But we're going to be
Pearl.
kicking things off with this matchup, then we're going to move into
Also
Pearl.
very interesting.
It does
Also, I
feel like
think
that's a little bit more
just
standard.
for
Obviously, we
the
don't get
the future reference, I think I'm just gonna
traditional
call it
play of like
Moist.
Haven or Ice 100%, but these maps are
You know what? I'll try and call it
pretty
Moist Mogul, but I may just call it Moist.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if
And for the
Breakthrough
decider, it'll be
they don't opt
split.
to go
I
with
actually
the
hope we get to that
Moist
decider. I do want to
strat
see split
selection
in this pro play
since it was on the table. I expected
situation, but
sentiment
I
there
also
just
think,
they've been so
I
dominant
mean,
on
like I
meta
said, I think
across
Moist Mogul wins
not
this.
just the
Like
qualifiers,
across the
but they
board, I
even
think
put
Moist
G2 up
Mogul
for
has
their
a good
money a
chance
little
at
bit in
2
that
0ing.
series, but
At the
even
very
not
least 2
being
1ing.
popular
I
with the
doubt
crowd too
Turtle
is
Troop wins
a
this, and
bit
if they do,
peculiar. And
I think it's
maybe it
because Moist
does
Mogul
go
just has a lot of
to lean
pressure on their
kind of
background.
towards okay. This Moist Mogul squad is trying to flex onto more than just what has been their go-tos. I will say, though, that Turtle Troop have done some good research here, taking away Ascent first and then saying we don't want to see Haven for the third. So they did a nice job kind of mitigating some of the strengths, what we've seen from that Breakthrough team before in the first 2 weeks. So they've put themselves in a good position here. Just comes down to, I think, what they put together on this Fracture as a new squad. It's going to be, I think, a tough map to try to figure out as a newer group of 5.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I certainly expected Haven to get picked by the Moist Moguls just because it was such a strong map for them. Not only in what we've seen from them when they got the win against G2, but also just throughout the qualification process for this league. They were really hot on Haven. Pearl, the only time I've really seen them play it was when they lost to G2. As part of the reason how they lost that series. So definitely a little bit interesting how the map pool went. I think you're right, though. Turtle Troop played the pick ban the best you could have as far as what bans they got and when they got them. So that gives them their best chance to be successful. But again, like the same situation with TSM, it turned out well for them, obviously. But it's a lot of moving parts. When you're bringing in new players, pivoting roles, new map pool, it's a lot. Like, how much have they been able to figure that out over 2 weeks? For TSM, apparently a lot. But we'll see if Turtle Troop can live up to the same regard.
And then the question is, and this is something that we actually unearthed during the interview in the post-match with Corey, how much time have they had with this roster? Because, yeah, we've had, 18 days, 17 days since the last day of competition and challengers, but at what point did they make the decision to actually do this? And then how much practice time did they get since then? Because Corey was like, we basically had like a week, which makes that win in that first series that much more impressive because they were able to prepare for who is largely considered the best team currently in challengers and find a win. The question is, how much time did Turtle Troop have, and how much prep was actually spent around Moist Moguls? And I guess, you could argue the same for Moist Moguls. Like, are they really preparing to play Turtle Troop because they're just kind of like, we're going to play our own game. We're still trying to figure things out on our own.
I think the other interesting point, kind of
Good
harkening
point.
back to that Corey interview when you asked about it, was we didn't really prep for the guard. We just prepped for ourselves. And I think that's maybe the indication that newer teams like Turtle Troop and maybe even for Moist Moguls, they're not really going to have the chance to really spend the time to counter strat necessarily. It's just about trying to put together your best playbook, and let's see if we can execute on that first before we take it an extra step further. So who knows? Very well may be a part of it, may not be at all. It's just going to be a learning lesson for us.
Well, we're going to learn a lot in this first map, and I'm told that the agent select is ready, so it's my time to bid adieu. Take it away, boys.
Good to see you. Your beard looks great. Mustache always as
All right. I'm very excited for this match. Again, it's a big. It's not a show match, but I think this is the brand new Moist Mogul Esports Valorant team debut, in a sense, with the new branding. So I think it will be interesting to see how they do it. In any case, we've got Mummy on Breach, we've got Sim on Jet, we've got Tig on Sky, we've got Flya on KO, we've got Governor on Neon, we've got Eve on Brim, we've got Adder on Cypher, Proto on Cypher, we did on Brim, and Brock on Breach. A lot of similar picks, but I also think some of the most different picks we've seen. The difference in Duelist is a Neon versus a Jet, Turtle Troop opting for a Neon, and Moist Mogul opting for that Jet. And then we have that Sky and KO difference, KO difference, with Moist Mogul going for KO and Turtle Troop going for Sky. So I think the initiator difference, the duelist difference, at the end of the day, it's still both an initiator and a duelist, same exact team comp, and I'm not expecting some crazy difference or anything like that, but I do think seeing how the different players play with it, obviously Sim usually goes Jet, so we'll see on that. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Moist Mogul entering this competition with this new branding, will the pressure be too much? Will the pressure actually impact their performance in a negative or even positive way? Or are they going to play the same as they've always played and then dominate Turtle Troop? Or will they have just assumed, no, we're going to have such a dominant performance here against Turtle Troop that we don't even have to worry about that? We'll have to wait and see as we start moving into here on this fracture map. It's looking like a Turtle Troop on attacking starting out. It looks like they might be going through to A. I mean, they've got that Cypher Trip on that B entrance. And I do think Turtle Troop will be moving towards A. It looks like Sky is probably going to use her bird, which she does. Doesn't get any vision at all. And we see Sky and Neon for Turtle Troop, Tig and Governor moving towards A, and the rest of the team follows. Obviously, of course, except for Adder, who is just going to be holding that opposite side. Turtle Troop now just very aggressively pushing in. No kills yet. Adder was pushing that Sat just a little bit, and he's actually going to get pushed here, and he's able to get a pick. Sim, but Brock's just going to trade that off, and so no meaningful kills there. But we do see Turtle Troop now going to be able to push Brock here, knowing where he is. Governor's just going to, just duelist the way duelist is going to duel. Take out Brock, and that's going to give Turtle Troop an early advantage here in a 3v4 situation in this pistol round. But we see Moist Mogul now. This satellite is a very highly contested spot. Wait, Moist Mogul is actually just going to be able to defuse. Turtle Troop can't stop him despite having the player advantage there. That spike's just going to be defused, and that's going to be a big win for Moist Mogul. Now they're just going to be able to force. They're going to be able to force. Turtle Troop not going to force. They're doing...
sense of urgency from A lobby to try to, disrupt any type of defusal attempts on the spike, but there really wasn't one, or it didn't
anyways, yeah, so they're gonna be able to force here. Turtle Troop doing the safe thing, not forcing. Very, very interesting play there from Moist Mogul as they just stuck it. We actually saw that happen last game too, with the guard and TSM, where a few times the different teams were able to just hold it on each other sometimes. So that's not uncommon here, but we do see Moist Mogul now going to have this advantage. And that gun diff does seem to be paying off. Sim able to get a nice pick on Mummy. Knows where Adder is, and is just going to be able to peek him on Dish. Very, very nice pick there. Turtle Troop not really knowing how to push this. Sim getting a 3K and then a 4K. Brock going to take that ace from him. And now we see that... a little bit of a visual glitch there, but we do see that Diffuse come in a flawless round. That's exactly what Moist Mogul wants. You win that first pistol round, you force buy, that's what you want to do, and they were able to take advantage of that. And now they're all just going to be able to keep their guns going into this third round, buy full shield, try and win another round, hopefully another flawless round if they're lucky. But what Turtle Troop wants to do now, off of that save, full buy, which they can, and now they're going to try and get another round. Or not another round, but their first round, and maintain that momentum. They want to get a win, get that econ, and hurt Moist Mogul's econ, and move forward. Which is what they're going to be trying to do. Moist Mogul pushing very aggressively. You see Sim with the Guardian just pushing very aggressively down A main, or sorry, B main. Brock's going to take out Weeded, Tig taking out Brock, and Thief. Proto taking out Tig. So lots of trades, not very meaningful kills. The player count's going to stay even. Governor taking out Sim, though. That's going to be a meaningful kill, and now it's a 2v3 for Moist Mogul. Positionally, Turtle Troop in a better spot here. Moist Mogul concussed on site. Fly is actually going to find Governor and able to take him out while keeping himself safe as Mummy and Adder push onto site. And now Turtle Troop has to plant. They don't know where Moist Mogul went, though. They do know one's probably Arcade. They saw Flya, and they know he got a kill there, so they sort of know where he is positionally. And we see a Proto looking at B main, but we also see Flya still holding that Arcade. And the Cypher Traps are going to come out. Adder ready for a Proto who peeks out and just takes him out. And now it's a 1v2 for Flya. It looks like he's expecting this rotation. And he's going to get detected by the trap wire and the cam. And takes it out. Turtle Troop now just going to move over to A. Flya thinking they're actually staying near B, it looks like, which they're not. So Turtle Troop's going to get a free plant on A. Flya's going to have to rotate through defender spawn. He does grab a gun. I think that is actually a smart choice there, moving forward. I mean, against two guys with guns, you do want a gun. You know, and Flya with his knife out isn't expecting Adder there. Adder's going to do some damage, not a kill though, and lots of gunfire exchange. And now Flya's going to have to push this through defender spawn. Just coming in, able to take out Adder and able to take out Mummy. A very nice play for Flya there. Is going to earn him a 3-kill and the defusal. A very, very nice round for him, and a very nice choice to grab that Phantom there. The Econ for Turtle Troop, not going to be good now. I mean, they full bought that round and lost. They needed to win. They don't have that anymore. So their Econ's not going to be great. It looks like they're going to decide to force here, but Moist Mogul now just going to be in a better position as they didn't actually have to buy. Off of that flawless second round, they were able to just buy full shield going to the third. It paid off for them. They were able to pick up a gun, and overall, Moist Mogul's Econ is going to be better here. Turtle Troop just in a worse position overall. And it looks like Turtle Troop is going to be a little bit of a split push here, just sort of seeing if they can get any picks. And we see that op come off from Sim. Is Governor gonna? I think it looks like he's aggressing this. No, he's just trying to get Sim to use some util, which he does. He uses his dash. And now Turtle Troop are going back to attack spawn, and they're going to be. It looks like, where the Cypher Trip is set up. Using that Sentinel, maybe it'll just keep him off. We actually do see the Spike crossing under through tunnel, and looks like gonna just go to... I mean, I honestly... They're playing very, very slowly. We see this a lot in this pro play. It's just very, very slow play. And it may actually pay off here because there's no Cypher Trips on that side. And we get that very aggressive play now coming in. And Moist Mogul is mostly on A, but on Fracture it is a very quick rotate. And Mame is now just going to be able to plant on default. He's getting concussed. He's getting flushed out by the Brim. Sim ready to catch him coming out. A Proto takes out Tig. Governor going to take out Thief. A Proto takes out Adder. Governor finally takes out a Proto. Black takes out Weeded. And Governor with the 3K is going to take out Flya. Can Governor get another kill? He does. And now it's a 1v1. Now it's a 1v1. He's looking at an ace, but he only has 9 health. Is he expecting where Brock's going to play? He is, and he's able to get an ace. And that's going to be that round to Governor. Very, very nice round from Governor. He's going to win them that round. Very nice for their Econ. That was the forced round, and it paid off for them. Their Econ's still not going to be great because, again, they did force and most of them died. But a very nice round there from Governor. Going to take that ace. And deny some momentum from Moist Mogul. Moist Mogul's Econ is not going to be great off of that. Because they did full buy that round and did not have the momentum to sustain that. So now they're going to have to save and force and whatever, but Turtle Troop off of that round is going to have a little bit of a boost to Econ. So they're actually just going to force here against Moist Mogul, mostly saving. We do see that Vandal on Thief. We'll see if that pays off, that decision. As it looks like Turtle Troop is just... pushing into B here, and Moist Moguls actually expecting an A push. We've got all 5 of them on A, whereas Turtle Troop is on B. They've been baited quite a bit here. And, yep, we're seeing Turtle Troop just push in freely. Governor does get spotted, but nobody's there to stop them. Moist Mogul's not going to be able to stop the push on. It's going to be a very quick plant. And now they just have to play post plant. Moist Mogul entirely pushing through defender side spawn. No flanks, no lurks, nothing like that. Just entirely just going to push together, it looks like, through the spawn. We did in Heaven just trying to get a pick. Does get concussed. He's not going to be able to play that well. And we're starting to see this push through. Tig able to take out Brock. Mummy able to take out Thief. Tig going to get a 3K, taking out Sim and Flya, and we did finishing off with Proto. Is going to give a flawless round to Turtle Troop. They're starting to gain some momentum here, and also guns. That's the biggest thing. They're now going to have money to buy. Off of a flawless round where most of them maintained the entirety of their full shield, they're going to be very, very good econ-wise. They're all going to be able to full buy here. A very, very nice round from Turtle Troop. 2 nice rounds in a row. We got an ace and then a flawless. Is going to be very, very nice for Turtle Troop. Moist Mogul in a little bit of a bad spot here. This is Turtle Troop's map, so they are definitely more practiced on it. And we've seen them play on it previously in this season and do fairly well on it. So obviously they have lost the 2 games that they have played, but on their map they usually do decently. And obviously, of course, they are going to be more practiced on it, so they should beat Moist Mogul here. And Moist Mogul did get that early lead pretty quickly with those first 3 rounds. But that was pretty much just getting lucky on that pistol round and then using that econ diff to have better guns. And now that the econ is starting to look more in favor of Turtle Troop, we could just see Turtle Troop start to take this advantage back. That being said, Moist Mogul is on a full buy position with an operator, whereas Turtle Troop is not. And by full buy, I mean forced. They do have real guns, but their shield's not there. Governor going to take out Flya and should be able to pick up a gun off of that, and that's going to be a bonus. Proto just trying to fire through, and we do see that preventative plant by Breach from Moist Mogul. And now Tig's going to plant. We get that Breach ult. Not going to stop the plant, but it is going to concuss the planter. We get that Brim ult trying to force Moist Mogul back. Mame there from Heaven going to be able to take out a Proto. We did going to take out Brock. Positionally, Moist Mogul not great right now, and it looks like they're just going to save their guns. Not the worst decision. One of them has an operator, the other one has a Phantom. In a 2v5 situation, I would not expect them to be trying to win this. So now Turtle Troop has to decide if they're going to try and deny it. We see Governor actually coming into that defender side spawn, but Sim does have an operator, so Governor might just get picked off here. Sim does see him, but isn't able to pick Governor off, as Governor doesn't push out all the way. And Thief actually going to get pushed by We Did. Sim able to get a pick. Governor finally chasing him down to get that op down. They're not going to pick the op up, actually. But they do deny the op for Moist Moguls, making it not even a good econ round by even a little bit. So Moist Moguls in bad position now. Down econ. Turtle Troop on a 3-round win streak is doing very, very well. They now have the money to full buy for at least a few more rounds. And although they decided not to pick up the op, I guess none of them really wanted to play op this game, but on offense. But yeah, I mean, overall, it's looking like Turtle Troop may have a little bit of an upset here. Breakthrough was definitely expected, or sorry, Moist Mogul definitely expected to win this game based on their previous games. And also the fact that Turtle Troop has not won a single game yet. But Turtle Troop definitely, it seems like they took the 2 weeks off to restructure themselves and rework the way that they're going to structure this team, and it's working out. Looks like we see Turtle Troop at a very, very passive B push, just sort of holding angles, hoping they can get a pick. We actually see Flya pushing out just a little bit, but not within anybody's vision. We get that Skydog coming in. Flya makes a little bit of contact, but just backs up. And Turtle Troop's now going to start moving towards A. We see Governor going through tunnel towards Adder, maybe to just meet up so that way they can safely rotate towards A. And it actually looks like the spike on Mame as well as we did are just going to cross over towards that A main. And now it's just Tig on that sat push. I think Moist Mogul will now be expecting more from that sat push, knowing that most of them were that side. But now at drop, they're just gonna be able to get on site. A Proto getting faked out almost by Governor, but able to take out Governor. Thief taking out Tig. Mummy gonna take out a Proto. Brock gonna take out Mummy. We did gonna take out Brock with 10 seconds left. They have to plan and Moist Mogul up a player. They only have Sheriffs though. It's gonna be difficult for them. They are up players. Not anymore, as we did take out Thief and Adder takes out Sim, and now it's a 1v2. Flyer able to take out Adder, but we did denying any hope of a push, taking out Flya, and that's going to be very, very nice around there from Turtle Troop. They're securing this. They want to keep winning. Turtle Troop definitely has the money to lose players as well. Like I said, they've got a lot of momentum. They can buy each other. Some people are close to maxing out. Like it's a very, very nice round here. And very, very, very nice game so far from Turtle Troop, playing better than I think people expected. Like I said, they are the bottom seed in Group A currently. So against Moist Mogul, who's formerly Breakthrough, who they lost a game, but they also won a game. An unexpected, or not an unexpected game. I think he was against Shop. No, they lost to Jutsu, and then it was against Oxygen, I think. It was a very, very good game to win. I believe. I could be wrong about that actually. But yeah, they were definitely expected to win against the bottom seed in Group A, and they haven't. Turtle Troop is winning 4-3 right now, and maybe Moist Mogul can figure out how to play better defensively against this Turtle Troop offense push, which they've definitely practiced. You can tell how coordinated they are about where they're going to position themselves. But whereas Moist Mogul definitely just seems a little bit less coordinated. As far as how quickly they're pushing onto site, how quickly they're rotating, how far into site they're pushing. I mean, we see both Brock and Thief here pushed pretty deep onto site, and it could pay off because Turtle Troop doesn't rotate off. Thief gonna take out Governor, Flyer gonna take out Tig, Brock gonna take out We Did Mummy, taking out Flyer, but in response, Brock takes out Mummy. And it's now a 4v1 for Adder, who's able to take out a Proto, able to take out Brock, but Thief's not gonna let Adder get a nice comeback there, and he's just going to finish him off. That's going to be a round to Moist Mogul. A nice round for them to win, especially since it was a bye round. That was definitely a round they did want to win. They're going to continue to force here despite not being able to full buy. So they're doing pretty well. That's all I have to say. Moist Mogul is doing pretty well. So is Turtle Troop. Turtle Troop definitely doing better so far. Off of that 4-round win streak, they're going to have pretty good econ. Moist Mogul does not have that good econ. Just with that light buy. Light shield that they have to buy, even though they have guns. We see Sim pushing out very aggressively, hoping more people are going to push that, but no, they're not. More people are not going to push that. And Turtle Troop mostly going through arcade, it looks like. Actually, some pushing down through tunnel. And we do see Tig actually rotating more towards that backside. So that way she can help, or so that way Tig can help rotate through arcade. Push through arcade. But it actually looks like most of Turtle Troop is pushing down through tunnel, and they're going to wrap around. Moist Mogul is honestly expecting, you can see how far they're pushed up into A main, expecting that push into A, but they're not rotating. They're actually just going to stay on B. And there is the Cypher Trip set up on B, so they only need 2 watching it, but you do see Thief now rotating over towards it as well. Turtle Troop now pushing right onto site. Mumme's going to start planting, and that's Moist Mogul's sign to push in. Turtle Troop did lose on A, so they decided to go B. A very nice choice. And we'll see if Moist Mogul can play around that. We do see Tig killing Governor there, who did take some damage. We do see shooting through smoke, stuff like that. We see that Brim ult go down. It's going to force them out of Canteen. We do see Fly in there with a shorty, ready to take out We Did, who pushes through, and lots of kills are exchanged. Not really, actually. Moist Mogul actually going to get a flawless round there. A very nice retake is just going to kill after kill after kill. It's going to earn them a win, and a flawless win at that. So that's 2 rounds in a row. They've denied Turtle Troop, who have tried to. They lost on A, said, okay, try B. Didn't work out for them on B either. So it's Turtle Troop definitely in a weird position now. They don't know where to push. again, like I said, they do seem to practice this a lot. You can see how coordinated they are, how aware of where each player is they are. But it just seems like Moist Mogul is able to play more coordinated when retaking so far. They were, I mean, that one on A wasn't so much of a retake, but more so just they guessed where they should play positionally well. If Turtle Troop had rotated over to B, I don't think they would have won that round. And then that previous round, the most recent round they played on B, and it didn't work out for them even after post plant. Governor going to deny Sim getting that early picks with that op. Governor also going to take out a Proto. Tig now going to take out Thief for Fly with the Wallbang going to take out Tig. It's a 2v4 situation. And Moist Mogul is going to take that hint and save. They don't have an operator to save. And yeah, we get that ult off. Now Turtle Troop knows where Moist Mogul is positionally. And Moist Mogul now in a top spot, trying to save here. Turtle Troop actually knows they're probably trying to save. So they're all pushing, 3 pushing together. Onto A to see if they can find them. Brock is in rope, just trying to defend himself. We see Fly watching sight to defend both of them, and that's going to be the win to Turtle Troop. That spike initiates. Oh, Fly able to take out Adder right there. Adder not expecting him to be there, and that's going to be that save. A successful save for Moist Mogul, but obviously a win for Turtle Troop. Moist Mogul has decent econ. They're a little bit more stable after winning 2 rounds in a row. And then Turtle Troop still having that stable econ from that 4-round win streak. And then winning another round is definitely just going to increase that stability. So we're looking at a nice buy from both sides. Obviously, Sim does have a Spectre. They're still trying to save a little bit there. Moist Mogul is. Hoping they can get a win off of this and continue to strengthen their econ. Looks like they're pushing through A. They had a little bit of contact there on B, and off of that, Moist Mogul did rotate over there, but they're sort of seeing Turtle Troop might just rotate over to A. They do have Cypher Trip on A, so they're just waiting for contact on that. But Turtle Troop is rotating over to A. And we see that Sky Dog come out. Sim waiting for people to push through door. They have, but they've mollied him off, so he can't defend himself. Governor just gonna take sight with Neon ult, take out Cypher Trip, and Moist Mogul is now just going to try and play retake. It's 5v5 situation. No damage has been done yet. We get that breach ult from Rope. Thief gonna be able to take out Mummy, and there's a lot in. Oh, Sim just completely misses on Governor, but Governor able to take out Sim before Brock takes out Governor. Moist Mogul is going to finish off Turtle Troop. Sorry, I'm having trouble talking. The last matchup was very, very long. And my throat is starting to hurt. But I'll power through it. In any case, Moist Mogul takes that round. A very, very nice round for them to win. Like I said, it's been an econ battle. I mean, I think Moist Mogul had a good econ starting off, and then they lost that footing. Turtle Troop then was able to get pretty decent econ, and then it just sort of became Moist Mogul trying to climb back from that econ deficit, and they managed their econ well, because now they're able to full buy, and you can see Brock actually has 5,700 just sitting there waiting, because they didn't full buy last time. Sim, knowing he had ult, went with the Spectre, and it paid off. We saw some very nice econ management, and so now Moist Mogul is just up on econ for at least a few rounds here, and Turtle Troop isn't up on econ. They're forcing here because they've lost a few rounds that they needed to win in order to maintain a decent econ. So now they're down on econ. They're in a tough position, and they're gonna have to play here. We do see Turtle Troop. We keep seeing this. They look in one site, make a little bit of contact, maybe make some noise, and then they either rotate and go around the other way, or just rotate to the other site. Moist Mogul, I think, is starting to get in the groove of that. They sort of know what Turtle Troop's going to do as far as that. Where they initially make contact, they're probably not all going to push through, so they can start looking elsewhere, looking at that other site, looking at the other entrances. Tig is in drop with that ult ready, and ult's out. That's going to be Turtle Troop's key to start moving in, but we do see that ult from Thief on drop, trying to force them out. Flya able to get that kill, and we did. Adder taking out Brock, Flya taking out Mummy, Governor taking out a Proto, and lots of kills that aren't really meaningful yet. It's a 3v3, so still an even player count here, and the plant's gonna go down from Tig. Oh, Sim catches Governor, who's not looking at rope, not expecting them to be there. A little bit of a jet one-way is going to give Tig a kill on Flyer, while Adder takes out Thief. Sim going to take out Adder, and Tig actually going to be able to take out Sim, and that's going to be around to Turtle Troop. So it's going to be 6-6 going into this next half. Very, very close. Yeah, no, that was a very, very good half from both teams. I mean, you know, Turtle Troop seemed... Moist Mogul took the early lead. Turtle Troop took it back. Moist Mogul took it back. Turtle Troop took it back. Very, very nice. Very, very nice econ management, I would say, from Moist Mogul. I think they had very, very nice econ management. They were able to come back econ-wise. And now Turtle Troop is not dominating, I think, as much as they would want to, especially on their map. On their chosen map, they, you know, you'd expect them to be doing better than they are. You know, they're definitely a little bit disappointed in themselves. Turtle Troop is. Moist Mogul is definitely doing as good as they would want. They definitely do want to be doing better here than Turtle Troop. But they're not. But they are performing decently, at least evenly, to Turtle Troop on Turtle Troop's map. So, you know, assuming they do well on Pearl, you know, if they can secure this win, it'll be a nice round for both teams. Or a nice matchup. Sorry, yeah, a nice game for Moist Mogul. What am I saying? I'm losing my mind. Anyways, Moist Mogul is pushing into B. A very aggressive response from Turtle Troop is going to try and force them off. And it actually is successful. Lots of trades is going to make it a 2v3. Sim going to be able to take out Adder, who's planting, though, with that shorty from long range. And Sim's going to try and use that shorty and take out Mummy. Doesn't matter. Brock's there to get that flank kill. This is a little bit of a chaotic play here. We did trying to right-click Brock, but can't seem to find him. Can't seem to make contact, and Brock's going to be able to get that kill, yeah, and win them that round. So Moist Mogul getting that pistol round again, and of course they're going to force off of that. Get that next round, like I always say. You win that pistol round, you force, and you get another round at the very least. We did see Moist Mogul able to turn that into 3 rounds early on, last half. So we'll see if they can do that again, or even more momentum from that pistol round. So we'll see. They were able to win that pistol round. They're forcing here. Turtle Troop almost completely saving, except for Sheriff for Mummy. It looks like it's going to be pretty... It should be a pretty easy win here for Moist Mogul. And we'll see as they push through A main, almost uncontested, as Tour pushed Satellite, where nobody's pushing. And Moist Mogul is going to be able to take pretty good control here. Turtle Troop is going to have to back off pretty quickly and just play retake. Moist Mogul is definitely waiting. I don't think they know that Tour drop, and so I think Turtle Troop definitely could have somewhat of an advantage there. Moist Mogul is waiting for Turtle Troop to push through rope. They definitely know there are some there. We also see a Proto watching A main. Nobody's there. What they should be watching is Satellite. That knife goes off and doesn't detect any of the 2 players' Satellite, so they definitely think it's safe. Thief taking out Tig, and Adder with the help of Brock. Governor from Satellite is going to be able to take out Thief and Sim. And now it's a 3v3. That Satellite push was definitely able to even it out, but that spike just goes off. There was not enough time. Turtle Troop took way too long to push back, especially from that Satellite position. Moist Mogul was just able to keep that site locked down, and Turtle Troop just died. I mean, it was a save round. That there was nothing to save as far as guns, so they just did not push as hard as they wanted to, so they just died to the spike there. Score is now 8-6. Turtle Troop, of course, off of that safe round, is going to be able to full buy. Almost full buy, except for Mame, who like I said, bought a Sheriff. So, in any case, it should be a strong defense. Turtle Troop should win this. They are up on guns, and of course, Turtle Troop should know this, that they're up on guns. So it should be a win for Turtle Troop if we're just looking at money. And taking the early lead by taking out a Proto, but Thief with the Stinger is going to take out Governor and get a gun there. That's definitely going to help them out. Using that combat stim is now going to be looking into that B push. you know, to try and get in there and play better. Sim in heaven gonna just take out We Did with the Bucky. Also with the Bucky gonna take out Tig. Tig only able to take out Flya while some other kills are happening, and now it's a 3v1. Adder's suddenly alone with a Vandal. All he has. He's got to play retake. He could totally just save here. I mean, he has $0 to his name. A save is definitely an option, but he decides to push, and Adder's there to take him out from Arcade. And sorry, did I say Adder? I'm Brock is there to take him out from Arcade, and that's going to be a third round of Moist Mogul. Now, don't fret if you're a fan of Turtle Troop. They just that this is exactly what happened last half, and then they tied going into this half. Moist Mogul won those first 3 rounds, and then Turtle Troop was able to find some footing, keep it pretty even, up until that last round and a half, and we went into this half 6-6. So we could definitely see Turtle Troop manage to come back here on this save. But as far as, again, like if we're just looking at money, Moist Mogul's better here now. They just need to play better positionally, and Turtle Troop is 5 stacking A. They do have some Cypher set up on B, and by that I mean a camera, and that's it. So they were definitely expecting a Moist Mogul A push, which they did read correctly. Moist Mogul was definitely trying to go A, and it looks like they're still trying to go A, but 4 of Turtle Troop is now pushing back into that satellite side, where nobody is. I mean, we've got some Cypher set up there, but that's about it. And now with 4 off of site, and it's just Cypher now in that defender's side, Moist Mogul's just gonna have a free ride onto site. And we do see 3 of the Turtle Troop crossing over towards that flank, which a Proto is watching, and he knows that they're there. He's backing up. He knows how dangerous it might end up. Turtle Troop now gonna have to play retake. 3 from main and 1 from rope, 1 from satellite, but rope is taken out. Adder's gone. Governor's taken out. Governor's gone. Mummy taken out. Mummy's gone. Tig is gone. We Did's gone, and that's gonna be a flawless round for Moist Mogul. Very, very nice for them on the attacking. Moist Mogul now with 4 wins in a row. Turtle Troop not able to find their footing so far in this second half. On defense, they're just struggling. I think Moist Mogul, I mean, they're just playing better positionally. They're getting on site. Turtle Troop not able to push back. It seems like they're just getting picked off. They're not all pushing at the same time. They're not all able to cover each other. There's no trades happening. Overall, like, Turtle Troop is just not able to be there for the rest of their team. You know, you'll get 1 picked off or 2 picked off, and then that's pretty much it. We do see Turtle Troop pushing out pretty aggressively through B main. Moist Mogul wasn't even planning on going there. They're actually planning on going A. 4 of them now pushing through A main. They do have Proto watching that flank in case some do try to come. He does acknowledge the fact that so many did come last time, but nobody's going to be pushing through there. Brock able to make nice first contact. Flya taking out Ada, but We Did's ult going to take out Flya, and now it's a 4v3. Brock able to take out We Did, but Governor firing back, taking out Thief. Brock taking out Governor. Tig gonna get a double kill on Brock and Sim, and now it's a 1v1. It's a 1v1 between a Proto and Tig. Tig has a Phantom, a Proto has a Vandal, and Tig is down. Only has 33 health. Oh, Tig ready for that, with the 3k is gonna finish off a Proto. And that's going to be that round to Turtle Troop. A big round for Turtle Troop, trying to get their footing back in here, finally winning a round in this half. Can that be the moment, the start of the momentum that they need to hopefully come back here? It's been difficult for Turtle Troop in this half. It's been very, very difficult. This is a very interesting game so far. I'm honestly, I was expecting not the most interesting game. I was expecting sort of Turtle Troop to almost to sort of beat out Mogul here. I'm not gonna lie. I thought Turtle Troop just was not going to. Sorry, I thought Mogul was going to beat out Turtle Troop. What am I saying? I did not expect Turtle Troop to perform this well, but they have, and I'm happy for that because it's making the game very interesting. Obviously, Moist Mogul is still winning, but it's a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. As I speak, Moist Mogul's pushing into A main. I'm expecting. I mean, can Turtle Troop gain their footing back? That's what we need to see. And it looks like positionally they're just pushing out too far, expecting Moist Mogul to be where they're not, because Moist Mogul's not coming into that satellite. They're just not. They're not even there. They're all attack side spawn, and 3 of them with the spike are looking into A, while 2 of them are actually pushing towards B, peeking into that main, trying to get a pick, and we get that KO ult into B, trying to bait Turtle Troop over there, and it's working. Moist Mogul is going to have a free reign into A, where they're actually pushing with the spike. And after that KO, they all push over there. They're going to be able to get spiked down. Turtle Troop now going to have to play retake. Are they going to be able to play together, or is it going to be more of a one-on-one thing? We do see Governor one-on-one with that Neon ult, gonna take out Brock, but it's not good for anything as she's just as he's just traded off. Mame gonna take out Thief. Sim gonna take out We Did It. Tig gonna take out Sim. A Proto able to get a double kill on Mame and Tig, and now it's a 1v1 again. Adder's one of these in the 1v1, and he's gonna win it again for his team. Gonna give Turtle Troop another win. I mean, Adder just keeps ending up in these 1v1s. It's twice in a row now, and he wins it for them. Moist Mogul just not able to beat him in those 1v1 situations. It's going to make it 10-8. Turtle Troop starting to gain their footing back. Moist Mogul taking a big econ hit each of these rounds that they lose. Not to say Turtle Troop isn't. They absolutely are. I mean, they keep full buying. It works out. They are winning. They're forcing. They're winning. But obviously that's not sustainable if you full buy every round, but you're dying every round. It doesn't work out. So hopefully Turtle Troop can turn this momentum into something that keeps most of them alive. Hopefully for Turtle Troop. Whereas on the Moist Mogul side, I mean, they still have a pretty solid econ. And they're going to full buy this round as they push into B. Is it a real B push, though? Does Turtle Troop know? We don't know. A Turtle Troop finally not sending any super out on their own. It doesn't matter, though. Sim going to take out Governor, who's in tunnel. And that's going to immediately give Moist Mogul that player advantage that they need. Flya with the lineups on Turtle Troop. Throws it down, trying to get them off the site as they run over to A, where actually Turtle Troop has Cypher chips, and you know, I think Moist Mogul's gonna get hit here. Adder able to take out Thief, but Flya taking out Adder. No hope of that 1v1 win for Adder again. Flya taking out Mume, and now it's a 4v2 situation. Moist Mogul very good here. 2 on rope. We see that dog come out. We see shots firing through it. Sim trying to fire through that smoke and fire back. We do see a Proto with a flank. Not able to catch in on it, though. Tig taking out a Proto. It's a 3v2. Spike still isn't down. Flyer finally starting to plant. And I do think Moist Mogul is now going to try and play it safe after that flank failed. So Turtle Troop is going to have to peek these angles. Coming in through CT. Tig's going to see Brock able to take him out. Flyer trying to come out and take advantage of their turned backs. He's able to take out We Did, but not Tig. And Tig trying to push Flya. Isn't going to be able to take him out there. Flya's just going to take out Tig, and that's going to be 2 players left alive for Moist Mogul if they take this round. It's now 11-8. Moist Mogul getting closer and closer to that 13th round. Turtle Troop getting further and further away from the hope of winning this map, which they definitely want to win. They definitely want to win this map when it's their chosen map. I mean, this is the map they're supposed to win. They definitely do want to win this map. To have any hope of going to that decider on split, they definitely need to win this map. They kind of got their footing, but not really, and so their econ did get up a little bit, but now it just off those rounds that they did win, they just did not. They didn't all survive. There's only one of them remaining on those 2 rounds that they won in a row. So their econ wasn't there, and then now they just haven't kept winning, so the econ's not going to start to get more stable. It's only going to get worse. And Moist Mogul is still with a very, very nice econ, very, very strong econ, surviving through those losses. Just because they had such a strong momentum with their econ and with their wins. And now Moist Mogul, 11-8 on this attacking, is going to be in a very good position. They're going through tunnel, a minute left. They still got time to decide where they want to go. They can rotate still. They're going through tunnel over to this other side, and it looks like they're probably just going to be pushing into B from here through arcade. Is that what we're going to be seeing? We'll see. We see that knife go through to heaven, doesn't detect anybody, but we do see Tig there. Sim able to get a nice pick on Governor. Tig waiting for Thief in heaven, gonna take him out, and Spike's down in heaven. Sim gonna ward off Mummy from sorry. We did going to take out Sim. Lots of kills traded, but overall it's 3-1. It's a 3v1 right now for Adder, who's just not able to connect on Flya. Flya gonna take out Adder, and that's gonna be another round to Moist Mogul. 1 round away from this 13. from this 13-8 victory. Can Turtle Troop come back? I mean, they just need 4 wins. We did see the guard come back from a little bit of a deficit there at the end to tie it up and get to the overtime in the last matchup. But I mean, Moist Mogul is just having a dominant performance here. In this second half, they had a pretty nice performance in the first half, but it was tied 6-6 towards the end. Moist Mogul did have some pretty good econ there. They definitely could have kept playing more rounds in that half. And now we're seeing that good econ management again in the second half, except now we're going to see more rounds played, and it's paying off. Turtle Troop with 8 rounds to Moist Mogul's 12. It's a very difficult position for them here. Moist Mogul going to be coming in here pretty forcefully. They definitely just want to secure this round, and we see Thief planning pretty early. Turtle Troop gonna have to push in. No kills are exchanged yet. No kills are given. Fly does take a little bit of damage. Turtle Troop does have that edge there, but Turtle Troop does have to push this spike. Time is ticking. They don't have a whole lot of time to work with. We see the smokes go down, and then we see that breach ult come out. Sim is going to be picked off by Tig, but Thief there to trade it off. Adder going to take out a Proto and then get that Cypher ult off. Brim's going to ult that spike and just try and play time now. Which it should be said, Turtle Troop is running out of time. Thief taking out Adder, Flya taking out Weeded, Mame taking out Thief, Mame also taking out Flya. And that's gonna be it. That's gonna be a round to Turtle Troop. They needed that round. They needed that round to try and gain that foothold back. They need to start trying to gain their foothold back. They need 3 more rounds here to get close to that overtime and possible victory. They definitely want to win this map. Like I said, they need to win this map if they want to hope of going to that decider. And it's certainly difficult. I'm honestly rooting for them a little bit just because it's underdog. I do want to see overtime again. I think it'd be interesting. But at the same time, I mean, Moist Mogul is the team that's favored to win, and it's a fan favorite too. And honestly, they're gonna win. Let's be real here. I don't know if Turtle Troop can play this defense very well. They've been playing very aggressively on this defense for some reason, and it's just not been paying out for them. They keep peeking in the wrong places where Moist Mogul isn't going. Sorry, and now we see Moist Mogul coming in for this B push. And it's honestly almost looking like a free sight. They've only got 2 there. We do see shooting through smoke. Adder is actually able to take out Flya through that smoke, but a Proto just going to take out Tig, and also Mume. But Governor's firing back, taking out a Proto and Sim, and it's going to make it a 2v3. Turtle Troop up that player advantage still. We did there to take out Brock, who's just out in the open, and now Thief trying to get a kill there, but isn't able to. Weeded's going to get in there, get that spike diffused, and that's gonna be another round to Turtle Troop. A very, very nice round for Turtle Troop. Mogul Mail's money starting to hurt now. I mean, if you look, they're not gonna be built. They're probably not gonna be able to buy this round. All of them are not gonna be able to full buy. They're gonna force. I mean, some of them are just going to have to play with low shield. Sim does have the jet ult, so it's not the end of the world. We do see Flya with the light shield, but Turtle Troop now having gotten that foothold now has some of that econ back. Sim opting to buy a sheriff. But yeah, I mean, Turtle Troop, they definitely, like I said, they want to win this map, and they're trying to prove that they can win this map that is theirs, that they've practiced on. And you do see Turtle Troop actually opting to hold a 4-stack on A, and that might be a good choice. Assuming Moist Mogul is going to go there is not the worst idea. They definitely should be looking there. If you think about it, they've been losing on B, but it looks like Moist Mogul is just going back towards B. Turtle Troop almost kind of expecting this is going to back off. Moist Mogul is pushing up pretty aggressively in A, but they're backing off. They used some util just to scare Turtle Troop off, and now Turtle Troop doesn't know if they're going A or B. They do still have Cypher on B to hold it down, while Weeded is waiting in Generator, and we do see Moist Mogul is pushing into B here. And they're able to take out Adder in Heaven. Is going to immediately disable all of that good Cypher util. That was going to help keep them off of sight. Turtle Troop does have that Skyle, which does come out and does hit some of the players. It's going to slow their roll a little bit. Governor's going to get hit by that Cypher trip. So they're going to be forced off a little bit. Governor now going to challenge this against Flya. Is it going to work out? I don't know. Sim on very, very low health is going to get taken out by Tig. Governor's just going to take out Thief. A Proto's going to take out Tig. Weeded's going to take out a Proto and Flya. And that's going to be that round to Turtle Troop. They're trying to make this comeback. They were down 12-8, and now they are one round away from getting into that overtime position, which honestly may pay off for them. It's exactly what we saw in the first half. I mean, Moist Mogul had somewhat of a dominant performance, and then they started slipping up, and we got that tie going in. And now this is the last round, no matter what, and Moist Mogul can't full buy. It's okay though, because neither can Turtle Troop. Adder doesn't actually have the money to full buy, so he's trying to figure out if he's going to sacrifice Util or what's going on here. It does look like yeah, it does look like he sacrificed his. Oh, never mind. He was able to full buy. That's my bad. In any case, Turtle Troop with the full buy, Moist Mogul with not the full buy. I mean, we've got Flyer with full shield but a Spectre, and then we've got Thief with the light shield and a Phantom. So, a little bit of sacrifices had to be made for Moist Mogul. Will it pay off as they just full push into A? They decided, okay, B has not been working out. We've tried it, and it's just not working out. Unfortunately for them, Turtle Troop sort of knew that they were going to be forced to go A after B just kept not working out. So they've got a 4-stack on A, and they're going to be ready for this push in. We did pushing very aggressively, and it's going to pay off. Able to get a 3-kill on Simfly and Thief. Tig ready for that push. It's now just down to Bronk in a 1v5 situation. Is it going to be a flawless round for Turtle Troop? No, it's not. He's able to pick off Governor to prevent that flawless round, but Tig's there to trade it off, and that's going to be that round to Turtle Troop and securing that overtime. Turtle Troop now has hope of winning their map. Once again, I mean, I gotta give it to Turtle Troop. Like I said, I didn't think they were gonna come back from that. I did not think they were gonna win, but they did. Turtle Troop decides they need to take a timeout, check their egos, make sure that they know how they're gonna restructure themselves, how they're gonna play this better. The first timeout we've seen from either team so far in this matchup, and in this game, and yeah, we're gonna see how this goes. I mean, this is so far very, very interesting game. Like I said, I did think Moist Mogul was going to just beat Turtle Troop here 2-0, but at the very least 2-1. And Turtle Troop is definitely trying to push it to that 2-1 position. I think if it goes to the decider on split, I mean, obviously I haven't seen either of these teams on split because it wasn't in the queue so far in this season. So I honestly don't know how their split play is going to be. I do know Turtle Troop obviously chose Fracture. They've had some good games on Fracture, so this was their map to win. Moist Mogul is probably going to win Pearl if it does go to Pearl. I mean, who knows? Maybe it's going to be an upset, just like we saw with the Guard, and it's going to be a 2-0 victory for Turtle Troop. I highly doubt it. I do think Moist Mogul has this in the bag, but it's definitely possible that they lose here. It's definitely possible, and we're getting closer to that Turtle Troop maybe coming back from that 12-8, trying to get this 14-12 victory. We'll see. We shall see. We do see Moist Mogul. They've got 3 on A, they've got 2 on B, and it looks like we're going to see an aggressive push out here from Flya. And we'll see if he can get a pick off of that, as 2 are actually looking like they're going to push down B. We see that flash come out. A Turtle Troop backs up. Moist Mogul waiting to see if anybody crosses, but they're going to take rope. They do not want to risk that, and Moist Mogul is pushing them. They see 3 come out through A main. If Turtle Troop wanted to just rush into A, they could have, but now they're waiting just a little bit too long. They're not going to have that free passage in. The Cyber Trip does get destroyed, so now Moist Mogul has an idea of where at least 1 is. But off of that, Turtle Trip's going to back up into B, where there are still 2 waiting, and now 3 as Proto approaches. Moist Mogul in a very good position right now as far as where they're holding. They've got 3 on B. They've got 1 in tunnel just in case. And it actually looks like Governor might be approaching sorry, they've got 2 in tunnel. Governor is going to see Sim, but Sim's just there to take him out. We do still have a Proto in there. Are they going to push it? Our Proto is going to be able to peek out. After Mummy takes out Sim, Proto's able to get another pick. I mean, there's still 1 more in tunnel, but a Proto just decides, all right, I've done my due diligence. I've traded it off. I'm going to back up now. Moist Mogul in a very nice spot now. And defensively, they're in a very good position. Proto's just going to take out Mume. And now it's down to a 4v1, which Adder is not going to be able to get himself out of this one. Thief taking out Adder is going to make it a 4-player to no players victory there for the defense. A very, very nice play from Moist Mogul. I mean, that tunnel play was very, very nice. They definitely did not expect one person to be there, let alone two, and they were able to take advantage of that. Moist Mogul now going to win that first round in overtime. Again, when Econ's not in the picture, I mean, I don't even think Econ was that big of a deciding factor in these past few rounds. I mean, we saw Turtle Troop win save rounds, so I'm not even like, I don't even think it's really just going to come down to who can play better positionally. Moist Mogul now on this offense, Turtle Troop with a very nice choice to four stack A, and it was, like I said, it was a nice choice as they're going to be able to get a pick very early on. Flyad now on very, very low health. With only 10 health, it looks like Moist Mogul is just going to back up towards B. Turtle Troop, almost reading that, is going to start rotating towards that B. And we see them pushing back through to that defender side spawn, which is a nice choice. Moist Mogul is pushing towards that B. We do see Brock actually still in A main, trying to maybe see if he can get a pick, you know, somebody who was looking for lurkers. And it looks like he's pushing pretty deep into A main, and he does make contact with a few, and it looks like Moist Mogul's actually just going to start rotating towards A. Oh, never mind. They're baiting themselves out here as they back up and move towards B. Yeah, it does look like, I mean, they're definitely weighing their options. We do still have Fly, who's, again, very low on health, is on that drop to try and get any stragglers as Moist Mogul pushes into B. And now they're going to back up. You can definitely tell Fly is looking for a pick on somebody who is you know, trying to rotate over. And we start to see that U2 usage. Flya jumps down, able to get a pick on We Did, but Tig just taking out Flya. It's a 3v4 right now for Moist Mogul. Not great for them on the offense. Definitely still good for Turtle Troop to win here, and they take out a Proto Thief. Governor is taken out by Brock, but then Tig just takes out Brock, and that's going to tie it up again. Another overtime here today. I mean, we saw the TSM, the guard overtime ended 18-16, which was very, very close game, a very, very fun game to watch. And we're seeing another overtime. I mean, this is an exciting day, some very exciting games. And I honestly, like, based on how Moist Mogul and Turtle Troop are both performing, I honestly think this could go either way. Their offense for both of them is not the greatest, but their defense are pretty good. I mean, Fractures is inherently a little bit of a defense-sided map, just with how quickly you can rotate through such a short defender side. But it is definitely still not to say it's impossible for offense to win. It definitely is, and Turtle Troop is taking this early advantage here. Now 2-4. Remember when I said the defense was good from both teams? It looks like I may have been lying, as Moose Mogul is now down players already. It's a 2v4. It's definitely still winnable, but it's gonna be difficult. Sim trying to even that gap, able to take out Tig. We see that Brim ult come out. Adder able to take out Sim, and now it's a 1v3 situation. Brock in a very bad position as he goes through that Cypher trip. They know exactly where he is. Weeded waiting for him to push out, just as he did. Weeded able to take out Brock with a 3k. Weeded's going to close that round out for Turtle Troop. Could we be looking at Turtle Troop winning on their map? Maybe. And honestly, if Turtle Troop is going to win, this is the map to win on. This is the map to get that round to lessen the blow. Moist Mogul takes their first time out of the game. You know, they definitely don't want to mess around here. They would like to secure this win, so they're going to take a nice time out, sort of figure out what they can do differently on the offense, because their offense has not been the best compared to the way Turtle Troop's offense has been playing. And obviously Turtle Troop's offense did just win, so now Moist Mogul needs to retaliate and win, so they're taking this time out to figure it out. Now they do have another timeout, so if later down the line, if this overtime keeps going, they do have the option to think more about how they're going to do this. So yeah, it's not looking horrible for Moist Mogul. And I do think I do think Moist Mogul still has a very good chance of winning this. Personally, I definitely do think that. I think Moist Mogul is in a very good position right now. And again, like, this isn't even their map. Like, at the end of the day, this is Turtle Troop's map. If there's a map that Moist Mogul is gonna let Turtle Troop win, this is it. Pearl's probably in Moist Esports or in Moist Mogul's bag. Turtle Troop does not have Turtle Troop doesn't have the room to lose this map. They need to win this map. This is the map they need to win in order to secure that decider, because chances are Moist Mogul is going to win on Pearl. They've proven themselves to be big Pearl players. And yeah, I mean, we'll see. Moist Mogul obviously very quickly pushing on to B here, and they're getting on. They were definitely afraid of B after dying so quickly on B so many times. But it looks like after that timeout, they just decided, no, B's the way to go. I think we can make it, and they get that early pick on Governor. Mame is able to get that pick on Sim. Ooh, a nice flash from Flya, but Adder denies any chance of killing Brock. In tunnel is going to try and deny that defuse. We do see great post plant. It's now a 2v3 situation. Brock able to take out Mummy. It's not great. Nobody's holding that defuse. They do have some room to leave. Oh, but that flank from Tig, and Turtle Troop is going to win this game. Like I said, if there is a map to win, it is this, and Turtle Troop does win it. Very nice game for Turtle Troop to win. Very nice map for Turtle Troop to win. And this series is definitely proving is definitely proving to be interesting. Like I said, we may have seen a 2-0 victory from Moist Mogul, but we didn't see that. So now I'm expecting this 2-1. I'm expecting this Pearl to go very much so in Moist Mogul's favor, and then I'm expecting the Decider to also go in Moist Mogul's favor. Like I've said, Split has not been in the queue for a while. It's been almost a year since Split was in the queue, so I have no idea in the competitive queue or in the pro queue. So I have no idea how Turtle Troop is going to play. I have no idea how Moist Mogul is going to play. I think it could go either way, and I'm not. I wouldn't be surprised if it went either way. In any case, we do see a lot of I mean, it was a lot of back and forth. I think it was a very, very close game. After that first half, it was 6-6. It could have been anybody's game, and then it went tied 12-12 at the end of the half with a very nice comeback from Turtle Troop, and they did end it 14-12. So yeah, a very, very nice game for Turtle Troop. A very nice comeback, 12-8, able to come back, 4 more rounds, tie it up, and then win 2 more. Very, very nice from Turtle Troop. And I'm excited. I'm excited to see how Turtle Troop does moving forward. And I'm excited to see how Moist Mogul does moving forward. I do think Turtle Troop has a chance here. Obviously they did win a game, so you know, Moist Mogul has more to climb out of, whereas Turtle Troop now has some room to breathe. They're not fighting for that one game advantage, in this one map advantage. But yeah, I'm very excited. I do want to go ahead and take a look at their Twitter. I also want to see how Moist Critical and Ludwig are reacting.
But just, you know, through will.
And he left. And this, I think, needs to reload. We'll see. Come on. If it'll load. We'll just. Whoa. All right, let's try this. Let's try this again. Here we go. What does he have to say?
How the fuck can they do lose 12-8 when you're watching, bro?
It's fine. I'm not even fucking worried about it.
Watching the
You're
Moist
not worried,
Moguls
bro. You're
dominate.
fucking more than worried about it.
I told him, like, what do I care about? I care about content, all right? So we're sitting at 100K plus viewers combined, which is perfect for me to tell you about our newest sponsor, Swipe GG. Okay, guys?
Oh my god. Okay, I'm having CPUs.
That was my fault for leaving for cereal. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it is. I mean, they're definitely a little bit sad.
I said no.
70K? You fucking swipe my ass with that shit, bro. Get out of here.
Bidet.gg, my bad.
Fuck, you forgot your own website, bro. You're bad at websites. You're bad at websites, man.
That's boomer shit.
You're bad. He accidentally said the site that he couldn't get.
All right, man. Okay, I do want to take a look at their Twitter, see what clips we may have here. Refresh. My browser's having a seizure. Can't load everything apparently. Yeah, so let's go ahead and take a look at what we have going on here.
Sim finally catches the angle.
Oh, I love this.
Second. Oh,
A very nice kill from
okay.
Moist
Sim
Mogul.
starting off hot.
Sim.
Flash right into Whedon's left ear. He's going to get caught. Sim won maybe for
Got
the ace.
4K. That nice flick. What a
That
nice flick.
is immaculate
Man.
duelist play.
Just turning around and getting that flick.
Ace and Sim will use it to his advantage to get the dagger through. A Proto coming in with 2 as well.
Okay, trades back and forth, favoring Moist Moguls. Governor last one left. He's gotten 3 in the round.
This is
with
the
ball.
it's the turtle
Does
troop
take
ace.
down the 4th, zooms away, gets information on Brock nearby, but he's on 9 health. Has to hit a headshot. Brock is full 150 health, and he connects. Are you kidding? What is happening in this series through 4?
Very nice
There's
ace.
players willing to come out with the splash with the smoke to take the
Oh,
fight.
that was a
He
nice
did.
PK as
Able
well.
to come through. He did.
All right, these are some
Indeed.
good clips. I feel like sometimes the clips are a little bit lacking, but these were some nice clips. I'll go ahead and take a look at the broadcast.
And then we can cipher ult to see where all the other dinosaurs are. And then I'd probably get like a chamber in there.
What the
Feel
fuck?
like, I don't know, his op. I feel like his op would be good against a dinosaur. And then a Sage slow. So we can slow him, we can trip him, and then we can just chamber him. Traps.
I think Jet Dash. I need some long range, so I'll probably take Sova. Little darts in there. Jet Sova. And I need some tanky. Breach, probably Breach looks like he's pretty tanky. Breach, yeah, I like Breach. Breach, Jet Sova. I'm definitely winning that for sure. I think so at least.
To some, this is nothing more than cardboard.
All right. I do want to hear what they're talking about.
Wash your hands with water. 2, you can wipe it off with a towel.
Wipe it off, blood, please.
What would you rather do?
Wipe it off with a towel or wipe
Wipe it off with a towel or wash it?
I'm washing it.
Exactly.
Right?
Hey.
Exactly. And that's the swipe motto. That's the swipe motto, baby. Ladies and gentlemen, swipe $500 today.
Exactly. Thank you, bro. Appreciate it.
Plus 500K in the chat. Plus 500K
Actually, plus 500K.
in the chat. We're sold out.
I'm looking at sales right now. Plus 1 mil.
Bro, looking at sales right now. He actually just fucking got 2 returns.
I'm sending a DM to Turtle Troop. I'm buying you. Throw.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Did you have a bidet growing up at all, Tarek?
No, I didn't, but it's actually pretty common in Turkey, but I haven't.
They have it's usually like the handheld, yeah?
Yes, that's one of them that they have. But no, I've only gotten in recent times, dude. And the technology, bidet is super clutch, dude. Having a bidet in your house is actually super clutch.
You know what else is kind of clutch, though?
Hmm.
You heard of Opera GX?
Who?
On the low, you heard of Opera GX, though?
Yeah, I fucking love that shit.
Yeah, for sure. Speaking of, by the way, have you heard of Nord?
Yeah, I fucking love that shit, too.
Dude, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Sorry, I have
Code
two more to
Ludwig?
get through here. I have to get through 2 more here. What's up?
Code Ludwig, right?
Code Ludwig, yeah, that's the one. Whew.
What else you got? That's it?
Yeah, man. I'm not fucking.
Who's the?
All right, we'll go. Okay, we'll go ahead and take a look. Let's go back over to the website. I do think. Okay, let's think about this realistically. All right. This next map, it's Pearl. All right. Who chose this map? Moist Mogul. All right. So realistically, who are we looking at winning? It's Moist Mogul. Okay. I don't expect an upset here. I don't expect Turtle Troop winning here. This is very much so a moment where Moist Mogul wins. I don't think there is a world in which Turtle Troop wins this map. That would be a lie. I do think there's a chance. I think Turtle Troop definitely has a chance. I don't want to say like Moist Mogul's gonna win, but like they're gonna win. Though to be fair, I did think they were gonna win that map, but I think if there was a map Turtle Troop was going to win, it was going to be Fracture, and it went to overtime, so you know it was close. All right, let's go. Let's just take a listen.
Made it to week 3, and we're in our first day here in our second series of the day as well, as it's the debut of Moist Moguls And Turtle Troop's new team, it's kind of a little bit different than what we've seen from them in the past, and clearly the changes worked. It wasn't necessarily the most beautiful Valorant we've ever seen, Dust, but they find the win in map 1, 15-13.
Yeah, we had like a game where I felt like, you know, when the Gar was playing TSM, you weren't seeing a lot of critical errors or like big mistakes. It was a lot of teams playing like really technical Valorant, and it just came down to who could kind of, you know, come out of the weeds on top in some of the critical late round moments. This game has been a slugfest where you got two dudes out there throwing nothing but haymakers and they don't know anything else. And, you know, sometimes they land and sometimes they don't. And again, there were some situations where Moist Moguls did feel like they were in control. You could see they had a lot of the first kills. They were doing pretty well in the clutches. They, you know, were doing decent in post plants, but both teams were kind of equal in that regard. Again, it just felt like it was a tale of a Moist Moguls team that had control of both halves at certain points and then kind of gave it up, and we wound up in overtime.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the first kills too. Sim being the one that kind of led the charge there. Now you see the 9 and you go, oh, what a great game. Congratulations. Well, also 5 first deaths. So a high ratio of early fight shift, but it did
Just look at that KD.
Their
I mean,
favor,
23 to 21, 27 to 21. That's a high death ratio, okay? And I mean, look at how many of the team is positive versus how much of it is negative for both teams.
Right? I mean, the 9
it's not great for both teams. Both KDs are not great. I mean, this is Group A. Let's be honest. Group A play is going to be a little bit more or a little bit less perfect than Group B play. Group B play, the teams have to be perfect. They have to be like this. This has to be perfect play. We saw it with TSM versus the Guard. It was very perfect play from both sides. And then just like a little bit of underperforming from the Guard is going to give TSM that advantage versus you look at this game where it's just nobody's perfect. Nobody's like, man, this is where I should be looking. People don't know where they're looking. People are peeking where they shouldn't. People are playing a little bit too aggressively sometimes where players aren't. We saw that from Turtle Troop a lot, just pushing out where they shouldn't, and it didn't pay off. Sometimes it did pay off, and sometimes they full stacked when it made sense, and sometimes they full stacked when it didn't. Like, it was very imperfect play. I think both teams were doing it where they were playing too aggressively sometimes, stacking too much sometimes, and I mean, that's why it was such a close game. And we'll see if Moist Mogul can perfect themselves, recoup, give themselves a little bit of an ego check. Yes, they won, but what could they have done better? Because I do think there was some stuff that they definitely could have done better. So I'm looking forward to this next game. Obviously I do think Moist Mogul is going to win. It's their map. It's Pearl. They've shown themselves to play well on Pearl. Turtle Troop, however, they do have a new team comp, so we don't know exactly, and by team comp I mean they have different players. They've got a little bit, I think they had one player sub in, or switch out, so it's a little bit different. So I'm definitely looking forward to see if they can challenge the dominance I'm expecting on Pearl from Moist Mogul. But I'm also definitely looking forward to see Moist Mogul defend the fact that they definitely should be able to win this. I mean, that first game was long. That first game was like what, an hour? We started at around 6, and now it's like 7. That was a long first game there. It went very, very close. So yeah, let's go ahead, and I do think they are signaling, giving the signal that we're about to switch here. Or no, they're just looking at the maps. So yeah, I mean this. I'm hoping Moist Mogul wins this because I do want to see the split decider. We haven't seen split yet in this pro play in this season, and I definitely want to see some teams start to play on it, see how they're playing. We've seen a lot of Fracture, we've seen a lot of Pearl, we've seen a lot of Ascent. Like we've seen some of Icebox, we've seen some of Haven here and there. Like I don't want to see those maps. I want to see split. I don't want to see Lotus. I hate Lotus. But I want to see split. I want to see Pros play on it because it's been a while since we've seen Pros play on it. We didn't see it before the break, before this 2-week break. We didn't see it in the qualifying tournament. So in North American Challengers, I want to see how these teams play on split, and I just want to see. I genuinely, that's it. I just want to see. I just want to see how it goes. I want to get a feel for how teams are going to play it, and so I'm hoping Moist Mogul wins this. And then I'm hoping for a very, very nice game on split. So yeah, I'm looking forward to this. I'm definitely looking forward to this. Yeah. Oh man, I'm like genuinely excited about this game. Which yeah, no, this matchup is actually pretty exciting. Um, I'd say this is sort of like the disguised Mad Lions matchup, which I was kind of excited for, because like I thought it was going to be a close game. It wasn't. I mean, Disguised sort of dominated, but I thought it was going to be, and I thought it was going to be fun to watch. It was fun to watch, but I was definitely more excited about a closer game, and then it wasn't. But this is one of those games where I wasn't super excited because I sort of thought I knew how the outcome was going to go, and now it's a little bit different. We're probably going to see that decider, and I definitely want to see that split play because I love split. It's my favorite map, so I think it'll be interesting to watch. In any case, we're going to the player selection. We've got Astra on Thief. We've got Weeded on Astra. We've got Sim on Raze. We've got Tig on Sova. Yeah, sorry. We've got Brock on Sky. We've got Mame on KO. We've got a Proto on Killjoy. We've got Governor on Jet. Again on that duelist. We've got Flya on Viper, and we've got Adder on Killjoy. So we do see a little bit of a player difference here. Instead of oh, this is actually really interesting. So we've got two controllers for. I want to see this player comp again. Sorry. We've got two controllers for Moist Mogul, and we've only got one controller for Turtle Troop. The replacement is an initiator. We've got two initiators on Turtle Troop and only one initiator over on Moist Mogul. Very interesting. The player picks are also very different. I think the only thing that is the same, the only player picks that are the same are Killjoy and Astra, which are of course solid picks right off the bat for a pro play. This is interesting. This is gonna be an interesting matchup. There's a team comp difference rather than just the character difference, the agent select difference. It's a team comp difference. So this could be very interesting. I'm actually excited about this. And we do see this push where Turtle Troop is actually 4-stacking on A, which is definitely unexpected from Moist Mogul, but they're able to fire back lots of kills, and now suddenly Adder's all alone. It's a 1v3 very quickly through that art push. Lots of picks were given by Moist Mogul. They were just able to pick them off, and now it's just Adder, and they know where Adder is. They know their dugout. Adder trying to wallbang, but just revealing where he is going to allow him to get wallbanged. Not a great position. Sim just gonna finish off Adder, and that's gonna be that first round of Moist Mogul. Like we saw last game, though, Moist getting a little bit of BMing, but Moist Mogul is now like we saw last time, winning that pistol round. And like I always say, you'll win that pistol round, and you'll win the following rounds. And that's exactly what I think we're going to see here. We're going to see those rounds win from Moist Mogul. We're going to see the second round win. Just they've got more abilities. They've got better guns. They've got better shields. Yeah. So let's take a look at how Moist Mogul is going to do, pushing into B. It's a 5v4 on B. Turtle Troop definitely stacked B well. They predicted very well. Governor able to get an early pick there and not even traded off. Oh, Brock going for that Sky is just blinded. Fortunately, it doesn't get killed. Sim takes out Governor, pushing in very quickly, but Adder's just going to trade that off. Brock's able to take out Adder, and Mome is going to give them that player advantage. No more trades for Moist Mogul. Going to give them a player advantage, and now Turtle Troop is down a player. As that spike goes down, Tig going to take out Flyer, who just planted, but Thief just going to take Weeded off. And now it's a 1v2. It's going to be difficult for Tig. He shouldn't save here. He should use his abilities. He should use his util. He knows where Brock is. He knows where both of them are now. He's able to get a headshot on Brock. Very nice. Obviously, it's a massive gun div. Tig's not in a good spot here. With this classic, it's difficult. The spike is ticking down. He's got to do something quickly. And Moist Mogul's just playing safe. And that's probably the right thing to do. We've got Asher with the post plant. And Brock just takes out Tig. Tig not knowing where to look. And yeah, they got that buy, and they forced there like they should have, and they got the round like they should have. So now Turtle Troop off of that save should be able to buy here. Yeah, so we're gonna probably see a full buy, or at least mostly a full buy here from Turtle Troop, and we'll see if they can turn that into a win against Moist Mogul's light buy. They're not gonna have the best guns, but they should have full shield, decent guns. I lied. We've got 2 with a sheriff and 1 with a stinger, just off of those deaths, because only 2 of them survived. So now Turtle Troop should have a big advantage here. I mean, they've got the gun diff, they've got the shield diff. So we should see a good round here from Turtle Troop, and we immediately see that kill on a proto. But Flyer takes Adder off, making it a little bit of a trade. Not exactly a trade, but same for the player count, so the kills don't matter for either team. So it's a 4v4 situation as Moist Mogul pushes into A, and they're going to get that plant down. They're going to be able to play post plant with Astra's util, as well as Killjoys. I mean, we've seen this Pearl post plant so many times from so many different teams, and it's a pretty solid post plant with that Killjoy and Astra. Sim gonna get that pick on Governor, not what Turtle Troop wants. Losing any player advantage they had. Turtle Troop now firing back, gonna push in, actually able to kill all of them. Very, very quick, very, very coordinated kills is going to earn Turtle Troop that win. Which, like I said, they should have won. You know, when you have when you just have better guns, you should win, and that's exactly what they did. They played well defensively. They were able to coordinate their attacks on that retake, and now Turtle Troop did lose some, so the buy's not going to be great for them, but it is going to be there. And now we're looking at Moist Moguls, who is now able to full buy as well off of that pretty hard save last time. So now we shouldn't be dealing with a gun diff. Turtle Troop does have slightly worse guns, but to be honest, I think here we're not looking at a gun diff now. I think now we're looking at it's just gonna be who can attack better, who can play retake. Moist Mogul does have a decently quick push into A if they want to. They will have to face off against the Killjoy Sentry. But all they have to do is deal with Tig on site, and they should be able to get there. Maybe they know that. Maybe they know that there's probably not too many, and they're pushing in to Art. That spike was left in that A lobby, and now it's being brought through to mid. We do have 3 of Moist Mogul now just pushing into A. They're forcing Turtle Troop off of site. We see Sim with the showstopper going to get that kill on Tig. Tig just not able to run away in time. And now Adder's going to be able to take out Brock. Very coordinated here from Turtle Troop. And now it's a 4v4. Turtle Troop now just going to... Moist Mogul now just going to back up here. Turtle Troop going to have to play well defensively on this retake. And I mean, Moist Mogul has a pretty decent post plant here just with their team comp. Lots of trades going on. It's a 2v2 right now. Moist Mogul has to push out. They think somebody may be on spike. TTR, Mummy, and Adder are just going to have a very coordinated attack. And that's going to win them that round. And Turtle Troop secures another round. And like I said, the gun diff didn't matter. It was whoever could just play better, and Turtle Troop played better defensively there. That's going to secure them that second round. And now it's 2-2. Even score. Moist Mogul is down on Econ, so Turtle Troop should win at least another 1 or even 2 rounds if they manage their Econ well and they don't lose too many players this round. Round 5 should pretty easily go to Turtle Troop here. Governor's going to go with their knives. It's going to also help to boost their Econ. Moist Mogul going Sheriff and Light Shield, trying to get some picks just to damage the Econ, because let's be honest, when you're up against a full bot team, you're not really trying to win off of that. I mean, you are, but you're not. You know, you're just trying to do damage. And we'll see if Mogul Moves can do that damage. This is their map, so obviously they know how to play Econ and what they can and can't do. Able to take out Thief, Fly, able to take out Adder. Lots of trades here. Player count still even. Turtle Troop's going to be able to take out Flya. Braca taking out Weeded. Governor taking out a Proto is going to give Turtle Troop the overall advantage, but Moist Mogul on this defense, on this save round, is going to do quite a bit of decent damage. Able to pick up some guns. Brock now just taken out as they push too aggressively. Sim now pushing, but there's 2 people there. Doesn't know where to look. Governor's just going to take them out. And that round that should have gone to Turtle Troops did. On a save round, Moist Mogul did do some decent damage, taking out 2 of the enemy players, but it's not as good as they probably could have done or would have expected to do. So scores 3-2. It's not the best here for Moist Mogul, but it's also not the worst. Their econ's now good. They should be able to buy. Turtle Troop also has decent econ. Turtle Troop has momentum as well. So Moist Mogul needs to win this round if they want to not completely ruin their econ and lose a few more rounds. Turtle Troops can lose this round. They can lose this round and still have decent econ next round. And still be able to full buy. So econ wise, Turtle Troop is in a good position. Room wise, to lose rounds, they're in a good position. They're up a round, so they can afford to lose a round, and it'll stay even. Turtle Troop pushing up pretty aggressively into this A main, hoping they can catch somebody, but unless Thief pushes, which he does, gonna take out Governor. That's gonna be a quick, good kill there for Moist Mogul, who's now gonna be pushing into A off of that Sim through Art's gonna take out Mummy. This is the round Moist Mogul needs to win, and they're winning it. They're clearing Dugout, clearing Secret very, very quickly. Turtle Troop now going to have to play Retake in a 3v5 situation. They do have money to lose, so they don't have to save here, and they're trying not to, but Sim taking out Tig, Brock taking out Weeded, looking hopeless as Adder takes out a Proto, but Flya just going to finish off Adder, and that's going to win Moist Mogul another round. Going to tie it up, and the econ now for Moist Mogul is going to be back. They're going to be back in that good position. Turtle Troops, like I said, they're in a good position. They could afford to lose money there. But it looks like they're just buying for each other, trying to keep each other's econ good. We do see Tig sacrificing, buying Governor the op and full shield. Tig sacrificing his KD in exchange for Governor, hoping Governor can get a pick, even though last time he did sort of throw it. Moist Mogul looking at a mid push, but leaving Spike in that A lobby. Definitely looking more towards an A push. That Skybird goes through Art. Nobody's there for it to blind. It just blinds a turret. And they're going to grab a Spike and move through Link. They have not pushed B through Link yet. They also haven't really pushed B very much yet. So Moist Mogul is definitely trying it out. Oh, but Adder and Weeded, right, are there to take out Sim. Tig takes out Flya with the Sova ult, and that B-Link push was not the right decision. Brock still looking in, trying to maybe get a pick. Weeded not gonna let that happen. Definitely trying to hold that. Brock still trying to challenge it a little bit. And Moist Mogul might even continue to try and challenge it. We get that Molly going off. They're trying to deny it. We get that knife going up to try and detect them if they stay mid. Which they do, so that knife goes off, and it does detect two of them. But a Proto is going to be able to just push through connector, and I don't think they know. I don't think they know that a Proto's in connector. Thief also able to cross into connector. Oh, it does look like Adder might be expecting that connector push, but we also have Brock who's pushed up really far. That op for Governor is going to take them out. Adder, knowing they might be in connector, places down that turret, but they're not pushing through connector. They're actually going to be pushing onto A. It's going to be a 2 pushing onto A. There's no Killjoy turret. There's nothing there to detect them, so they may just be able to push on. They're making noise, trying to clear their corners. There is one in main. There's Tig in main, and then we get that Astra Util's going to force them into the hands of Adder, and then a Proto is going to be able to trade that off, but they aren't looking for trades. They're going to take out a Proto, going to give that round to Turtle Troop. Moist Mogul does have a decent econ. They did win the previous round when they needed to, and now their econ's going to be decent. Obviously, they did lose, so they're going to have to buy, so it's not like their econ's in the best position now. Sorry, I sneezed. But yeah, so in this is starting to be a little bit of an econ game. Like who can maintain their econ advantage? Both teams right now have a decent econ. Turtle Troop did sacrifice a little bit of their econ. Tig bought the operator for Governor, and the Governor did get a kill. Tig was able to survive through that. Was able to survive through that, and it did pay off. So Turtle Troop's econ is in a good position. Moist Mogul, who did win the previous round, before the previous round, two rounds ago, did have good econ as well to lose a round with. So now Moist Mogul just trying to win this round, trying to even it back up. You know, their econ's not in a good place if they lose, so they want to win here. Turtle Troops is in a good place if they lose, so they're okay with losing here. So yeah, Turtle Troops has room to breathe. Moist Mogul does not. We've seen it before in this half, and we're seeing it again. So Moist Mogul, knowing they don't have room to breathe, may you know, they may just be able to use that to their advantage and then take that win. They know Turtle Troops may have a few stacked there. They were hoping maybe they could bait Turtle Troops over and I mean, there are 3 on A, so they should be able to push into B pretty quickly. They do have a proto waiting for any lurks, or sorry, lurking for anybody who's trying to play. And still 2 on B for Turtle Troop. 30 seconds left. So Moist Mogul does have to commit, and we see that bird go out, and now Turtle Troops should know pretty well that that's when Moist Mogul is pushing. We see that Viper wall come up. They're pushing in. And lots of flashes going through. Governor's not blinded, though. It doesn't matter. Sim's able to take him out. That KO ult comes out. Sim's just going to finish him off. And then they finish him away off. Don't let him have the chance of getting revived. They're denying this plant. They've got 4 seconds left. Adder does a pretty good job, but that plant's going to get down. It's now a 1v2 situation. Turtle Troops sacrificed so many people trying to prevent that plant, and it just did not pay off. So now they're in a pretty bad position. We get that Killjoy ult coming off. Tig's going to push through that Nano Swarm, but just not in a good position. And Protoss going to be able to take them out. And like I said, I mean, this is a back and forth now. Turtle Troops had room to breathe. They knew that, and they lost. Moist Mogul did not have room to breathe. They knew that, so they won. And now both teams have room to breathe. Their econ's decent, so either team can reasonably afford to lose this. Obviously, Moist Mogul's in a little bit of... Actually, both teams are not in the best spot, so both teams do want to win this. Moist Mogul obviously wants to win that advantage and win 2 rounds in a row to strengthen their econ, whereas Turtle Troop did lose 1 round, and is... you know, it's been a back and forth. Neither team has won 2 rounds in a row since this back and forth started, so they want to prevent that. Could Turtle Troop just win this and then win another, or is it just going to continue to go back and forth even if Turtle Troop can win? We see that Showstopper go through. It doesn't affect the enemy team. It does not affect Turtle Troop, and now both teams at full health, a little bit of hurt to the shield. Turtle Troop's gonna get that kill on Brock. That's a very nice kill from Adder, and that's gonna give them a little bit of an early advantage as the spike is down. Turtle Troop needs to play this retake. I mean, this Viper ult's going to be tough to play through. And we do see Turtle Troop coming in now with a hard push. And Thief going to take out Governor, but Turtle Troop's able to return 2 kills. Moist Mogul able to return 2 kills. And then Turtle Troop's with a kill. A Proto with the double kill, gonna turn it into a triple kill, is gonna get that clutch in that 1v2 situation, and that's going to be that round to Moist who is now going to have won 2 rounds in a row. Their econ's gonna be decently strengthened. From that, they did lose quite a few players, so it's not gonna be the best. They're still gonna be in a pretty bad position. Both teams are, actually. But Moist Mogul's in just a slightly better position than Turtle Troop. Turtle Troop in a little bit of a poor position. It's going to have to save. They want some money here as we're nearing the last few rounds in this half. A very close game, again, just like we saw last map. And Turtle Troops, they don't have room to breathe. They need to win this round. I mean, it's a save round, so they're not expecting to win, and they're not expected to win on a save round, but they should win this round in order to deny Moist Mogul that secure at least half by getting that 6th round. But Moist Mogul is just able to push in, and that's 3 kills from Sim already. Could he get that ace? Is he going to go for it? Flya going to deny that ace, though, taking out Governor, and then Tig. And that's going to be a flawless round from Moist Mogul. On that save round, a flawless round is definitely expected. Or at least possible and very plausible for Moist Mogul, and that is what happened. And so now we're looking at 4-6 the score. Turtle Troop has 0 room to breathe. They need to win 2 rounds tied up going to the next half. Could we be seeing a repeat of what happened last map, where we saw that tied game? I don't know. Let's see. There's still 2 rounds left. Could Moist Mogul, with the very strong econ that they have right now, win 2 rounds in a row? I don't know. They're definitely going to have a secured good econ for the last 2 rounds. Turtle Troops doesn't. They need to win this round. Their econ's not great this round. They need to win this round. And Moist Mogul doesn't. Moist Mogul, at the end of the day, they at the very least have tied up this half, so they have some security that at the very least they're not going to go in with a disadvantage to the next half. That leg shot on Flya is going to get him down to just 30 HP. That arm shot from Governor doesn't hit the body. Good for Moist Mogul, not so good for Turtle Troops. They wanted that kill kill there. Flya now going to be up in health, and Moist Mogul is pushing in. They're pushing into A here through main. We've got 4 pushing in through main and 1 in that mid. Just watching it, seeing if they can get any stragglers. Turtle Troops able to get a nice pick on Flya, who was already down in health. A very nice kill there from Flya. And Governor able to take out Bronk, trying to force them off. A Proto gets a kill on Tig, an op shot from Governor. Just lots of traded kills that Moist Mogul can't afford. Turtle Troops in a very good position, able to take out Sim. Adder able to take out Thief on that buy round that they needed to win. They won. They've secured a nice econ in this final round of the half. Can they tie it up? Can they get perhaps a repeat of last game or last map where they won 15-13 in overtime? Definitely closer than they would have liked, but they did win. And the way it started was 6-6 into that second half. Can Turtle Troops get it to that position where it's 6-6 into the second half? Let's find out. I mean, Moist Mogul's in a very good spot. They're not worried about econ, but neither is Turtle Troop. After that win, they're not worried about econ. Turtle Troop still has that operator, and may be able to just hold off mid here. Is anybody gonna peek him mid? There's people thinking about it. They're thinking about going mid, and Governor looks away right before they may push. Sees that dog and just runs away. Doesn't want to get pushed. Just wants to play it safe. That's fair. Turtle Troops doesn't really have room to breathe here. And they want to play as safe as possible. And it looks like Moist Mogul's mostly pushing towards speed here. We do see Viper trying to push them off of that positional hold on the defense with that Viper's pit through Link. Weeded gonna be able to take out Brock, taking out Thief. Weeded taking out Flya. Same able to get a double kill, but Weeded returning fire with a 4K, and that's going to tie it up. Moving into the second half, could we be looking at a repeat of the last map? I mean, we saw this last map. Another very close game so far. Could we be looking at another Moist Mogul's decent lead that they lose? Let's find out. I definitely am certainly hoping that that's not the case, because that's a very long game and my voice is tired. But I do think it'd be very, very interesting to watch. This is so far a very, very interesting game. Oh man, like this is such an interesting game. It's so close. It's so exciting. Moist Mogul now on the defense. How are they going to play defensively? They did not have the best defense last time. Or sorry, no, they had a good defense last time, whereas Turtle Troops also had a good defense. And then it just came down to who in overtime could play the best offense, which Moist Moves could not. So maybe we'll have a repeat of that. Turtle Troops having a decent defense and a decent offense. Sorry, what am I saying? Turtle Troops had a decent defense in the first half. And not good enough to give them the edge, but good enough to keep it tied up against Moist Mogul's defense. So hopefully for Moist Mogul, they can keep it tied up. Or sorry, they can keep, or they can. Oh my God, what am I saying? They can gain the advantage. Anyways, Turtle Troops finally gets the spike down. They've got 4-3 playing in that secret dugout area. Flya able to take out Weeded, but Adder returning fire, taking out Flya. And now Turtle Troops, actually 3 are pushing through that main position on that retake, which is where the spike is planted for. Tig able to take out Brock, Mummy able to take out Thief, a Proto and Sim able to return fire, but Governor and Tig taking out a Proto and Sim. 2 players left alive for Turtle Troop, and the win's going to go to Turtle Troop. For the first time in this matchup, in this series, we've seen Turtle Troop win a pistol round, and they should win another round off of that. If you win the pistol round, you force, and you get another round. Moist Mogul's gonna have to save here. Play it safe with the econ. We actually see them not playing it safe. We see them with the sheriffs. So if they do lose, they're not gonna be able to full buy next half. So it's not gonna be great for them. But overall, a pretty decent half so far. Sorry, but overall, if they get kills, it will work out for them. But I mean, we'll see. Can they get the kills? They're banking on it without forcing. They're banking on it. On at least getting a few picks to strengthen their econ. Turtle Troops not really knowing where to push, testing the waters. They're definitely looking at mid. Killjoy, who's mostly playing on B Link and B. They're not going to know exactly where they're pushing as far as if they're pushing through mid, if they're going through art. We see that Sova drone through A main, and immediately Brock knows to look through art and get spotted. Now just has to run away, but that Sova dart is going to take Brock out. A very nice Sova dart from Tig. Wow, Mogul moves is Moist Mogul is dominating with a 3 kill from Sim. Is trying to even it out and actually gains them the player advantage. Turtle Troop peeking Thief at just the right time though, and it's a 2v2. It's a gun diff. Proto did manage to get a gun, so the gun diff is definitely lessened here. Moist Mogul peeking that dugout isn't going to be able to get the kill. It's now just a Proto able to get the headshot on Weeded, but it's not enough. Weeded with the full shield, it's going to be able to take out a Proto. 8-6 is now the score, and Moist Mogul, who did not full save there, is not going to be able to full buy. They can't buy the shield. They did get quite a few good kills, and that's definitely going to help them out here, but they're just going to have to buy guns and light shield. So it's not going to be great for them. They do all have all of the, or sorry, most of their abilities. So, sorry, I was drinking water. This is an interesting one. Definitely a very interesting game. Moist Mogul now has to win this round. They have to. I mean, they have real guns now. Not that Turtle Troops doesn't. They do have some decent guns. Not all of them have decent guns, though. What they do have is full shield for all of them. Moist Mogul does not. So we're looking at a pretty. It's definitely possible Turtle Troops is able to gain this advantage just having better shield, and then it's not so much a gun diff. Mame is just gonna push onto site and plant. Moist Mogul has been pushed back by Util and just not having the position to push back. And honestly, I think that's the smart thing to do there. Just wait for your team for the retake, and that's what they're going to do right now. Moist Mogul now pushing in. One is in Hall. Are they going to be able to clear that successfully? Sim taking out Mummy. Governor going to take out Thief. Sim taking out Adder. Governor still in Hall, going to take out a Proto. And it's a 3v3. The spike is being diffused. Is Governor going to be able to stop it? He is. The spike is going to be stopped, but it is half. They're going to tap it, and through the smoke, Flya is killed, and so is Tig. Sorry, and so and so is Brock. That's going to give Turtle Troop the win when Moist Moguls needed the win. We've seen throughout the past few games when Moist Moguls needed to win for their econ, they did, and they just didn't here. It could have been the shield diff. They were just getting sprayed through the smoke. That spike was so close to getting defused. If Governor wasn't in Hall, I think that maybe they could have gotten it down. But after that Silver Dart went down, Turtle Troops was just able to shoot them through the smoke, and they didn't have the shield to withstand it. So now Moist Moguls is down rounds and down on econ. It's 9-6. Moist Mogul not in a good position right now. And Astra's coming through. We did was detected. Sorry, not we did. Thief was detected by Turtle Troop as they're pushing through A. And they've got Moist Mogul has 3 pushing through A main, just peeking through, but nobody's there. So now Turtle Troops is backing up and moving more towards that B push, which they are. Moist Mogul is definitely starting to notice that rotate. They're watching mid because they've had pretty poor mid control so far, but nobody's there, and we see that push on to B. And I do think Turtle Trip can just walk on, and Moist Mogul's not going to be able to defend it. All 5 of them in Link, one good shock dart could damage all of them. Obviously, Turtle Troops doesn't know that they're all there, but Moist Mogul now just going to push hard out. This post plant's very strong from Turtle Troops, but Moist Mogul knew what they were doing. They're up a player right now. Sim able to take out Governor in that trade. Thief, good positionally, but isn't able to cash in, and we see that Sova ult come out, and they get off of the spike. But it is halved, so all they have to do is stick it for long enough, and they're able to. That's going to be that round to Moist Mogul, and Sim able to get that kill. Nearly an ace from Sim. Not quite, but still a very, very good round for Moist Mogul there. 4 kills for Sim, and now their Econ's back. On that save round, they won. It worked out. Turtle Troop did not win against Moist Mogul on that save round. Moist Mogul had a very nice plan there, all pushing from Link, and because nobody was in Hall, nobody was in that position, they were able to just hold Spike and get that defuse and get those kills. None of Turtle Troop remained alive to trying to save that econ, and now Turtle Troop's economy is just not there. Governor's fortunately does have that ult for Jet Knives, so a little bit of a save there. So their econ's not worse for the wear, but it's definitely not great. And now Moist Mogul with a solid econ was able to full buy again, is now going, was able to full buy, is now going to push in a proto, taking out Governor. Knives gone. Flya with a nice little lurk is able to get 2 kills. Mummy, however, returning fire, getting a double kill. Sim taking out Mummy in retaliation. It's a 2v3. Moist Mogul is still up a player. It's they're better positionally here. Turtle Troops tries to push out, but Thief denies it. Adder tries to push out, and Brock denies it. As that smoke goes down, it's just not great for Turtle Troops here. Moist Mogul now starting to get their foothold back. They've got that economy base that they need. They're coming through. They're gonna be able to start pushing here. They have that Viper ult, so they're gonna be able to play very well defensively. They just get Flya on B. If Turtle Troops starts to go B, he just ults, pushes them off. Obviously Turtle Troops isn't going B; they're going A. So we'll see. I mean, you can see that Flya is playing in a position where he can very quickly rotate over to A if he feels like that's where they're going. And that may be where they're going. They're pushing through mid. They still have room to decide and switch through mid, but they're definitely testing art on this Sheriff save round. We do see that Dog and gets a lot of contact. We're starting to see the attempt to wallbang from Brock. Doesn't see anybody, and now Turtle Troop is pushing more towards that B side. That decision is coming through. Sim with the flank, gonna take out Tig. Not able to get any other kills. Probably should have whiffs a few shots there. Not great. Fly able to take out Weeded. Sim now at 2 health is just gonna back up. Flya, Flya takes out Weeded, and now Moist Mogul is up 2 players. Adder able to take out Flya though. A little bit of a shock there from Flya. Is going to lessen that blow, and now Adder has a gun, but no shield. So it's still an upward battle for Turtle Troops here, but Moist Mogul's not going to back up a little bit, play more as a team, looking in that connector, throwing a bird through there, trying to see if anybody's there. Nobody's there, though. As Turtle Troops backs up and is moving towards B, Moist Mogul expects an A push. There's 3 on A, and even though that Killjoy setup is on B, so it's almost like 2 people are there to watch it, it could still be a little bit easier for Turtle Troop to push in, with there only being 1 person there. That alarm bot goes off, and now they know that they're really there. The swarm goes out. It does a little bit of damage. The plant has to go down. Moist Mogul not going to be able to stop it. Pushing Link, expecting somebody to be there. A Proto looking from heaven. Doesn't actually peek, but puts the turret down. So they do know that a Proto is there. And now Sim just pushing through. Very strong, able to get 2 kills. Adder takes out Brock. Governor takes out Sim. It's a 1v2 right now for Governor with the Sheriff able to get a kill there. Very, very nice. Thief, it's a gun diff right now. A Governor able to take out Thief. A very nice 1v2 clutch from Governor. Is going to give Turtle Troop another round, and that was not a round Moist Mogul wanted to give to them. That was a save round for Turtle Troop. I mean, we saw Moist Mogul win on a save round. Turtle Troops retaliated. 1 on the save round is what we just saw happen. Very nice 3K there from Governor to finish that clutch. 10-8 is the score now. Very, very difficult for Moist Mogul. This gap just can't be bridged. After those first 3 rounds got won, Moist Mogul has just had a tough time bridging that gap. They got to 9-8, and they thought they were going to tie it up, but they haven't been able to. This is their map. This is Moist Mogul's map. They should be able to play better on this map than Turtle Troops, but Turtle Troops is starting to widen this gap, starting to get their foothold back. Both teams are, for the most part, full buying. Other than Moist Mogul having a little bit less shield. So we should see a pretty even match here. We should see who's just going to be able to play better. Brock pushing out pretty aggressively, followed shortly by Sim, but both aren't really pushing. It looks like they're just holding a little bit of a cross as Turtle Troops does push through B. And there's only 1 in mid. So if Brock and Sim decided to push, they would probably be able to get a nice pick on Tig here. But Tig's backing up, and looking like he's going to go through B main, which is what he's doing, as Turtle Troop slowly pushes into B here. We're starting to see some of that Utah go off. Fly is going to make contact, and they're very close, but nobody's able to pick him off. Fly going to kill Mummy before he's picked off. Going to even it out. Very, very nice from Fly. Just get some defensive play. Some whiffs from Turtle Troop are just not going to connect. I mean, we're looking looks almost a little bit like Immortal Aim over here. And we do see Turtle Troops backing up. Moist and Mogul were prepared for this rotate. They do have that Killjoy setup, but they pretty much know that A is the push. Tig's actually already on A, expecting maybe somebody to push through Art, but he's nice up in this push here for Moist and Mogul, who's going to try and get a pick. Can't, though. The Spike's going to get down with about 5 seconds left. Ooh, the Showstopper's going to stop the plant. Sin's going to get a double kill on Governor, and we did. Brock's going to take out Tig. Nobody's going to be there for the plant. Adder's going to be able to get a pick on Sim, but it doesn't matter. That round's to Moist Mogul. Very, very nice Showstopper there from Sim is going to finish that out. I mean, that Spike was not going to go down. I thought it was, and it just didn't. Moist Mogul trying to bridge that gap. Like I said, they're so close to just tying it back up. Turtle Troops does not want to let that happen, and now Econ-wise, Turtle Troops is down. But like we saw earlier on that save round, Turtle Troops did clutch it up, and Moist Mogul definitely does not want Turtle Troops to win on not a save round, but a round where most of them are not able to buy. They're not all full saving, but most of them are, you know, Sheriff, Light Shield, or even no shield. So Moist Mogul should have the advantage here. Sim takes out Mummy, but Governor trades that off. At mid, and that's an early trade here. Is going to make it a 4v4. Kills that don't really matter. Gives Turtle Troop a little bit of a positional advantage. Thief still making contact. Lots of contact being made. Sight being seen. Fly able to take out Weeded. Trying to back out. They're trying to grab that spike. Ooh, Adder through the smoke's going to take out Fly. Is still trading it off, but Aproto's overall going to be down on health. So Moist Moguls in a little bit of a worse position here. As they push through Connector, expecting maybe to get some picks on Moist Mogul, but they're not going to be able to. And it looks like Turtle Troops is just pushing, it's going to be pushing through this Art. Art push through Connector. And Moist Moguls actually backing way out, actually pushing towards B, thinking that's where Turtle Troops is headed. And who can blame them? They just lost quite a few members over near A, so of course Turtle Troops would want to go through to B. But they're not there, and they're on A, and Moist Mogul is just going to be there to hear the plant go down. Moist Mogul is going to be able to get it down. It's planted for defender side, which means Turtle Troops needs to take control of that. And hopefully, or sorry, Moist Mogul needs to take, Turtle Troops does need to take control of it. We have Adder who's going to challenge that Killjoy ult. They know where he is, not expecting him to be so close. Adder's not going to be able to get that kill, and we see a Proto come out try and deny it, but isn't going to be able to. That lockdown's not going to go down, but it doesn't matter. Turtle Troops already won that round. Their econ's going to be a little bit boosted there. Like I said, it was a little bit of a save round there, and Moist Mogul, who already had pretty bad econ and needed to win that round, now is going to be down even more econ. 11-9 is now the score. 2 rounds for Turtle Troop to take a 2-0 victory, and we may see another upset. A guard lost to TSM 2-0. Could we be seeing Turtle Troops win to Moist Mogul 2-0? This would be a very big upset. I mean, this is not, like I said, it's not a show match, but it is a match a lot of people are watching compared to other matches. We've got Moist Critical's audience, we've got Ludwig's audience here to see their team win. And it looks like they might be 2-0'd. I mean, this might be really, really bad. They lose to the bottom seed. To be fair, Turtle Troops did change up their roster through this during the break. They did switch out some players, and so it's a little bit of a it was a little bit of a wild card to see if Turtle Troops would improve, and we may be seeing that improvement. Here, Moist Mogul was 3rd seed against the last seed. Are we going to be looking at Moist Mogul going down towards that bottom seed? I don't know. We'll see. There's still a lot of room for Moist Mogul to come back. Turtle Troop's going to be able to push on site pretty quickly here, denying any chance of Moist Mogul staying on site. Except, actually, a Proto's going to be able to hide in there. Now, this is a save round for Moist Mogul. They, on that 12th round, they do want to be able to buy. A Proto going to be able to get that kill on We Did. Mummy just trading it off, but then Fly going to get a kill on Mummy. So a nice little trade there that's going to be overall an advantage for Moist Mogul, but knowing that they're down on kills, they're just going to push. Flya able to take out Governor, Adder going to take out Flya, Sim going to take out Adder, and now it's a 1v2, and Turtle Troops is down. But as far as weapons go and position, Tig is in a position that Moist Mogul is just not expecting and is going to get a double kill there, and that's going to clutch it up. Very, very nice there for Turtle Troops. Another 1v2 clutch for Turtle Troops, and Moist Mogul's in a very, very bad position right now. It's 12-9. I mean, Moist Mogul has 3 rounds to tie it up. It's definitely possible. I mean, it's definitely possible to tie it up, especially now that they have money to buy, but they need to win this round. They absolutely need to win this round. And preferably for them, they probably want to do it without losing too many of their people. Moist Mogul looks like Fly is just going to ult A, so that way the rest of the team can focus on mid and A control. Sorry, he's going to ult B, sorry, the rest of the team can focus on mid and A control. We do see that Swarm get placed on B. Is Turtle Troops going to challenge this? It looks like they might be. They're just trying to, I guess they're just trying to gauge how far up it is, and it's not too far up, but it's far enough up that it's going to make it difficult to push, so they just decide, yeah, we're going to back up. Little do they know Moist Mogul is ready. 3 players ready for possible Turtle Troops rotate through main. They get spotted though. That plan gets run. They back up, and now they're looking more towards maintaining that mid control, but they're actually going to let them push through Art if they want to. They think they can win that. Adder sees Thief and tries to take him out, but isn't going to be able to. And now it's 1v2 for Adder. Does he know that? No, he's looking the wrong way as Sim peeks and takes him out. That's going to be an early advantage here for Moist Mogul. That's what they need to continue winning here. And it actually looks like Turtle Troops is going to challenge this B ult through mid lane. If there was a place to do it, that was the place. A Proto waiting for them to push through mid lane. He's actually having to hold 2 angles, so it's not great, but sees that gun peek out, is going to peek out a little bit, not able to get another pick, though. Weeded's going to take him out, but trades is what they want. Weeded going to take out Flya, and there goes that Viper ult. They're going to be able to hold long. They didn't plant for long, though. Luckily for Moist Mogul, they did not plant for long, and so going to have a little bit of an advantage. Governor with the flank is going to be able to take out Thief. Weeded better positionally. Sim just gets taken out by Mummy. A 2-0 loss for Moist Mogul. I want to see how the owners feel about this. Refresh.
Yeah.
It was a good try.
Oh my god, fuck a good try, bro. Fuck a good try, dude.
Honestly, I'm really excited about the potential for this team in the rest of the
I
challenges.
fucking hate new owner Ludwig, dude.
I think this is like a really good.
The debut game for Moist Mogul did not go well. They rebranded from Breakthrough to Moist Mogul as they were purchased. They had more money behind them. They had a name behind them, and it didn't matter. It did not matter. If anything, they've underperformed what we were expecting. Turtle Troops with an amazing game, like a truly amazing game. I mean, Moist Mogul did have some good plays, but 13-9 is not a win, and Moist Mogul was not able to gain ground. Turtle Troops in that final round just had better positioning, and that's in the end, that's what mattered, and that's what's going to finish them off. And you know, it's not over for them. Moist Mogul definitely still has a chance, but if we want to look at the standings here, which I'm going to take a look at, you do see for Group A that before this loss, Moist Moguls is up here. Okay, all right, pretty good positionally, and Turtle Troops down here. After this win, we're going to be looking at 1 win for them and a loss for Moist Moguls. After this week, depending on how things go, roughly what we're looking at is Moist Mogul probably 5 seed. We're probably looking at Moist Mogul. Their debut did not go well. We're going to be looking at them 5 seed. It's not over. They just need to be not in that bottom 4 across both groups. But what you're looking for in the group is to be that top 4, because obviously the 5 and 6 for both groups are probably going to be the bottom 4. So yeah, what they're looking for is these top 4 spots, which you know they're not going to be in. They're probably going to be around here, depending on how games go. I mean, you know, there's always the chance that Shopify Rebellion loses, or sorry, FaZe Clan loses, and Oxygen lose, and then which not entirely sure is possible. Let me see. No, I mean it's possible that Oxygen wins, or sorry, that Oxygen loses. In fact, I do think Oxygen will lose, which means I do think they're looking at Oxygen being in this bottom spot. And then FaZe Clan could also probably lose. So it's definitely not over for Moist Mogul. They definitely still have a chance here, but not great for their debut game. Not great. But that is the end. I will quickly end it with my predictions for tomorrow. I do think tomorrow is going to be a little bit of a more boring day. We don't have the supposedly best team in the league, or in the in the season, in challengers. We thought the guard was gonna beat TSM here. I thought it was gonna be a 2-0 victory for the guard, maybe even a 2-1. And no, it was an 0-2 loss for the guard. So that was a little bit surprising. And now we're looking at tomorrow is going to be what I think is clean cut and dry, but probably we never know. G2 is probably going to beat Oxygen, and then Shopify is probably going to beat FaZe is what we're looking at. It's a Group A game, so it's not it's not the tough players playing against each other, but it's definitely also not the easy players playing against each other. So it's Group A. It's going to be a little bit of a boring day. Wednesday is the games I'm excited about. Of course, we've got M80, who look like they may have to be the #1 champs, beating out the guard and maybe even fighting TSM for that top spot. Yeah, I mean, if we want to look at the Group B standings, after that loss from the guard, it is going to place M80 above after today. But depending on how things go, we could be looking at the guard and M80 still tied. If TSM beats OR, which there's a good chance does happen, then if Disguised beats OR, then there's a good chance that happens. Disguised could even beat out, or at least at the very least be tied with the guard, which is a big thing. And then of course TSM after this win is going to be up here, right now, up in this top 3, for sure. And then we'll see. Obviously, there's no more Group B games until Wednesday, so you'll have to come back Wednesday and see those. But yeah, very very nice day. Some very very nice games. Big upsets from the guard, losing to TSM, and then a big not upset, but I wouldn't call it an upset, but the fan favorite team did not win, which I think people who were following Disguised were very surprised with how Disguised played, and had some hope for those influencer backed or content creator backed event, or what am I saying, Valorant teams. So they were like, oh, maybe it'll be like Disguised, but I honestly, they bought Breakthrough, who I don't think is even going to be. I mean, there's even a chance Breakthrough was going to be that bottom 4. We're looking at Group A, so it's not the best of the best teams, and of course, yeah, that's what happened. Obviously, they couldn't buy from Group B. Obviously, they couldn't buy from Group B. All of the teams in Group B are already owned and operated. Breakthrough was one of the only teams that was not owned, and they got bought out. But yeah, not great for Moist Mogul's debut, and yeah. But I've been alive for a little, almost 4 hours and 45 minutes. I'm tired. My voice is tired. Thank you guys for watching. I really did have a good stream today. Come back Wednesday. I think that's gonna be a fun day. You can come back tomorrow if you want, I guess. I don't think it's gonna be honest. I don't think it's gonna be the most fun day, but I do think it will be an interesting day. I'll try and be here tomorrow. And then I'll definitely be here Wednesday. No matter what, I'll be here Wednesday. Okay. I have a doctor's appointment. Fuck that. I'm here. All right. So anyways, yes, come back Wednesday or even tomorrow if you do so appreciate it. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you guys did enjoy, make sure to scroll down and see if you're subscribed. If you are, thank you so much. If you aren't, I would greatly hope you consider it. That's it. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye.